The young man, slowly moving through the forest, thought that another day of intense struggle for his own life was approaching. But it seemed that this did not bother him at all, because, looking at the large lake, he resolutely noted to himself that he was ready for whatever fate had in store for him. Our hero is a 15-year-old boy named Sun Changming, a traveler, and according to the established order among travelers, he will definitely receive some gift from fate. The young man suddenly remembered the events of 3 years ago, when, unexpectedly, during a strange natural phenomenon, divine beasts appeared in the village. Then, a white tiger appeared in the western mountain range of the Qin kingdom. The ruler of Qin Lei personally traveled to the mountains to meet the animal and escort it to the capital, Xianyang, naming it the country's protector. Within 3 years, the ruler and the tiger destroyed 6 states and united them across most of the mountain ranges. The red bird fell in the southern wasteland region, ruled by the Dezhou sect. Chui, a disciple of this sect, met Zhu Xiao by chance during his training, and 3 years later, Wu Zetian came and seized the position of clan leader. He fought against 19 sects in this region and sowed fear of the Dezhou sect, making it the most powerful in the area. But the next moment, Sun Changming's train of thought was interrupted, and he remembered that no one knew that not 2, but 3 creatures had fallen from the sky that day. He hesitated for a moment, then took a small fish out of the bag of water, placed it in the palm of his hand and declared that it was an ordinary loach. Our hero looked at his pet in surprise, either thinking about something or simply admiring the fish. In turn, it seemed that the loach was also looking attentively at the young man with uncomprehending and surprised eyes. The next moment, approaching the lake, the young man released the river dweller, saying that he would be better off in the river. And just a second later, this guy remembered that when he first saw the fish, he thought it was a divine being, so he made a pact with it. Continuing to reflect, the young man noticed that over the course of 3 years, apart from the fact that his soul was able to inhabit the body of the loach and share his feelings with it, he had not discovered any other unusual abilities in the fish. Despite this, the guy never despaired and always maintained a positive attitude, even this time, when it seemed to him that his charge had swum so far that he could freeze and get hypothermia. However, the next second, Sun Changming forgot about his thoughts, because, while mentally in the body of a fish, he noticed something very interesting lying right in front of the loach. The boy couldn't believe his eyes, because at the bottom of the lake there was a small, but graceful and beautiful pearl sparkling. Our hero was not shy and expressed his delight at his little friend, shouting that it was an amazing thing that he already liked. Realizing that the young man was standing on the shore and watching everything that was happening, the fish noted to itself that the responsibility for bringing the shell to the surface lay on its shoulders. Vian smiled and told his friend that they were very lucky today, because they had not had such a rich harvest for a long time. Just as he was about to return to that guy, the loach suddenly noticed that there was a whole school of large piranhas right in front of him. At the same time, in a small village, smoke could be seen between the tents, symbolizing cooking and indicating that evening had fallen in the city. The next second, there was a loud knock on someone's old and small door. It seemed as if the guest was impatiently hurrying to get inside as quickly as possible. Inside the hut, a small, sweet girl smiled and loudly announced that her beloved brother had arrived. And indeed, the next second the door opened, and our hero appeared on the threshold, smiling and clearly happy to meet his little sister. With her eyes wide closed and her arms outstretched, the little girl approached the young man and told him that she had been waiting for him for a long time, and now he was back. However, the young man clearly wanted to laugh at his little sister, so he put the fish in his mouth and, holding it by the tail, began to make scary faces. Understanding that the key to this matter was not to overdo it, the young man chuckled and turned to Sun Changyan, advising her to calm down a little. He then quickly noted that he had managed to find the pearl, which meant that he would be able to pay the life tax tomorrow. After carefully examining the pearl, the boy continued, noting that they would be able to eat all their supplies in the evening, and was glad that the girl was pleased that they would finally be able to eat their fill. The next minute the girl replied that they had some potatoes, carrots, and just a little bit of rice left. As Sun Changyan quickly devoured her food, she heard her brother's satisfied voice wishing her bon appetit. The girl was clearly worried about her older brother, so while gobbling up some rice she offered the young man something to eat, but when she heard that he had eaten well outside she became angry. With a serious expression on her face, the girl declared that she did not believe him and that he was lying again, since even sitting a short distance away from him, she could hear his stomach growling loudly. Realizing that you can't fool a child, our hero took out a plate of rice and declared that he would gladly eat the porridge, but didn't want anything else. A minute later, Sun Changyan looked closely at the loach and asked in horror how the fish could eat the piranha if it was so poisonous. Sun Changming noted that there was nothing wrong with this, and that the loach needed such food to survive. Night fell quickly over the village, so quickly that soon the moon appeared in the sky. The fire was still burning in the small makeshift fireplace, and our heroes were fast asleep, lying on the floor on some kind of bed that looked more like rags than bed linen. There seemed to be something wrong with the young man, as he was covered in sweat and his eyes were closed, as if he was in pain or discomfort. Our hero recalled how, during a fight with piranhas, his loach climbed into the water for a pearl and was bitten by one of the poisonous fish at that moment. In his delirium, the young man talked to himself that he had to hold on at any cost because his sister needed him, and one day he would definitely take her away from this terrible place so that they would no longer live like pigs. Looking out the window carefully, the young man thought he saw someone's head, but it did not look like a human one. It was some completely different creature. It seemed that the bindweed was also watching everything that was happening and, opening its left eye, noticed a creature located outside the house. The monster's entire face glowed red, its body had no clear outlines, and its leg resembled an elephant's. It was very difficult to understand what this animal was planning. Whether from fear or for some other reason, the next moment the fish jumped out of the water, and the next moment it landed on our hero's chest. In the blink of an eye, a bright light, reminiscent of a fireball, flashed around the place where the bindweed grew. And after a short time, this golden glow spread almost throughout the entire room, especially emphasizing the young man's body. Nothing that was happening escaped the attention of the beast, who stood outside and carefully watched what was happening in the hut. However, the beast either did not dare to enter inside, or it did not need to, so after a few minutes it turned around and left. The night passed rather quickly, and the next morning, at dawn, Sun Changming woke up in an excellent mood. After carefully examining his hand, the young man thought that there had been a wound on it yesterday and that he had been poisoned, but despite this, he woke up in the morning full of strength, not understanding how this could have happened. He thought for a moment and then, speaking from experience, said he should continue to act. Then, turning his gaze to the piranha, the boy thought to himself that most likely all this was thanks to his fish. Taking his little friend in his arms, he joyfully exclaimed out loud that 3 years had passed, and perhaps that was why his abilities had begun to manifest. After some time, the young man began to think about something else, about how he lived in the great kingdom of Wu, in a village called Jiahu, the poorest place in the entire kingdom. Thinking to himself, the boy added that all the villagers were poor, but they had no choice but to live in this place because of the harsh laws of the kingdom. Stepping outside, our hero looked closely at the young man standing in front of him. It was he who brought the young man out of his reverie, asking him to come as close to him as possible. The stranger said that Sun Changming needed to be extremely careful because the monster had appeared in the village again last night, and killed 2 families. Lost in his thoughts again, the young man thought that, in addition to living in a poor village, they were also constantly tormented by fear, and he was glad for every night he survived. This man suggested that the main reason for the monster's appearance in these places was a large hill near the village. After all, according to the village elders, the tomb of an ancient demon god is located there, and at night his descendants come to the town to pay their respects to their ancestors. It seemed our hero could think about this all day, but the next moment he heard the gong strike. Everyone who was on the street at that moment froze and looked carefully in the direction from which the sound was coming. A man in military uniform shouted loudly that it was time to pay the life tax, which meant that everyone had to come immediately and pay the tax. Lost in his thoughts again, the young man reflected on how, due to logistical problems, the village was unable to grow food, so the villagers had to risk their lives collecting pearls. A moment later, another man approached the man, who, with tears in his eyes and sadness in his voice, said that he did not have time to collect the pearls. However, the next minute something completely unexpected happened. The leader raised his leg with great force and, cursing, hit the local resident. Looking at the unfortunate man, the official noticed that he could not pay the tax, but despite this, he still wanted to eat. A moment later, it was our hero's turn. He handed over his pearl, shocking everyone present, who noted that the bead was a beautiful color and worth no less than 4 sacks of grain. However, the next minute another person intervened in the conversation, who, having weighed the bead, said that it was not of very good quality, which meant that its value was at most 1 sack of grain. Carelessly throwing a small backpack to our hero, he ordered him in a sharp and angry voice not to stand still, but to give way to the next ones. Sun Changming thought sadly to himself that the tax laws were already harsh, and even though he had fought honestly for survival, he was being cheated by low-ranking officials. But before the boy had gone far, the one who had thrown the sack of grain suddenly turned to him, declaring that he could hear everything, although the young man spoke in a quiet voice. Approaching Sun Changming, the bandit without hesitation declared that since the young man was dissatisfied with something, he would gladly kill him. Clenching his fist and with fury on his face, the leader attacked the young man with all his strength, screaming for him to die. It seemed as if some power that had been dormant for all these years had awakened in our hero, and he, spreading his arm, quickly defended himself from the blow. The official looked at him with fury in his eyes, completely unable to understand how this could happen, since no one had ever stood up to him before. Apparently, the young man himself was surprised by these changes in himself, not understanding what had happened and why he had become so strong and resilient. The next moment, Sun Changming looked in surprise at the official who was sitting on the floor with a reddened hand, unable to accept the defeat. In a weak voice and with fury in his eyes, he turned to our hero and asked if he was truly tired of living, since he had come so far. The official's assistants, who were closely observing what was happening, heard how the boss asked the young man again and again why he decided to rebel against the rulers of this world. A minute later, a local resident approached the boy and, grabbing him by the back of the head, explained in an apologetic tone that this child had no manners, so it was not worth wasting precious time on him. In a quieter voice, so that only the boy could hear, the man asked him to move away, explaining that if something happened to him, who would take care of his little sister? However, the next moment one of the soldiers intervened in the conversation, turned to the chief and informed him that there was no need to look for trouble in the village. He explained this by saying that if they spoil their relationship with the residents, they will lose money, and they don't need that at all. Apparently these words reached the leader, because, getting up and leaving, he declared that this time he would spare our hero. The next moment, the boy's thoughts drifted in a different direction. He thought that when the toothy piranha ate him, he himself felt a surge of energy, which meant that this event was somehow connected to him. Realizing something else, the young man stood up and quickly headed somewhere, telling his savior that he had decided to take a walk to the river. The boy ran towards the lake as fast as he could. It seemed like he had come up with an idea that he immediately decided to test. Sun Changming opened the water bag and took out the fish again. Turning to the one who had teeth, the young man asked him what he was capable of and asked him to show everything he was capable of. There was no need to ask for long, because the next moment the fish jumped into the pond and began to rapidly swim further and further away. The next second, the toothy predator grabbed some unknown fish, clearly intending to get some food. Our hero believed that while the loach was feeding, energy was transferred to its body quite quickly. The young man was so absorbed in what was happening that he didn't even notice how night fell over the city. The young man looked at the fish in surprise and noted that, despite its small size, it contained so much varied food. After placing his friend back in the water bag, Sun Changming continued to remark that it was surprising because the protagonist was eating loach and was full of energy. After a short pause, the young man told the fish that it was time for them to return home. However, the next second the boy changed his mind, deciding that it was too late, and he would wake up his sister, thereby incurring her wrath. Before the young man could think of anything else, a minute later he noticed a blue stream of light appearing almost next to him. Watching everything that was happening from the bushes, he wondered if there were farmers in front of him. Trying to take a closer look at each of them, the guy could not understand where all these people could have come from their village. Suddenly the young man's thoughts were interrupted by an unfamiliar man who, peering into the distance, informed everyone gathered that this was all very strange. A young girl standing next to him asked the guy what he meant. In a calm and reasonable voice, the stranger explained that they were most likely in this place because of evil chi. The trembling girl asked the man if they should go back if the situation turned out that way, and he did not object, replying that if they were afraid, they could leave. Watching all this, Sun Changming wondered what cultivators were doing in a village like theirs. However, before our hero could finish his thought, he heard a threatening voice declaring that he had noticed someone in the bushes and ordered this person to come out. The next moment, a small blade flew towards Sun Changming, who was hiding in the thicket. Watching the approaching blade in horror, the boy cowered, not knowing what to do next. However, nothing terrible happened, since the owner of the bladed weapon stopped him in time, and our hero thought to himself that a little more, and he would have been killed with a knife. Returning to his companions, the man stated that there was no danger and that only a local resident was hiding in the forest. Suddenly the young man turned around and asked our hero if he knew how to get to the burnt hill. Sun Changming said in a timid voice that he didn't know what it was, but in his mind, he imagined that there was another group of corpses in front of him who were deliberately putting themselves in danger. Realizing that the young man was clearly lying, he remarked that, in his opinion, they should no longer protect all these worthless mortals from evil spirits. Let them protect themselves. He added angrily that asking a villager for directions was like asking a blind man how to get to a hill. Upon hearing this statement, our hero became furious, not understanding how he could be compared to a blind man. And so, the very next minute, pointing his finger somewhere behind him, he asked the people if they were by any chance talking about that hill on the mountain behind their village. Having calmed down a little, the farmer confirmed the boy's words and asked if he had ever been to this place. Sun Changming lowered his head with some resignation and said that he had never been there, because, according to the village elder, the place was one big grave where immortal souls were buried, and not even the bones of everyone who went there remained. With astonishment on their faces, the three strangers laughed out loud, noting to themselves that, most likely, this place wasn't so bad after all. Not understanding this reaction, the boy did not calm down and continued to say that outsiders should not visit this place under any circumstances, since the elders assured everyone that no one had ever returned from there alive. One of the guys, still smiling, added that, firstly, it was none of their business, and secondly, he needed to remember that the elders had said this so that people would believe all these fables. Not understanding what these people were talking about or why they found it so funny, the young man bowed his head and nodded obediently in agreement. He then added in a quiet voice that they were just another gang of daredevils seeking power or fame, but since the boys wouldn't listen to him, they should rest in peace. The stranger again emphasized that the villagers should not believe all the stories they were told, because there was not a drop of truth in them. In conclusion, he said that the young man and all the villagers should leave objects that they rarely use in this place, and then the spirits would not be able to touch them. Addressing his companions, he suggested that they move on, as they had an important task to accomplish. Sun Changming watched them leave with great regret, knowing that everything he said was absolutely true. Having planted a morning glory on his hand, he added that one way or another these people would never return, but this only plays into the hands of our hero. Looking closely at his fish, he became immersed in some thoughts or memories. However, the next moment the guy noticed a bag left by strangers and decided to see what was inside. Without a drop of doubt or embarrassment, the young man opened the backpack, noticing with surprise that there were many interesting things inside. Having poured everything onto the ground, the young man didn't even notice how his faithful friend managed to grab something and even began to chew it. The boy was so absorbed in looking at the exhibits that, unfortunately, it would have been impossible to sell such things in the village of Jehu. Therefore, as he returned all the things to his bag, Sun Changming noted that he would be able to put them to better use when he left the village. The very next moment, the guy, who had been calm just a second ago, shouted at the toothy one, carefully watching how he finished the sword, explaining to the fish that he was going to defend himself with this blade. Looking closely at his friend, the young man asked him how he felt. However, the bindweed did not look its best, and our hero exclaimed with bitterness in his voice that he knew it. Quickly grabbing the toothy fish by the head, the young man began to order the fish to immediately spit out everything it had swallowed a few minutes ago. In order to somehow help his aquatic friend, our hero pressed hard on the tail, and it had an effect. The next moment, the blade was lying on the ground, and the guy was explaining to the toothy one that he should stop devouring everything in sight, because it could end badly. However, after carefully examining the knife, Sun Changming noticed some changes in it, and so he asked the fish again whether it had really eaten the knife. Having received satisfactory answers, he began to smile, thinking about something of his own. The young man swung his knife and with all his might chopped off some object lying right in front of him. Then, with a smile in his eyes, he turned to the toothy one and declared that he knew how to turn trash into real treasures, a quality the young man had never known about. Taking the fish in his hands again, he looked at it with a mysterious expression on his face, clearly plotting something. The situation reached a point where Sun Changming began feeding his friend all the items he had, but was bitterly surprised to discover that he had failed to turn this toothy creature into a treasure-making workshop. Taking a small tablet in his hands and turning to his friend, the young man declared that this was the last artifact left behind by the cultivators. Without a shadow of a doubt, he threw the thing into the fish's mouth, ordering it to eat it to see what would happen. In fact, the effect did not take long to appear, because the very next moment the loach began to emit something like a warm, solar stream. This feeling was also transmitted to our hero, who noted that he felt as if he were in a red-hot oven. The next moment, the young man's attention was drawn to some unfinished symbol. However, the most surprising thing was that the fish began to emit light from its eyes and mouth, as if transforming, which greatly frightened Sun Changming. The young man looked at the loach in surprise, not understanding why it was changing and what had caused such changes. The next minute the guy was already smiling, noticing that the fish had grown a little and had changed overall. But the changes affected not only the toothy one, but also our hero, who happily announced that he had become much stronger, which means that from now on they will be able to climb together with the loach into the most dangerous places underwater. The next day, The boy got up as early as possible and, leaving the house, shouted to his sister that he would soon return, and while he was gone, the girl should carefully monitor the household chores. With joy in her eyes, the girl shouted to her brother, begging him to come back as soon as possible so that she could spend time with him. The young man headed towards the river, clearly planning something, given the events that had taken place the previous evening. Taking out a toothy fish from the same bag, the young man grabbed it with both hands and commanded the fish to go into the river to complete the task. Watching carefully as the fish sank into the water, the boy thought that with its current strength, the toothy fish would be able to defend itself. By transferring the soul into the body of a fish, it will be much easier for the young man and his friend to find high-quality pearls. Having seen everything that was happening under the water, the young man thought that he had been looking for pearls for 10 years, so his attention was immediately drawn to the following. There must have been a lot of jewelry there, since the guy needed to earn a lot of money. The next moment, Sun Changming's gaze, like that of a fish, was fixed on the bone pearls, which looked much more valuable than ordinary ones. However, something about this clearly worried the toothy predator, so he was in no hurry to swim closer, making it clear to our hero that this was some kind of trap. And this was indeed so, because from the darkness a huge open mouth approached the toothy monster, intending to swallow him. Looking at the strange fish with horror, the young man thought to himself that it seemed to be some kind of demonic. At the same time, the young man did not dare to attack or defend himself, and therefore ordered the toothy one to step aside a little and simply observe further developments. It seemed that Sun Changming's instincts had not failed him, because after a short while, the river monster began to move in the opposite direction. The young man shouted to the loach that he needed to act as quickly as possible because the dangerous fish could return at any moment, and therefore there might simply not be another chance. Swimming closer, the toothy predator was about to grab its prey, but something else caught its attention, and it hesitated. Realizing that everything was not going according to plan, the young man shouted to his friend to take the pearls as quickly as possible and not pay attention to extraneous things. Time was of the essence, for the very next moment the sea monster seemed to suspect something was wrong, turned around, and headed towards the place where the morning glory grew. Realizing that the situation was taking a dire turn, Sun Changming shouted to the toothy monster that he had been spotted and that he should swim as quickly as possible. The bindweed froze for a moment, but then came to its senses, turned around and quickly swam away. Having assessed the situation and looked around, our hero ordered his friend to move forward, where some kind of crevice was visible. Trusting its human friend, the fish quickly swam where it was told. And this is not surprising, since the sea monster did not calm down, and clearly had no intention of letting go of the morning glory, thirsting for revenge. The sea creature's huge jaws were ready to bite off the toothy creature with great pleasure. Seeing the fish swimming towards the second exit from the cave, our hero confirmed that the river predator's intelligence is quite high. Having quickly escaped from the cave and found himself in safe waters, the bindweed heard its friend's command to swim back as quickly as possible. However, everything turned out to be not so simple, since the toothy one was threatened by a new danger in the form of some unknown fish. Bindweed thought it was another deception, although Sun Changming explained to him that in front of him were giant two-headed eels. However, such explanations were unnecessary, because the very next second the eel wrapped itself so tightly around our loach that it seemed everything had already been decided. And this was indeed true, because even if the eel had not crushed the fish, it could easily have bitten it off with its huge teeth. Standing on the riverbank, carefully observing and feeling everything that was happening, the young man turned to his friend with a note of doom in his voice. He saw him floating on the surface of the water, and realized that his friend was in very bad condition at that moment, and was fighting for his life with all his might. However, the very next moment the young man, not at all frightened, loudly addressed the eel and shouted for it to stop. Not knowing whether the fish heard him or not, the boy, without hesitation, soon found himself in the water, heading towards the two-headed eel. As it turned out, one eelhead did not see or hear him, because it was completely absorbed in its, albeit small, prey. Squeezing the fish with all its might, the sinister head opened its mouth wide, preparing to lick it with its huge tongue. Vinevid only looked at what was happening in horror, realizing that he could not influence the current situation in any way. Without expecting help, she finally appeared in the form of Sun Changming, who was shouting his friend's name very loudly. Looking at the huge eel, the young man, without choosing his words, hurled all sorts of obscene expressions at it. And he continued to watch as the huge fish continued to shake its large tail, now trying to turn the guy around. Realizing that the two-headed eel had succeeded, the young man did not give up, but, on the contrary, grabbed a knife and, in a rage, prepared to fight the sea monster. A real fight, not for life, but for death, began between Sun Changming and the fish. The young man inflicted wounds of varying severity on the eel, striving to win this difficult battle as quickly as possible. It was difficult to tell who had the better chance in this fight, as the eel continued to squeeze the young man tighter and tighter, demonstrating its strength and power. Finally, the loach entered the battle, apparently having recovered from the shock, and forcefully grabbed the fish by the tail. Realizing that it had worked, the next second the bindweed switched to the river monster's throat. It paid off, because a moment later the young man was released, and after carefully examining the situation, he continued to praise the bindweed for its excellent work. The young man swung his blade victoriously, making it clear that he had earned a well-deserved victory in this duel. However, this was not enough for the young man. He had other plans, and he furiously waved the knife underwater. And this was indeed the case, because after a few minutes, bloody traces and fish stumps appeared on the surface of the water. Having cut up the eel, our hero hastened to pull the individual parts onto the shore, clearly intending to take the catch with him. After some time, sitting on the beach and relaxing, the guy was simply resting, clearly pleased with himself and his catch. And the next moment, the morning glory directed a stream of air in the form of frost onto individual parts of the fish, trying to cool it a little so that the meat would be preserved as long as possible. Watching his friend closely, Sun Changming remarked to the toothy beast that he could have sustained serious injuries, and after a brief silence, added that he believed he had lost his friend forever. Flattered by this remark, the bindweed, with tears in its eyes, said words of gratitude and said that the young man was a true friend. True, just a minute later the young man tugged at the fish, called it a fool, and said that if the loach can't resist, then it's better not to get into such situations at all. He launched into an angry tirade, noting that the morning glory seemed to have no desire to live, and added that if it weren't for him, it would have been turned into fish soup long ago. In a softer tone, as if jokingly, he stated that the fish was in fact continuing to argue with him. Gently stroking the toothy beast on its back, Sun Changming noted that the wounds had healed quite quickly, meaning his worries had been in vain. Realizing that the sun was setting, our hero told his friend that it was time for them to return, and most importantly, they must not forget to take the eel with them. Walking through the forest, the young man was pleased with everything that had happened, despite a number of nuances. As he passed a man in a disadvantageous position, our hero thought for a moment and stopped. However, she shared with the man only part of her spoils, a piece of which was already lying on the ground. The man clearly did not expect such generosity and did not understand why it was happening, but he was clearly happy. Having recovered a little from the shock, the fellow villager, carefully looking after the young man, did not stop thanking him. Walking a little forward, the young man noticed another man standing sullenly next to a tall tree. Taking a closer look at the man, he thought that something strange had been happening in their village lately. Sun Changming thought that the group of cultivators was heading towards the hill again. They were all bold and courageous, so much so that the young man would not try to dissuade them. True, before he could finish his thoughts, he heard the stranger, whom he had been studying so carefully, call out to him. The young man, frozen in place, with horror in his eyes, began to ask the man what he wanted. The stranger put a friendly arm around the boy's shoulders and, with a smile in his eyes, said that he just wanted to ask for directions. Hearing this, Sun Changming tried to turn around and told the man that he could ask any villager for directions, but suddenly realized that the man meant that the villagers did not have the same spiritual power as him. For a moment, there was an awkward silence in the air, indicating that our hero clearly did not understand what was being said. However, the stranger did not calm down, and began asking the guy what his name was. The young man was in no hurry to answer, because he did not understand how some random person could find out about his spiritual power. Grabbing the hilt of the blade, he continued to think about how cultivators usually disregarded the lives of mortals, which meant that this man could be dangerous. And as if reading the young man's thoughts, the man continued, noting that the young man should not worry, explaining that he did not expect to meet a man who had awakened his spiritual power in such a remote place, and therefore asked this question out of curiosity. Scratching the back of his head, the man said he didn't mean to scare the boy. After a short pause, addressing the young man as a brother, he asked if he knew where the burnt hill was. Not understanding why the man was interested in such a place, the boy calmly replied that the huge hill was located right behind their village. As Sun Changming watched the grateful man leave, he thought to himself that he had once again met someone who was heading towards death. However, the stranger suddenly stopped and, without turning around, asked the guy if he was studying with anyone. Our hero, unfortunately, answered negatively, adding that he was born in a village, not in a sect. The man, still standing in his place, said that it was a great pity, as the boy had shown great promise. Throwing a small bag to the young man, he thanked him with joy in his voice for his help. The man said that this backpack would be of no use to him, but our hero will definitely find it useful because he has a big heart. Sun Changmin clearly didn't understand what had happened and wanted to clarify something, so he started shouting loudly at the man, trying to stop him. Seeing the stranger waving at him, the boy thought that this man would never return. And again our hero was unable to return home until the moon rose in the sky. In the hut, the young man's younger sister was dozing peacefully, and even in her sleep she was thinking about how much she wanted to eat. The next second, the girl jumped up, hearing her brother loudly announce that he had arrived. Sun Changyan jumped into her brother's arms with a joyful cry, informing him that he was late again and urging him to sit down at the table as soon as possible. While the girl was happily devouring the food, our hero carefully examined the stone that the bindweed had pulled out from the bottom, believing that it looked like an ordinary stone, but for some reason it greatly disturbed the monster. Not understanding what it was, the guy decided to hide the artifact and switch to the bag that the unknown person gave him. Taking out a small tablet with the inscription, Dongfang, the boy wondered if this was the name of the stranger. Not finding an answer to his question, he quickly turned to his backpack and decided to examine what else interesting was inside. The young man looked closely at the knives, noticing that some of them had bubbles, some had lines, some had veins, meaning he had a whole set of armor. The boy wanted to take a closer look at these objects, but the next moment his sister called him and said in an angry voice that he must join her and eat, otherwise she would eat his portion. While the young man was listening to Changyan, his faithful assistant, Bindweed, selected a small knife and pills for himself and carefully examined the weapons, never letting them out of his sight. However, the very next moment the toothy one decided that all these items were prepared for him, and began to eat the blade. Sun Changmin grabbed the loach sharply and began shaking the fish, demanding that it spit it out immediately, as steel was not food. However, before the toothy one could do this, something unusual began to happen to him. As it had several times before, he began to glow with a golden light. A moment later some very strange objects began to fall out of his mouth, or rather, he began to deliberately throw them. Taking a closer look, our hero thought that these were some kind of unusual black balls, but they flew with such force that they could even kill. This is indeed the case, as a very large dent remained at the point where one of the balls hit, as if it had been caused by some heavy object. Apparently, all this did not bother the toothy beast at all, because it continued to shoot again and again, spitting out these unusual little objects. Our hero's voice was filled with surprise, and he shouted that these balls were similar to armor-piercing shells, and their advantage was that they were easy to refill. Sun Changming thought to himself that his loach had most likely acquired some new skill, and after thinking for a while, he realized that the young man had come up with some unrealistic idea. Looking closely into the eyes of his waterfall friend, the boy said that, having become so strong, they could pull off one very interesting trick. It was a dark night in the city, illuminated by a bright and powerful flash of lightning. It was not a village where our hero lived, but some big city with beautiful and majestic buildings. A pretty girl stood in front of the large doors, but her posture made it clear that she was hesitant to enter or knock. At the same time, in another room, there was a small candle on the table, barely illuminating the room. However, this was quite enough for the man sitting at the table and studying his guest. The young man stood up and greeted the new arrival, confirming that she had indeed arrived. And this was the same girl who, just a few minutes ago, stood in front of the large doors and did not dare to enter inside. In a timid voice, the brunette began to talk about some kind of mentor sister, although she didn't really explain anything. Quickly interrupting the brunette, the young man explained that he had asked his mentor to lock him in this room to prevent the death of innocent people due to his enchanted hand, adding that he did not know how long he would stay here. Having finished the conversation, the young man asked the girl in a quiet voice why she had come to him. The beauty noted that she wanted to say goodbye because she could not accumulate chi, and she would have to cultivate in the outside world, which is what she intended to do. With a thoughtful look, the young man said that their Ding Bofu, once a talented heavenly spirit, was still full of arrogance. After a short pause, he added that, nevertheless, it was not very pleasant to see how some of your contemporaries were surpassing you. Quickly changing the subject, he said that it was time for the girl to leave, but in the end he warned her to be as careful as possible, because the world was not at all safe. And after the beauty left, the hermit reminded her that she should always exercise restraint. The weather outside was wonderful and, as always, there was peace and quiet, perfect for swimming and underwater adventures. It seemed our hero and the toothy fish were just preparing for this, because they announced that they needed to get rid of the huge and scary fish. This was their main task for the day. Although, looking at the huge monster jumping out of the water with fury, it seemed that this would be extremely difficult to do. Toothy didn't know how to think, but he knew how to complete the task, and so the next minute he quickly dived into the pond. Incidentally, this immediately provoked the anger of a huge aquatic beast, which, noticing the loach, opened its mouth and was clearly ready to attack at any moment. However, unlike last time, the toothy one was no longer afraid, but clearly knew his task. Just in case, Sun Changming reminded him of this by shouting loudly to his friend from the river that he should use his signature move. True, the toothy one didn't have to repeat this twice, because the very next moment he began throwing his deadly balls. The effect was achieved so quickly and easily that our heroes were surprised at how simple and fast everything was for them. A few minutes later, the same terrible and ferocious monster as before lay on the riverbank. As a token of gratitude for their hard and difficult work, our heroes held two small but beautiful pearls in their hands. Addressing the loach, the young man remarked that he would keep the bone pearls for himself, while his faithful assistant would be able to feast on the predator's meat. However, a moment later, Sun Changming took out a pill from his bag and threw it into the fish's mouth with a loud cry, saying that it was a gift from Uncle Dongfang. Having had his fill, the loach rested, and our hero, as if in a trance, concentrated on something. After a minute of concentration and talking to himself, the young man said it was time to begin. Listening to his feelings, the guy noticed that this time everything was different, as if an endless warm river was flowing in his stomach. The young man seemed to be enjoying this immensely, as a pleasant light spread throughout his entire body. Coming out of meditation and carefully examining his stomach, the young man discovered a new mark on it, without understanding where it came from. As he stretched, he noticed that the day had flown by again, which meant it was time to return to his little sister. Although his thoughts did not leave Sun Changming, he tried to understand why a previously unknown symbol had appeared on his left chest, and now the mark had moved to his stomach. Looking into the distance with amazement, the boy noticed to himself that he actually knew nothing about the division of boundaries in this world. However, realizing that night was just around the corner, the young man, as usual, took his sleepy fish and dragged it home. Along the way, thinking out loud, the young man remarked that when he managed to leave the village, he might find himself a mentor, and if he was lucky, even a sect with sisters. While our hero was deep in thought, a brunette hovered nearby, wondering what was happening to her sword. He seemed not to be listening to her at all, so while she was flying in one direction, he was performing strange pirouettes and rushing in the opposite direction. Hearing someone's screams, the young man fell silent for a second, turned to the loach and asked what was going on and where the strange voice was coming from. The next second, a girl flew out of the sky, warning the young man to be careful. Before he could think of anything, Sun Changming realized that someone's figure was looming over him. Looking closely at the woman's breasts, the young man seemed unable to think of anything, realizing that this beauty was about to crush him. Our hero tried to say something, but due to all the difficulties and awkwardness, only individual phrases came out instead of words. A moment later, a suspicious silence reigned in the forest, and no one was in a hurry to break it. The girl spoke up, saying that she was in great pain and did not expect her sword to suddenly fail. Sitting astride the young man, she looked at the stranger with horror, swore and apologized, not knowing what else to say. In her defense, the beauty said that it was a misunderstanding, as if asking between the lines if everything was okay with the guy, and, having made sure that everything was fine, he left. The next minute the girl looked after the young man as he left, asking him not to rush and listen to her. Showing some kind of badge, the brunette began to explain that she served at the royal court and needed to be told something important. Keeping calm, the young man asked what happened and how she ended up there. Pointing into the distance, the stranger asked Sun Changming if there really was a burnt hill in that direction. Upon learning that this was true, the brunette added that a large amount of harmful qi had accumulated in the area around the burnt hill, and going there was too dangerous and reckless. After a short pause, she continued that because of this hill, the villagers must be weak and exhausted, although she noted to herself that the young man looked quite healthy and energetic. Seeing the bewilderment in the eyes of her new acquaintance, the beauty, with confidence in her voice, asked him to give her his hand. Sun Changming stuttered that he didn't understand anything, but at the same time he thought that the stranger had probably gone crazy. But the very next moment, coming closer to our hero, she took his hand, ignoring the young man's protests. A minute later, something inexplicable began to happen. A stream of fiery energy appeared in the area of the man's wrist, which grew stronger with each passing second. Understanding the guy's bewilderment, the beauty asked him about his feelings, to which he screamed loudly and demanded that she let go of his hand. While the stranger was thinking about the young man's very strong Genjin energy, he said that it all started with her, so there was no need to accuse him of being rude. The brunette seemed about to change the subject and asked our hero how old he was. When she learned that he was 15 years old, she thought that he was a year younger than her, but despite this, he was accumulating symbol power, and the rare Qi gave him an additional advantage in battle, which was very strange. It seemed that the guy was already quite fed up with all this, and so, having cleared his throat a little, he asked the girl for forgiveness. As he left, he said that if his help was no longer needed, he would go about his business, not wanting to listen to the girl's request to stay. Yes, the beauty did succeed. She introduced herself, saying that her name was Yun Yening, and that she was an official in the kingdom's State Affairs Department, and was investigating the harmful influence of the hill. After listening to all these explanations, our hero asked the girl with a smile about her place of work. Having received another satisfactory answer, the guy began to warn the beauty that all sorts of evil spirits crawl in these places at night, so it was dangerous for her to move further, but at the same time he asked where she would live. This answer did not bother the stranger at all, because with a smile in her eyes she pointed to the place, and said that she would stop right there. A moment later, throwing some kind of checker onto the empty field, the girl screamed, demanding that housing appear immediately. Sun Changming looked around the new house in surprise, noting that it was a high-tech dwelling built from a capsule, and by the way, the beauty invited him inside to see how everything was arranged. However, realizing that it was getting dark very quickly, the young man said this out loud to Yun Yening. As he was leaving, he advised the girl not to sleep in the house, but to dig a hole, as it would be much safer. Standing in front of the new and beautiful building, the beauty looked at her new acquaintance in amazement, wondering why she had dug a hole, and even more so, how anyone could sleep in it. It was stupid, especially considering that just a few minutes later the forest was plunged into deep night. In magnificent seclusion, Yun Yening contemplated how she needed to make a breakthrough and accumulate symbolic power, as well as explore the source of the evil Qi. The girl also did not understand how she could conduct research when this energy destroyed the entire area, destroyed everyone except her new acquaintance, who was not harmed by it. She perked up for a second, blaming herself for forgetting to ask the name of this strange guy who was acting strange and saying something about evil spirits and a sleeping hole. The beauty's thoughts were interrupted by a loud roar coming from outside. Quickly jumping out of bed and going to the window, the brunette tried to figure out where exactly the sound was coming from and who it might belong to. However, what Yun Yening saw was beyond description, for it was the same terrifying monster that had invaded our hero's home just a few days ago. Locked in a small house, the brunette saw how the creature raised its huge paw, clearly in order to deliver a crushing blow, and destroy the building to the ground. The girl, looking out the window in horror, did not understand what was happening there, despite her abilities and experience. It seemed that she had never seen such animals and therefore did not know how to handle them. Perhaps the brunette would have been able to think of something if she had found herself in a different situation, but she didn't even have time to think, because the monster began to quickly destroy her house. While Yun Yening was trying to escape, Sun Changming returned home and happily told his younger sister, who was still impatiently waiting for him, about it. True, before he had time to cross the threshold, the young man heard the girl's protest, asking him to wait a little. The thing is, the girl was used to her brother making scary faces every time, wanting to scare his sister, even if just as a joke, and this time she expected the same. So our hero, grimacing and grimacing, did everything possible to at least entertain Sun Changyan a little, and she kept telling her brother that it was time to stop fooling around and go to the table. After eating and clearing the plates, the girl, hearing her brother's approving voice, remarked that she would be happy to wash the dishes. And he, looking at his river friend, told him that the toothy one was eating more and more every day, and of all the pills in the bag, only half remained. And so he didn't know what or how to feed his friend so that he would grow big. But a moment later he took out some big stone, noticing that he had nothing else. It seemed that the toothy little animal was not at all embarrassed by such an unusual food, because with enthusiasm and a huge appetite he began to devour this large and hard piece. At that moment, Sun Changming felt something he had never experienced before. It seemed as if a wondrous enlightenment had begun in his mind, and his thoughts were flowing like a river. He thought about the three parts, and then a certain technique of spiritual origin came to his mind. And then thoughts about binding spirits, attracting spirits, taming spirits, the art of witchcraft associated with spirits of different types began to swirl in my head. The young man did not understand exactly what this meant, but he suspected that while the morning glory was growing, he had been able to learn it through appropriate methods. The night flew by very quickly, so quickly that just a couple of hours later the bright sun began to set over the village, heralding the arrival of a new day. Getting out of bed and stretching, Sun Changming told the toothy man and his sister that today was the day to pay the residence tax. Holding two small pearls in his hands, he continued, noting that the time had come to exchange these jewels for meat for his beloved sister. Having decided to visit Yun Yening, he came to her immediately after breakfast, and was horrified to discover that only boards remained of her house. Looking at all this with longing, our hero wondered if the girl had survived, because it seemed that in life everything depended only on luck. However, after just a minute the young man heard someone calling him. Looking up, Sun Changming saw his new acquaintance sitting in a tree and asking the guy if he had any extra clothes, explaining that her house had been destroyed during the night and she had miraculously escaped. Looking up at the beautiful girl, the young man thought that a rather piquant sight was unfolding before him. However, this did not seem to bother him at all, as he stood and carefully assessed the beauty. Realizing that the girl didn't look very good sitting on a tree in stockings and a nightgown, she became embarrassed and blushed. And then she screamed so loudly at the guy, demanding that he not look at her, that it seemed there was not a single place in the forest where she could not be heard. And to make her words sound much more convincing, she jumped up from her seat and slapped our hero on the cheek. Surprisingly, the guy didn't get angry. On the contrary, he apologized and said that he had a raincoat, warning in advance that it was a little shabby, but given the current situation, this one would do. Despite the fact that the cape was not the newest, the beauty happily accepted it and quickly began to tie it, wanting to at least tidy herself up a little. Thanks to this young man, Yin Yening reminded her interlocutor that the day before he forgot to introduce himself and give his name. Realizing that this was indeed the case, the young man quickly retreated and told the brunette his name. Just a minute later, Changmin answered his new acquaintance's next question about why he had arrived so early, explaining that today the villagers had to pay a residence tax. The boy explained that the harmful energy of Qi was destroying the village of Jiahu, so the villagers made their living by pearl diving. After a short pause, he added that local authorities had announced a tax collection date, and only after that would residents be able to receive food. As he approached the house, he noticed the military and noted that government officials had arrived, which meant that bail would soon need to be posted. Realizing that there were many men ahead, the beauty said that since she was inappropriately dressed, she had better hide in a tree, which she did at that very moment. And the next moment, government officials started shouting loudly, calling on people to come out of their homes and pay their taxes, because otherwise they would be left without food. One of the officials cursed, saying that they had been sent back to this pit, which was not only far away, but also brought practically no benefit. Another government official, addressing his boss, noted that things had been difficult lately, clearly hinting at something. However, he only sternly remarked that visiting the Fu family's widow for 6 days in a row was not at all difficult, but when it came to fulfilling one's duties, no one wanted to do it conscientiously. After a short pause, he added that this time they would be able to collect much more, so there was no point in complaining about this village. And indeed, after a short time, a long line of residents formed in the village, each of whom wanted to receive their portion of food in exchange for what they had managed to obtain over the past week. However, the boss's attention was not drawn to all these little people, but to our hero, who was standing at the very end of the line. A minute later, the official ordered everyone to disperse. A closer look at Sun Changming revealed that he was plotting something sinister. And indeed, there was no hope for anything good, because the next moment a group of 3 soldiers surrounded the young man. Sitting on the tree, Yun Yening didn't understand what was happening. She felt like she had never seen anything like this before. A moment later, addressing his subordinates in a threatening voice, the chief declared that this young man should be detained. The soldiers surrounded our hero from all sides, who clearly did not understand what was happening and why the tax was being collected in such a strange way. Holding the pearls in his hands, the chief noted that, despite the fact that the jewelry was made of bone, it was of excellent quality and high price. Raising his hand, he declared in a loud voice that the young man was entitled to 1 sack of grain for 1 pearl. All the villagers looked at each other in bewilderment, saying among themselves that the boy had given not 1 ornament, but 2, and only 1 sack of grain. The boss, confident that no one would resist anyway, suddenly heard someone's voice. It was Sun Changming, who indignantly reminded the official that he had given him 2 pearls and demanded that they be returned because he did not want to pay fairly. Hearing this remark, one of the soldiers laughed, looked our hero in the face and added that he did not understand who he was speaking against. The brunette, sitting in a tree, carefully watched everything that was happening below, afraid to miss even one detail. The beauty thought to herself that the lower authorities of the kingdom were so rotten that those at the top knew nothing about it, and did not even suspect it. And the young man, plucking up his courage, said that the officials in the district administration must have a difficult job if they have to come to such a village, and added that if they were all so pathetic, then why quarrel? Hearing this statement, the officials could not bear it. It turned out that no one had ever called them pathetic, or lowered them so low. They were thirsty for revenge and retribution, and so a moment later one of them, grabbing a saber, headed towards the young man. Sun Changming clearly wasn't going to tolerate this kind of treatment, so he began to resist with all his might, showing that he deserved better. Our hero's blow was truly stunning, as it managed to throw the soldier back several meters. The other officials, watching all this, whispered among themselves, noting that the young man had become too insolent, which meant that his life was in danger. And then another warrior, using magic, decided to pacify the young man in a different way. Having placed the chain on the ground, he clearly intended to deal the guy a crushing blow, knocking him off his feet. Realizing that it was a magical weapon, Sun Changming thought that, as far as he knew, officials were not allowed to use anything like that in ordinary villages. Although this did not bother the young man at all, because the very next moment he grabbed the opposite end of the chain pointing in his direction. Our hero pulled the chain with such force that the official on the other side was thrown into the air and flew away somewhere. Realizing that he would have to defend himself to the end, Sun Changming pulled out a blade from his pocket. The guy realized that they wouldn't let him go that easily, so he decided to wound his opponent so that it would be easier for him to deal with everyone else if they suddenly decided to follow his example. A moment later, blood gushed from the official's hand with such force that, grabbing it, he began to scream loudly, shouting the most rude words. The villagers, watching all this, talked among themselves, not understanding where the 15-year-old boy got such incredible strength from. And he, in turn, standing firmly on his feet, looked attentively at those officials who were shifting responsibility from one to another, demanding that someone finally make a decision and get rid of the boy. But it turned out that this was not destined to happen, because within a minute a cold stream of air headed towards the place where the soldiers were standing. And the very next minute, smoothly lowering the sword, the girl introduced herself, noting that she was an employee of the State Department, and ordered everyone to lay down their weapons. Addressing the officials, the brunette noted that they had broken the law by abusing their official position, and therefore there was no longer a place for them in this village. It should be noted that they all looked at the brunette with distrust, not understanding where she came from. The official with the severed arm wanted to say something, but he could not find the words to object to the girl who occupied such a high position. However, she didn't seem to care what they thought, because the next second she snapped her fingers, wanting to perform another miracle. And this miracle really happened, because everyone gathered watched attentively as the cart with the sacks was enveloped in a pleasant white light. The beauty loudly apologized to all the villagers for what had happened and, on behalf of the authorities, distributed all the bags of food as compensation. The next moment, all those big backpacks started flying in different directions, so that every resident ended up with a bag of food. Unbelieving their eyes, the people carefully examined the supplies that appeared in their hands a few seconds later, realizing that for almost the first time in their lives they would be able to eat their fill. In a timid voice, Yun Yening began to apologize to the young man, although he did not understand what she was guilty of and why she was apologizing. The young man remarked that the State Department enjoyed a very high reputation and heard his interlocutor add that their uniform was their main pass. Realizing that the beauty had clearly forgotten about her appearance, our hero pointed at her and asked if the robe really did fit. Quickly coming to her senses, the girl retreated, realizing that she would now have to answer for giving an order without a uniform, clearly embarrassed by her appearance. She quickly jumped on the sword and, while in flight, shouted to the young man that she needed to return to the department to settle things, and therefore she would return the cloak to him in a few days. A little later, the beauty scolded herself for forgetting her uniform and thereby embarrassing herself in front of the entire department. Although a minute later she scolded herself for such thoughts, deciding that it was time to get down to business and not think about all sorts of nonsense. But the most important thing was to find out why the village had suffered so much from the harmful effects of qi, which posed a danger not only to the inhabitants, but also to the village itself. Yun Yening remembered her hermit friend saying that harmful qi attacks all monks because, once it enters the body, it initially has no effect, but always breaks through during cultivation, at the most critical moments. The thing is that the mentor sister also practiced the enchanted hand technique, and at critical moments, dark energy would burst out, and now it can only be suppressed, but not eliminated. Our heroine believed that she absolutely had to learn the secret of Jiahu village, find a way to deal with the harmful qi energy, and cure her sister. To ensure the plan would succeed, the girl decided to start with a young man who had practiced well despite the dark qi, realizing that he either possessed miraculous techniques or had a mentor. Clutching the badge tightly in her hand, the beauty promised herself that she would not take her eyes off this young man. Some time later, having invited the official into her office, she informed him that she was taking the village of Jiahu under her wing, and that she needed a sign with the orders of the local authorities. Rubbing her badge, she decided to use her position to get closer to this guy and all the villagers. While the beauty was doing her work, Sun Changming was walking along the river with his loach. The friends were clearly on the lookout for prey, and it looked like they wouldn't have to wait, because a moment later, huge, scary eyes were staring at them. Our hero immediately exchanged glances with the toothy creature, making it clear that danger was very close. And this was indeed so, because before them appeared an incomprehensible monster, somewhat reminiscent of a fish, but hundreds of times larger and with spikes on its back. It seemed that the loach did not believe his eyes and was very scared, although he heard his friends say that they would definitely cope with this monster. Despite this, the fish was in no hurry to enter into conflict or take any action, but simply looked attentively at the animal. The bindweed swam past this unknown monster several times, as if trying to assess its chances. A young man standing nearby with a blade in his hand decided to strike the monster a couple of times to immobilize it. The monster, realizing that it was wounded, began to shake its head angrily, demonstrating all its strength and power, which it was trying to take out on this guy. However, this did not frighten our hero, and he again decided to engage in a fight with the unknown river dweller, which his fish watched with bewilderment. It seemed to Wunk that everything in the water was so mixed up that at that moment it was unclear who was doing what. One thing was clear, the monster was roaring so loudly that it was definitely not going to give up, just like Sun Changming. It turned out that the toothy monster had some plans, because just a few minutes later he quickly swam away from the place where the monster was. But he did not sail away to abandon his friend, but to gather a stream of air and blow him away or to strike his enemy with it. A moment later, a stream of air rushed at great speed in the direction in which the animal was swimming in the river. The speed was so great that the next moment the monster literally fell off its feet, and it seemed that it would never be able to rise again. And this was indeed true, for a few minutes later, standing on the riverbank, our hero turned to the fish and told it that this monster had scared him to death. Bindweed noticed to himself that he really liked the tale of this river dweller. In turn, the guy was pleased not only with the tale, but with the catch as a whole, and smiling thought to himself that they were great guys. And just a minute later, Sun Changming turned his gaze to the symbol on his stomach, which was shining with a bright golden color, thinking that it had increased in size. Although the guy understood that he had no idea what it was and where this sign could be applied on the body. Holding the fish in his hand, the young man noticed that it had become even stronger, and it didn't matter how it happened. However, when he saw the morning glory begin to spit out juice, he remarked that he should not eat too much of it as it could sometimes be harmful. And turning his gaze to the shield, he added that it was a very interesting thing that he had never seen before. Taking it in his hands, the young man noticed that it looked quite strong, but he wanted to test its strength with his bone knife. Sun Changming launched several powerful blows, hoping to break through the shield and test whether it was good for anything. But after a few minutes of hard work, looking at the little thing, he was delighted to find that there was not a scratch left on it. And so, grabbing the shield, he shouted that he had managed to get hold of a wonderful thing that he had not even counted on. The beauty of this shield is that in case of danger the young man will be able to hide behind it, like a turtle cowardly hiding its head. The guy smiled at the thought, but decided that the most important thing was that it would be useful, and how exactly was completely unimportant. Sun Changming was about to head home, but the next second, something interesting in the water caught his attention. Diving back into the river, the young man noticed to himself that they had entered some kind of cave that he had never encountered before. The cave was quite deep and looked more like some kind of pipe leading somewhere down. Descending lower and lower, our hero noticed strange stone statues and noted to himself that, most likely, this was the work of human hands. After a few minutes, the young man and his faithful friend had sailed quite a distance, but were not afraid, because in front of them was a gate that looked like a palace. The young man thought that it was the palace of heavenly beings. Not daring to go inside, the boy stood for a while and simply looked at the drawings attentively, and then, turning to the toothy one, invited him to come in and look around. The morning flower, which was again floating first, made it clear to the young man that they had most likely entered some kind of temple. And this really turned out to be true, because the next moment the young man, feeling solid ground under his feet, realized that they could go somewhere. And they came out into some kind of large room, but the most amazing thing was that, despite the fact that it was located at the very bottom of the river, for some reason there was no water in it. Although there was pressure in these places, as our heroes noted, looking at the remains, which could turn to dust at any moment. As Sun Changming walked away from the exit, he noticed one detail that made him very confused. Having carefully examined the spear, which was located at the very end of the hall and hung on the wall where a pig's face was depicted, the guy thought that this was not an accident. The young man noticed that the black spear exuded danger, and the bones could belong to slain monsters, and if so, they had better leave this strange place as soon as possible. Apparently, the toothy one didn't hear the guy, and so he explained to him again that there were remains everywhere, and they might not get out alive, because the spear kills everyone who visits this place. Our hero turned out to be right, because the next second the weapon hanging on the wall began to glow with a golden light. As he ran away, the young man realized that this ominous light was spreading throughout the room, and there was a reason for it. Grabbing the bone, the bindweed realized that things were not going well, and so tried to keep up with his friend. And he shouted to his fish, telling it to throw away the bone, because that was not the main thing now, but rather to survive. Our heroes first ran, and then swam with unprecedented speed, because their health and lives were at stake. It's hard to say how long it took them to escape, but after a while, Sun Changming and the toothy one were lying on the familiar riverbank. Looking closely at the water, they saw a powerful flame burst out of it, clearly trying to devour everything in its path. Realizing that this was no ordinary spear, the boy could not understand where it came from or why it had such power. However, the very next moment he switched to the bindweed, which was eating the bone taken from the temple with great pleasure. And it had an effect, because after a couple of minutes the toothy one began to glow golden again. Seeing the fish happily chewing the bone, our hero noticed that the loach seemed to have gotten some benefit from its delicacy. Seeing the satisfied face of the toothy one, the guy squatted down in front of him and said in a soft voice that he, too, was entitled to half of his strength. At that moment, the fish's indifference confused the guy a little, as it was looking into the distance. The young man did not like this behavior and began to shout, telling the bindweed not to fool around and to share his power. But before he could finish speaking, he saw a pleasant warm light flash around him, indicating that the power supply had begun. Sun Changming quickly closed his eyes and concentrated on the pleasant sensations. A few minutes later, our hero felt a pleasant tingling sensation in the area of the right side of his chest, realizing that an incomprehensible sign was beginning to appear there again. Upon closer inspection, the young man noticed that it was a peach the size of a grape. At least, the mark resembled this fruit exactly. Looking closely at his stomach, the boy realized that the mark on that part of the body was much larger than the peach. Closing his eyes again and immersing himself in his thoughts, the young man noticed that he felt much better and more energetic than 10 minutes ago. True, at some point the young man felt that someone was standing next to him, and so he decided to slightly open one eye. His intuition proved correct, because a second later, Sun Changming's eyes widened to look around. And this is not surprising, because right opposite, having come much closer to the young man, stood his new acquaintance, carefully studying our hero. Yun Yening ignored the boy's question about how long she had been there and began asking him how he could practice and fill himself with energy when harmful chi was raging around him. The beauty did not calm down, asking the young man again and again what technology he was using, saying that she really needed to know. Sun Changming, deciding that he was already quite fed up with this, turned away and headed home, although he continued to hear the beauty say that she had come for a completely different reason. Knowing that the young man was unlikely to stop, Yun Yening calmly said that she could exempt him from paying taxes for up to 3 months. The beauty turned out to be right, because, upon hearing such an offer, our hero froze in place, looking at his friend in amazement, and asking what she wanted in return, declaring that he was ready to do anything for such a reward. Yun Yening didn't beat around the bush, and immediately stated that she wanted the young man to find good divers for her, and the reason was that she needed to find the body. The brunette went on to note that the more people who participate, the better. All participants will be exempt from paying taxes for 3 months, and whoever finds the body will be exempt from paying taxes for a whole year. The offer was very tempting, but the young man was worried whether he could trust the beauty, so he asked her about it directly. With a smile in her voice, Yun Yening declared that he could rely on her completely, because from now on, Jehu village would be completely under her control. Looking at the beauty with amazement, the guy remarked in a satisfied tone that he would soon find a diver for her. Watching Sun Changming leave, the girl threw something at him and added that once he found the people, he should immediately take them to the river and then use the jade talisman to contact her. Sun Changming realized that this woman's beauty was not as simple as it seemed at first glance, because, in addition to the talisman, she also showed him her huge belly, as a sign that he did not know how to listen to the end while looking into her eyes. As for our hero, looking at the talisman, he thought that he would be able to fulfill his dream and become rich, although the young man understood that almost everyone in their village made a living using the river as a source of income. The young man remarked to himself that since Yun Yening was sincere in his spending of money, the beauty would not dare to reproach him if he brought old people or weaklings to the river. Night was quickly falling on the forest, which meant that Yun Yening needed to take care of her shelter as soon as possible. Having thrown a small capsule on the floor, the beauty clearly planned to repeat her previous plan and create a cozy home for herself in a matter of seconds. A few minutes later, a beautiful 3-story building, reminiscent of a majestic castle, appeared in front of our heroine, and looking at it, Yening thought that as soon as she used it, she would immediately clean her house. She barely had time to change her clothes and go outside when the next second a stream of fire fell from the sky to the earth, throwing her beauty back. Sitting on the floor in complete bewilderment, the brunette did not understand what was happening and where this fire came from. Our heroine thought she saw a large flash in the sky, but the reason for its appearance remained unknown. True, I didn't have to puzzle over this for long, because after a short time a chariot drawn by 2 large dragons appeared in the sky. Upon arrival, a beautiful young lady stepped out of the carriage and remarked that our heroine's palace could be seen from a mile away, adding that she loved to show off and valued comfort. Yening barely had time to greet her aunt before she came up behind her and started feeling up the brunette, noticing that she had matured a lot since their last meeting. Without the slightest embarrassment, the girl noted that her niece was so large that she most likely had an admirer, and perhaps even a boyfriend. Denying all this, our heroine quickly changed the subject, asking her aunt what she was doing there, since she hadn't been sent on a mission. Upon learning that her aunt had been sent as reinforcements, Yening said that since it was difficult to establish contact with the villagers, she decided to involve them in searching the river and offered tax exemption as a reward. But before Yening could report the situation, she saw a bright glow emanating from her talisman, indicating that Sun Changming wanted to contact her. The same man who at that moment stood on the river bank, peering intently into the surface of the water. Holding the talisman in his hands, our hero was clearly thinking about something, but did not dare say it out loud, waiting for his new acquaintance to contact him. The next second, the small communication object he held in his palms began to flicker with a blue light. At that very moment, Yening joined the conversation, asking the young man how he was doing and whether he had managed to recruit enough people. The young man, still standing in place, nodded affirmatively, clearly pointing to the group of 2 people who were behind him and waiting for an order. One of the men came close enough for the woman to see him and personally asked her if everything their fellow villager Sun Changming had told them was true. Suddenly, the aunt intervened in the conversation, declaring that all of this was absolutely true, that they, the government representatives, always keep their word, and if they managed to fish out the body, the reward would be doubled. Hearing this statement, the young men noticeably perked up and began to thank the girl, preparing to set off on their mission. And then, in the next second, Yening spoke up, explaining that the corpses that the young people were supposed to be looking for were brought from the Man River, which meant that they should be located at the confluence of this body of water with the Hanshui River. Upon hearing that the boys would have to split up, one of the men stated that there were many animals in the river, and therefore there would be nothing left of the corpses in half a day. Closing her eyes, the girl explained that they were not looking for ordinary corpses, because these creatures would not dare touch them, even if some time passed. Reflecting on Yening's words, our hero noticed that there was no way the corpse could have gotten from the Man River to Hanshui unless, of course, it could swim, and the reason for this was the interesting structure of the mouth. Meanwhile, the beauty continued, warning that if something suddenly went wrong, the boys should immediately swim to the shore and contact her, as she would definitely come up with something to help them. Just as the young people were about to enter the river, they suddenly heard someone call out to them and tell them not to hurry. Behind the boys stood 2 young men, one of whom said that they had gone to the river, but did not tell him anything. One of our hero's friends, who had volunteered to help him, approached a guy named Zhang Jihu and asked what he was doing there, and how he managed to find them. The men seemed reluctant to talk to the locals. One of them simply ignored the boys, explaining to the brunette that nothing could be done without their help. However, our heroes and the villagers did not calm down, continuing to sort things out and noting that they had arrived first, which meant they would do what was required of them. But Zhang Jihu was not moved by this statement. He explained that, except for him, no one in the entire village had sailed on this river, and therefore only he knew all its secrets. Raising his voice, the young man noted that the boys were completely useless, firstly, and secondly, they had not thought about the fact that they could fail the official's task. The guy didn't give up and noticed that they had been given an important task, but they had only taken acquaintances to the river, and not even the best and strongest ones. Yening, with a smirk on her face, seemed to have figured out her new acquaintance's plan, and smiling, thought to herself that this guy turned out to be an unreliable person. However, Changmin was not going to give up and, defending his people, stated that they had their own strengths, and under his leadership they would definitely succeed, while the rest of the locals would be unable to help them. There was obviously a verbal altercation between the boys, because one of them began insulting our hero, saying that he was too small to climb into the main river. Realizing that this could all drag on for a long time, our heroine's aunt said that they could all dive, but the reward would go to the one who found the body first. Within a minute, all the young men stood in front of the river and were ready to begin this difficult task. Looking at Sun Changming, his friend apologetically remarked that he had most likely embarrassed the young man. Our hero thought to himself that as long as he was here, Zhang Zihu and his friends would not be able to defeat them, and added out loud that this guy should forget about everything and not dwell on unnecessary things. Before the boys could finish speaking, they noticed that everyone who wanted to had gone down into the river. Sun Changming also did not intend to hesitate, and a minute later he took several morning glories out of the bag and released them into the pond. Watching Tootie swim away, the boy thought it was no easy task, so he decided to send the fish to protect Uncle Yaosu and the others, while he himself watched from the shore. At that very moment, on the other side of the forest, Yun Yinying was asking her aunt where the unknown corpse in the river actually came from. Looking closely into the brunette's eyes, the girl noticed that in the upper reaches of the Man River there was a gorge dotted with copper coffins. However, before she could finish, our heroine noticed that the gorge was the famous ruined area of the Dingbo residence, which included an ancient cemetery of evil spirits and other places where evil spirits lived. Picking up the beauty's thought, the aunt added that in the gorge there is a rock from which coffins hang, but no one knows who hung them there. In recent years, the water level in the river has risen so much that the coffins have collapsed, and the remains have ended up in the Man River. The staff of their department began to pull the remains out of the water, but somehow the ancient body disappeared, and no one from the department was able to fish it out. And this is bad, because if the corpse continues to float further, it will certainly end up in the lands of Kushu. And interrupting her aunt again, the beauty noted that if this happened, the entire autumn harvest would suffer, which would lead to a catastrophe. Looking into the distance with sadness in her eyes, the interlocutor said that her niece had described everything correctly, and that was why it was so important to complete this task. However, Yun Yinying did not stop there, continuing to wonder how it could have happened that the body began to float upstream against the current of the river. The girl calmly remarked that since no one had found him downstream, despite a long search, she had decided to try her luck and look in the tributary. Our heroine said out loud that she understood everything, but thought to herself that perhaps there was no corpse after all, and if so, then all the villagers would be in great danger. While the girls chatted and some of the villagers carefully examined the river, Sun Changming sat on the bank and meditated. His meditation was difficult because it connected the young man with Tootie, who was at that moment floating down the river, trying to notice at least something. Connecting to it, the young man saw local guys standing in front of the bindweed and trying to stick together. True, the next moment our hero's attention was drawn to some animal that swam so silently that the boys simply could not hear it. Looking into his eyes, the boy realized that such a river predator was no joke, which meant that everyone was in great danger. Since the young man did everything through his assistant, he shouted to him to do everything possible, but not to stop the terrible beast. Hearing the order, Toothy immediately headed towards the predator, and decided that he needed to start with the tail, into which he sank his powerful teeth. It worked because the next second the monster turned from a man into a small fish, which did not calm down and continued to bite its tail. But now Toothy himself was under attack, as the predator glared at him, opened his mouth and showed his huge jaws. The fact that the monster was very strong was evidenced by the appearance of the surface of the water, which began to bubble and seemed about to boil. For a moment, the predator jumped out of the water, and Yun Yinying, horrified by the sight of such a monster, saw it. Watching everything that was happening, the aunt said that this was a worm, and he was the #1 magician, possessing the first rank in 5 types of magic, which is 2.5 times more than ordinary first-rank creatures. After a short pause, she added that if it is not always possible to escape alive from a second-class creature, then what can be said about this river worm, which means that the villagers are in great danger. True, the very next minute something unexpected began to happen, since it seemed that this predator had entered into an unequal fight. The worm twisted and turned so violently in different directions that it became clear that it would not be able to resist its opponent. The bloody marks indicated that the animal was either wounded or so weakened that it was unlikely to harm anyone. Seeing this, the aunt jumped up from her seat, but only to inquire whether any second-class monsters lived in the river and whether they had really been killed. Looking closely at her relative, Yun Yinying was curious to know how strong second-rank monsters were. Aunt said that the pyramid of the first great kingdom is divided into 6 levels: spiritual energy, spiritual channels, spiritual points, miraculous symbols, subjugation of phenomena and comprehension of value. After some time, she added that most of the monks belonged to the first great realm, and as for the second, she was also appointed there as the senior in rank in the Chao Tian department. After listening carefully to her relative, the beauty declared that the monster was too dangerous, and in that case she should request armor from the government that would protect against evil influences and personally descend into the water. However, the ant noted that this was too risky, and even such armor would not protect against the harmful chi in the water, especially for monsters of this rank. At that very moment, splashing sounds were heard at the other end of the forest, indicating that someone was coming out of the river. And this was indeed true, because the very next second someone started walking, heading towards the shore. The task seemed to have left the locals exhausted as they struggled to get out, wanting to rest as quickly as possible. The exhausted and weakened young people sat on the river bank, unable to say anything. Jang Ji-hoo spoke first, turning to the girls and saying that he could look for them in the Man River, but the rest should return back. Hearing this statement, Sun Changming became furious, saying that if this guy left, then he should leave too. However, smiling, the enemy noted that our hero was still very young, and it was better for him to rest than to waste his life. The brunette, who had remained calm until then, spoke in a harsher tone, reproaching the men and telling them that there was a monster of such high rank there that she was not even able to deal with it. Our hero said out loud that the beauty should not worry, since he was much stronger than she thought, and he had already faced a similar monster before and successfully defeated him. Apparently, the ant trusted the young man, so she allowed him to go on the mission, but added that if anything happened to him, they would definitely take care of his younger sister. The guy thought with a smile on his face that they would hardly be able to take care of the child, since she would greatly interfere with them due to her difficult character. And the next moment, Sun Changming approached the river to free his friend from the bag and begin the adventure. It all started just a couple of minutes later, when our hero and the fish were swimming, moving further and further away from the shore. Looking at the young man, Yin Yenying mentally addressed him, wishing him a safe return. However, as it turned out, this was extremely difficult, because the very next second some strange creatures, similar to worms, headed towards our heroes. Sun Changming froze for a moment, but only to assess the situation and decide what to do next. Although it seemed that Tootie had decided everything for him, because he clearly had no intention of delaying, but wanted to deal with the prey as quickly as possible. And just a moment later, the fish, determined to win, resolutely headed towards the river inhabitants. Its speed was so high that it seemed as if it were not a fish, but some kind of predator. And it was true, because after just a minute Toothy easily gnawed through the river dweller. Our hero shouted at the fish, but it didn't listen and continued to deal with those it considered dangerous. After a short time, having had his fill and rested, the young man looked at her reproachfully, and said that Tootie needed to be as careful as possible. However, the voracious fish didn't care at all. It's quite possible that it didn't even hear the young man, because it had once again fallen into a deep sleep. This played into Sun Changming's hands, because after a couple of minutes he felt a surge of energy, and said out loud that Toothy had become much stronger, and he no longer needed to ask the guy to share. Enjoying the pleasant warmth, our hero noted to himself that he hadn't had so much energy in a long time, and the first-class monster was very useful. It seemed that with every cell of his body the young man felt the strength and power that were growing within him with every minute. Having had a little refreshment and gained strength, he thought that rest was certainly useful, but work had not been cancelled, and since that was the case, he should get down to business. True, the search yielded no results. Floating down the river, our hero thought they had been looking for the body for half an hour, but during that time they had found no trace of it. However, a moment later, Sun Changming heard a sound, but he did not understand where it came from or who it belonged to. Rushing towards the source of the voice, the boy saw a young man who was gripped by the monster's tentacles so tightly that it seemed like it was about to strangle him. The monster was so huge and strong that it was extremely difficult for a beginner or a person without sufficient experience to cope with it. Writhing and looking at the open mouth of the predator, the man felt that he would not find a way out of this situation, because his strength was running out. The man thought that most likely everything would end very sadly for him in the stomach of a sea creature. Realizing that things were really bad, the bindweed immediately opened its mouth and directed a stream of air towards the predator. Less than a minute passed before the goal was scored, and it was so successful that it seemed the beast would never be able to recover from it. Zhang Jihu, although freed from the enemy's tentacles, was unable to swim on his own and began to sink deeper into the water. Luckily, our hero was already nearby and did everything possible to save this man. Realizing that it was not all over, the young man pulled out his blade and began to chop down the predator, realizing that this was the only way to save himself and give his friends a chance to survive. Sun Changming tried to do everything as quickly as possible, realizing that time was short, especially for his fellow villagers. Having dealt with the predator, our hero quickly grabbed the young man by the neck and pulled him to the surface. Thanks to the life-giving energy, the young man was able to swim as fast as possible, getting ever closer to the surface of the water. At that moment, Jang Ji-woo also came to his senses, but only one thought came to his mind: he had managed to escape. Watching what was happening, the aunt turned to her niece with pride in her eyes and said that her new friend turned out to be not only a good guy, but also brave and wise. Coming out of the water and looking at his friend, Sun Changming noticed that the poison was not fatal, but only paralyzing, but despite this, the young man needed to be carried to the village, because the sun had already begun to set. At this moment, Yun Yining spoke up, the brunette interested in how our hero and his fellow villagers were feeling. This guy calmly declared that he was fine, but Zhang Zihu was attacked by a monster. Continuing, the guy explained that he was lucky because for every monster there was a monster, although he did not specify which one, and after a short pause, he added that he managed to accidentally save this guy's life. Suddenly the aunt intervened in the conversation, turned to the boy and asked if he had seen anything else in the Man River. The young man thought for a moment, considering his options and deciding that it would be better for the girls not to know about what was happening for now. And so, after a minute of thought scratching the back of his head, he said that he doubted that there was anything in the Man River at all, and therefore it would be better to look in the Hunshui River the next day. Hearing Yun Yining thank the guy, he remarked out loud that her house had become much more luxurious, and it was dangerous, and besides, it was impossible to relax in the evening. The aunt, who was sitting next to the young man and listening attentively, did not understand why he said this, so she decided to ask her niece again what he had warned her about. With sadness in her eyes, the brunette explained that monsters roamed the village of Jiehu at night, and that last time she almost died under the wheels of a car. And so that the aunt wouldn't be so afraid, she smiled and said that they would need to dig a hole to sleep in. Covering her head with her hands, the girl noted that they would not dig anything, that it was a bad idea, and that they would be better off finding a spacious and comfortable cave. When Sun Changming returned home tired after a hard day, the city had already darkened. But it was worth it, because there were plates with different dishes on the table, which indicated that the children had enough food. Joyfully devouring the food, our hero's sister said with a smile that he had brought and prepared very tasty meat. Smiling, the young man noted that he had worked hard today and that the reward was just around the corner, which made him very happy. Some time later, sitting by the window, the young man thought about how he and Tootie had searched the entire main river, except for one place that turned out to be too dangerous. Sun Changming thought about the giant turtle's lair, wondering if the corpse could be found there. True, the very next second the young man remembered that he hadn't been able to take Tootie with him, and that this was the first time he had slept outside, so the boy hoped that the night would pass peacefully and nothing would happen to the bindweed. The young man wanted to think a little more, but suddenly felt a very familiar sensation. Feeling a surge of energy, the boy noted to himself that it seemed like Tootie had begun to digest the monster they had dealt with just a couple of hours ago. Night quickly fell over the village and the entire valley, which could bring unpleasant surprises. And that's where the real surprises began. Standing in the cave, the aunt watched the evil spirits and asked her niece if the monster was really heading to the legendary burnt hill near the village. Yun Yening confirmed her suspicions, saying that this hill had always been a creepy place, and it was quite possible that the disappearance of the corpse was connected to it. After waiting for the monster to pass by, the girls left the cave to take a closer look at it and find out where it was really heading. And at that very moment, a very strange man appeared on the street, who looked more like some kind of creature in human form. The strangest thing was that he came to Zhang Jihu's house and, while he was sleeping peacefully, carefully studied the young man. One might have thought that this werewolf was planning something evil, but the next moment his hand placed a small box on the floor. For some time the piercing gaze of the incomprehensible creature carefully studied the young man. But the next moment he hurried to the door and disappeared behind it, as if he had never been there. The night flew by rather quickly and, fortunately, passed without any particular incidents for our heroes. Sun Changming, who rises very early, found himself on the riverbank again, warming up before the start of the mission. One of the elders, looking at the young man, noted to himself that, despite his young age, the young man possessed incredible strength. At that very moment, another guy turned to his friend and said that their mutual friend Zhang Jihu was very unlucky this time. He, in turn, recalling the liar, confirmed that he had been very seriously poisoned, and no one could know exactly when he would come to his senses and recover. But it seemed that Zhang Jihu himself had completely different plans, because, opening his eyes, he decided to tidy himself up a bit and stretch his legs. Rubbing his aching arm, the boy thought that he never expected Sun Changming to become so strong, and, moreover, to be able to save his life. The young man, who had been so angry and adamant the day before, now decided to thank his savior, and tell everyone in the village to follow him and help the young man in any way they could. Indeed, the next second the man's thoughts were interrupted by something that caught his attention. It was the same box that the werewolf had left that night, but the boy didn't know where it came from or what was in it. Reaching for the box, the man continued to think and even began to guess something, but he still couldn't understand why someone left him this thing. Realizing that since the box was in his house, it belonged to him, he quickly reached for the lock and opened it. The very next second, some kind of dark energy burst out of the box, which began to absorb not only the room, but also Zhang Jihu himself, possessing him. And this was absolutely true, because not a trace remained of his former personality. The young man said out loud that all the best should not go to Sun Changming, because he was young and insignificant. Having carefully examined the box, the revived youth realized that there must be something in it. Looking angrily at the object, the man assumed that some boy wanted to become a threat to his authority in the village, but this would never happen because he would take everything he could. A minute later, the guy was carefully examining the contents of the box, which contained a mask made of human skin for breathing underwater, a crossbow for destroying all kinds of evil spirits, and pills that increased his own strength. Taking the box in his hands, the young man thought with a smile that Sun Changming would not have much time left to rejoice and lead his fellow villagers, because everything would soon change. Meanwhile, our hero had already dived into the river and swam to where he had left his bindweed the day before, in order to be the first to meet her. Seeing the toothy beast, which was in excellent health, our hero noticed that it had gained a whole 1.5 kilograms, which is an excellent result. However, without wasting any time, the young man went to the giant turtle's lair, noting to himself that there must be a lot of interesting things inside. Hearing these words, the Morning Glory's eyes immediately widened. It was clear that it wanted to profit, but Sun Changming immediately warned the fish not to show greed. A minute later, the young man collided with the bindweed, which for some reason suddenly stopped, and the guy swimming behind did not understand why all this happened. Our hero looked out from behind the fish, and it seemed his amazement knew no bounds, because something unusual opened up before him. At the very end of the cave lay an untouched corpse, but it was tied with strong whips, so that the current could not carry it away from there. Watching everything unfold, our hero began cursing. However, it seemed the reason wasn't just that he and the fish had finally managed to find the body. Looking closer, Sun Nanming noticed a wolf's head also located below, although it was unclear to whom it belonged. The young man began to speak out loud about some kind of third eye located on the bridge of the monster's nose. Realizing that Tootie was hiding behind the young man, he asked in a soft voice if the bindweed really wanted the young man to go first this time. Without waiting for an answer, Sun Changming began to carefully examine the body, noting to himself that it was struggling with some kind of smoldering flame on its chest. Our hero finally realized that the wolf's head was part of a dead creature, and what's more, it seemed like he was cultivating chi. True, a moment later something happened that the guy did not expect. The fish, which had recently been swimming behind him, rushed forward and headed towards the corpse. The young man told Tootie that they had a unique opportunity, and all they had to do was report the discovery of Chaotian's body, and then they would sort everything out themselves. But it turned out that the bindweed didn't like this state of affairs, because it closed its eyes in displeasure and began to retreat, demonstrating with its whole appearance that it had other plans. The fish was clearly hinting at something interesting that she had planned and was going to share with her friend. Finally, the boy began to understand, and turning to Toothy, he declared that if they did not tell about their discovery, his treats would disappear. Without finishing speaking, our hero quickly perked up, raised his hand and said that he had come up with a brilliant idea. Yes, to do this they first need to rise to the surface and do something. The young man looked closely into his assistant's eyes, so there was no doubt that he needed to take this guy's side. A short time later, Sun Changming returned, and it turned out that he had only gone up there to retrieve the armor, which he kept for himself as a trophy. But something seemed to have gone wrong, because the next moment the young man felt himself being pulled somewhere in the other direction, and all because of his protective plate. If the young man had not grabbed her in time, she would have floated away, although she did not float away, or rather, something pulled her, because something was pulling her in the other direction. Looking around, our hero noticed a light right in front of him, although he did not fully understand who it belonged to or what was emitting it. It wasn't even a few minutes later that the light switched to the loach, which was just a few centimeters away, clearly wanting to harm the fish. Tootie did not lose his composure and the next moment, taking a deep breath, decided to fight back against the one who decided to deal with him. It turned out that it was Zhang Jihu, who was shooting a crossbow, cursing and thinking that this weapon was useless if it couldn't even kill a loach. True, it turned out that the enemy was not very interested, because a minute later he began to leave, thinking that he had managed to expose the young man, whom the officials, of course, would not praise when they learned that he was consorting with monsters. Watching the enemies swim away, our hero informed his friend that they had been discovered, meaning that one of the villagers had seen Toothy's power. Knowing that this could end badly, Sun Changming decided that he had to stop this man, no matter how difficult it was. Swimming up to the enemy, the young man noticed that he had grabbed the sword and was looking at him with anger in his eyes, clearly not intending to spare him. After making sure that it was Zhang Jihu and not someone else who had seen him, the boy said out loud that if he had known who this man was earlier, he would not have risked his life saving him the day before. Realizing that indecision could be dangerous, the young man quickly grabbed his hand, wanting to knock the sharp blade out of it. The guy grabbed Zhang Zihu's wrist and felt some discomfort, but decided to ignore it. The young man understood that this was a battle, and the strongest must win, because the enemy would certainly not leave him a single chance, and would destroy him along with the bindweed. Therefore, the very next minute a fight broke out between the villagers that was hard to imagine. And the result turned out to be positive for our hero, who, without hesitation, beat up his neighbor. The very next minute, his leather mask flew off, and a small bottle, which he was also carrying with him, fell out from somewhere. After carefully examining all this, Sun Changming was puzzled as to where all these oddities could come from, especially for Zhang Jihu, who never stood out from the crowd. Having caught his breath a little, our hero turned to Toothy and asked him to look around to find something interesting. The very next second, the bindweed began to move away, clearly pleased that it had been given some interesting task to do. However, before the fish had time to swim far, the young man caught himself feeling a fire ignite in his body. This indicated that Toothy had most likely caught and eaten something, wondering how he managed to do so in just a minute. A book appeared before the young man's eyes, on which was written a prophecy about the deicide, although the young man thought that he would not need it now. The most interesting thing was that what had recently been a corpse suddenly rose up and, holding a sword in his hand, stood in front of Toothy, who swam as close to him as possible. The loach's eyes were shining, giving the impression that the fish was thinking about something and looking intently at its friend. However, he remarked in a threatening voice that the bindweed should not come near the corpse, since something bad was apparently happening to it. After asking Toothy if he wanted to go home and receiving a negative answer, he said, just in case, that he was going up to the surface because it would soon get dark. Leaving the loach under the water, the boy quickly headed towards the shore, wanting to return to his little sister as soon as possible. After just a couple of minutes, Sun Changming slowly emerged from the water, but he found himself quite tired. Our hero expected that his companions would be interested in his affairs, and realizing this, he decided in advance that he would not tell them the truth, but would report that he had found nothing, and therefore would return here tomorrow. And once again night fell upon the village. The bright moon illuminated the surface of the water, which was not as calm as usual. And indeed, something began to happen in the water. Moreover, some kind of incomprehensible shadow appeared in the river. This didn't seem to bother Toothy at all, as he was fast asleep, eager to get a good night's sleep before the workday ahead. Our hero was also fast asleep, unaware that something was happening in the river. Indeed, just a moment later something woke the bindweed, and it quickly opened its eyes to look around and assess the situation. Perhaps his intuition also awakened Sun Changming, who stood up abruptly from his seat and, looking into the distance, thought that he was overcome by some uneasy feeling. Having established a mental connection with the fish, the young man, carefully observing what was happening, noticed a very strange shadow on the bottom of the river, not understanding to whom it belonged. What was also surprising was that this creature had bright red eyes, which gave the impression that it was plotting something. Toothy was completely ready, and the guy, meanwhile, was calming down the bindweed and saying that, firstly, he needed to remain calm, and secondly, wait a little and only then begin to study the situation. True, before he could finish his thought, our hero noticed a certain creature that looked like a devil, not understanding where it came from in this river. After carefully considering the situation, the young man came to the conclusion that, most likely, it was this creature that had taken control of the ancient corpse, manipulating it like a puppet. A moment later, the strange creature and the ancient corpse found themselves facing each other, enveloped in a strange blue glow that resembled streams of energy. The devil looked closely at the wolf's head. His eyes were filled with rage and a desire to tear him apart. Looking through the fish and observing everything that was happening, the guy thought that the devil was probably going to swallow his zombie victim. Sun Changming noted that it seemed that fire chi was needed to seal the ancient bodies, which was why this demon attacked so suddenly. Within a minute, the blue glow became so bright that it became almost impossible to see anything. Turning his gaze to Toothy and looking into his eyes, our hero decided that his bindweed was about to be eaten by the devil's shadow. This intention seemed like complete madness to the young man, so, rubbing his head, he thought about how to dissuade his friend from this idea. True, the very next minute our hero remembered that this shadow resembled a spiritual body, and he had abilities aimed at spiritual bodies, so the idea of a fish turned out to be not so senseless. Despite all his misgivings, Sun Changming, understanding Toothy's enthusiasm, decided that they should give it a try and see what happens. Watching intently as the fish swam away into the distance, the boy did not know what would happen next or whether he would ever see his friend again. However, just a minute later, Tooty performed his signature trick, creating a vortex of air currents. Not even a couple of seconds passed, and this monster was already in the mouth of the bindweed, who heard it ordering him to destroy this shadow. It seemed like it was a difficult task for the fish to cope with, because Toothy had to digest it all, and that was not easy. The young man noticed that something was wrong with his friend because he had risen onto his stomach and closed his eyes. Looking at the fish, Sun Changming shouted loudly, but it was unclear who exactly the question was directed at, the morning glory or the shadow within him. Yes, there was something wrong with the loach. It seemed as if some negative energy had accumulated around it, and the fish was no longer itself. The very next moment, the young man's voice became sharp and decisive. He ordered his friend to immediately cast out the evil spirit, realizing that the morning glory, which was in very poor condition, could die at any moment. True, the fish did not listen to its owner and was not mistaken, because the digestion of the shadow began and was going quite successfully. Toothy looked much better and even smiled. Putting his hand to his chest, the guy sighed with relief, thinking that this time everything worked out, although he was more nervous than ever before. It was clear that the young man was about to say something, but he didn't have time because he felt a soft flow of energy spreading throughout his body. The young man noticed that, having absorbed the devil's shadow, he had received not only energy, but also a symbol on his forehead, which had now turned into a very clear seal. In addition, the guy noted that his soul became stronger thanks to the light of the ancient lamp. Most likely the seal on his forehead corresponds to the strength of the soul, and added that this seal is a kind of enhancement. The young man had no idea that swallowing the devil's shadow would bring him so much benefit, but what interested him most was what would happen when the morning glory ate the monster's body. At that very moment, the monster lay at the bottom of the river, not understanding what had happened. It thought that the young man had managed to absorb 3 of his clones. It noted to itself that it was alive, but despite this, it could not control other creatures that it itself had created. Our hero, still watching everything that was happening in the river through the fish, suddenly noticed that the body had stopped moving, as before. Seeing Tooty swim closer to get a better look at the corpse, the young man added that there was probably too much flame there after the fight with that devil. What was interesting was that there was still a bluish glow around the corpse, which, although small, still fed it. Bindweed decided that this was a great opportunity to get some more food, since the energy would help him recover. And it was true, because just a few minutes later Tooty was already swimming, absolutely happy with everything that had happened to him. Sun Changming also felt joy as he squatted in his home and once again felt the powerful warmth of energy spreading throughout his body. The young man noticed a new symbol forming in his solar plexus. The most surprising thing was that he hadn't even suspected that he and Toothy would be able to benefit from this conflict. Our hero's joy knew no bounds. He reflected that he and his river friend had not only extinguished the flames, but had also found a body, and if so, the young man would be able to report all this to his superiors the following day. The morning came especially quickly, especially for Sun Changming, who had hardly slept at night. Getting up early and stretching with pleasure, the boy thought that he no longer needed to be afraid of taxes and that he would finally be able to escape from this damned village, which he had dreamed of all his life. Although after a moment there was no trace left of the guy's doubts, after thinking about it, he suddenly realized that an interesting idea had occurred to him. Looking closely at the temporary Yunanian castle, around which many people had gathered, the guy tried to figure out for himself what they were all doing here. Coming closer and seeing his fellow villager, the boy asked what had happened, and he calmly replied that the young man had come at the right time, because they were demonstrating the government's magical weapon. Our hero, with amazement in his eyes and looking into the distance, turned back and did not understand what this magical weapon was and what it was needed for. At that very moment, Yun Yenying was posing in the square in front of the castle in a beautiful uniform, dressed so unusually that it was impossible to take your eyes off her. The brunette's aunt, answering questions about the origin of all these things, explained that this is armor against evil influences, protecting against harmful chi underwater, albeit for a short time. Upon seeing the young man, the girl immediately approached him to say hello. She seemed genuinely glad to see him. Showing off to her new acquaintance, the brunette asked what he thought of her armor and heard that the guy really liked it. The beauty continued to explain that the army had given her all of this, and in addition to this, she had also received her main weapon, a wolf cry, capable of wounding a second-rank monster. The girl did not give up, noting that she also had a Vajra talisman that would activate upon a critical hit, releasing the Vajra spirit's radiance, capable of stopping the attack of the second great realm. The next minute, the ant joined the conversation and explained to the boy that this equipment was necessary for protection, since the girls were sure that the corpse was in the territory of the monsters, and the equipment would allow them to effectively fight them. Taking the young man's hands in hers, Yun Yening, with joy in her eyes, told the young man that she would go down into the water with him and protect him from any danger, as she did not want to risk his life. Realizing that all this was true, the young man nodded good-naturedly and thought that the beauty was very kind, and that for the first time since arriving in this village he felt such care from a stranger. The very next minute, turning her back to Sun Changming, the beauty walked quickly towards the river, calling out to the guide to follow her. For a moment, the young man froze, realizing that such a development of events was unacceptable, and therefore he needed to come up with something very quickly to prevent it. This guy knew that once they were in the river, the official would immediately realize that he had lied to her, and in that case, he would be arrested for defrauding the government. Younger sister and faithful assistant, the Tooth Fairy, were captured. Our hero didn't have a clear plan, but he decided to stop the beauty, which he did at that very moment. The guy put on a good-natured face and turned to the girl, saying that, in his opinion, she should take care of herself, and he himself needed to go and look. The beauty looked at the young man in surprise and replied that he did not dare to object to her, since she would be able to protect both herself and her ward, who looked at her in amazement. A minute later, a verbal altercation broke out between them, during which the guy declared that Yun Yening should not go with him, and she, in turn, did not understand why he made decisions for her and told her what to do. The people who were still standing at the castle watched the proceedings attentively. They themselves noticed that the two were behaving like a loving couple, not understanding the reason for the quarrel. Hearing the girl shout accusations at the boy, the soldiers decided it was quite possible that he was actually lying, given how long he had been in the river and remained not only alive but unharmed. Realizing that the situation had reached a dead end, our hero decided that he had only one trump card left, and although it was not the most pleasant one, there was no other way out, otherwise he would be exposed. For a moment the young man thought and simply looked attentively at the beauty, studying her, and she, in turn, did not understand why the young man suddenly fell silent. Carefully taking his friend by the hand, he noticed that he had a little secret. Not understanding what was happening, Yun Yening blushed and became embarrassed. She wanted to say something, but only incoherent sounds came out of her mouth. Approaching the beauty as close as possible, the young man began to tell her his secret, and then fell silent again for a moment. But he fell silent, only hugged the beauty and told her that he loved her very much and that she was one of the most precious people to him. The young man's eyes sparkled, but it was impossible to say that there was love in them, especially since our hero understood perfectly well that he was being disingenuous for his own purposes. But Yun Yening's face showed confusion and fear at the same time, so the brunette didn't know what to answer the guy. A minute later, a group of people standing nearby began shouting at Sun Changming that he was wasting the commander's precious time and that it was time for them to go on their mission. It turned out that neither the young man nor the girl heard any of this, because the young man was convincing the beauty that he could not allow her to go down into the river, and she was thinking about the fact that they had only known each other for 2 days. With an apologetic look, our hero explained that the beauty did not need to worry about him, and timidly asked her to lend him the wonderful armor that the government had given her. The young man justified his request by saying that by putting on the armor, he would, firstly, be protected, and secondly, he would feel that a part of his beloved was next to him, which meant that success would be guaranteed. Looking at the surface of the water, Yun Yening did not think long about her decision, especially since she clearly could not resist such a young man. After the guy left, the brunette only said that he should be more careful and come back soon. Our hero, with an arrogant look, in his armor and with a weapon in his hands, told the beauty not to worry about him, everything would be fine with him. Without thinking twice, the young man hurried to jump into the river, where his faithful Toothy was already waiting for him. Deciding not to waste any time, the boy turned to the bindweed and said that the plan was to attack Toothy. They would make a noise, and then very quickly drag the body to the surface. However, it seemed that the loach did not listen to its friend at all, as it carefully examined the new weapon and swam as close to it as possible, studying it. There was a pleading look in Toothy's eyes. Most likely, he wanted to tell the young man that he was interested in what was on Sun Changming's shoulders. Realizing what the loach was thinking, our hero screamed loudly and began to scold his friend, explaining that he should not encroach on the weapon, and also that he should not consider all objects as a way to fill his stomach. Sun Changming explained to the bindui that he needed to forget about this item forever, because if they did not return it safe and sound, they would be in serious trouble. Realizing this, Tootie winked, and in a calmer tone the young man remarked that there was not a minute to lose and that he needed to start acting as soon as possible. Sailing away, the young man noticed to himself that in recent days Tootie had become very strong and powerful, and it seemed that nothing was impossible for him. Realizing that the loach had swum to a safe distance, the boy decided it was time for a show. Having taken out the weapon, the young man adjusted it in such a way as to hit the target. And this time the target was a fish, but it is clear that his defeat, firstly, was part of the plan, and secondly, our hero understood that the main thing is not to overdo it. And in the blink of an eye, a wonderful bait in the form of a morning glory was ready, which made the young man very happy. But what happened the next moment is impossible to describe. One can only say one thing: a very strong turbulence arose on the surface of the water. It seemed that a powerful stream was about to burst out. The girls, seeing the traces of blood, held their breath. They realized that the young man had used the wolf howl, and his success or failure would depend directly on how well he handled the situation. Yun Yening waited with bated breath for news from Sun Changming, and deep down she hoped that nothing terrible had happened to the young man. But it was impossible to say with certainty, since the river continued to rage, indicating that the battle was still ongoing. The ant, who also carefully examined the water, said that there was a lot of blood in the pond, which meant that the young man had encountered a very strong and large predator. And the very next second, our hero's head appeared above the surface. It was difficult to say for sure whether he was wounded, but his appearance was already a good sign. The boy's friends and fellow villagers, who had been standing on the shore all this time, suddenly shouted, letting everyone know that it was indeed Sun Changming, and that he, despite everything, was alive. It was extremely difficult for our hero to get out of the river, not only because he had a weapon on his back, but also because he was dragging the corpse he had found earlier. This guy understood that his task would only be completed when this creature lay on the ground and he could report on it. And the very next moment, crossing his arms over his chest, the young man proudly noted that he had handled the situation and safely delivered the body that the officials were interested in. Yun Yening, looking at the guy in amazement, as if holding her breath, could not say anything and simply looked attentively at the hero. However, the sudden silence was broken by the ant, who in a commanding voice ordered the assistants to immediately remove the body from the place where the young man had left it. And the result was not long in coming, since within a minute several soldiers were carrying a coffin, previously prepared for the body. It didn't take more than a few seconds for a couple of people to place the monster in a coffin, wanting to forget about it forever. The ant, who had been closely watching everything that was happening, personally thanked the guy, said that he had done an excellent job, and then suddenly offered him a job in Chaotian. Sun Changming, who had been listening attentively to the woman, seemed not to have expected anything like this, and so he decided to ask again whether he had misheard everything the official had said earlier. Coming closer, the ant added that the boy would be entrusted with the position of head of the village of Jiahu, which meant that he would forever forget about need and, together with his younger sister, would always be clothed and shod, regardless of the circumstances. For the sake of decency, the guy thought about it and decided that his younger sister would probably like this idea. So, folding his hands in gratitude, our hero calmly declared that he was ready to accept such an offer. And just a minute later, the ant threw the guy a small badge confirming his enlistment in the service. After a short pause, pointing to her niece, she added that the young man must now obey Yun Yening, who was astonished by such a statement. Yes, our hero didn't like that either. He looked at the beauty in surprise and wondered why she had to be his boss. Sun Changming thought that by declaring his love for the girl, he had complicated things, which meant that he would have to play along with the beauty, otherwise his career would be ruined. And in the blink of an eye, the young man had fully embraced his role, turning to his old acquaintance, but this time as a commander. The young man thumped his chest and said with pride that he shouldn't interfere in personal relationships at work, as it was unseemly. Besides, his main task was to cultivate his Tao. Yun Yening wanted to say something, but hesitated and noticed that the young man had told her something completely different earlier. Without letting the beauty finish speaking, the young man noted that the girl had recently complained that she could not concentrate on her abilities, and if this was true, then she should work even harder to achieve a positive result. This remark clearly did not please the beauty, who said with anger in her voice that the guy might not have reminded her about it, since she only thinks about this nuance. However, after thinking for a while, the girl decided that, in the end, due to recent events and the investigation, she had completely abandoned her studies. And she addressed the young man out loud, saying that he had not yet had time to begin his duties, had not completed a single task, and had already dared to reproach his commander for something. Suddenly, the aunt intervened in the conversation, declaring that the most important thing now was the old corpse, which needed to be taken to the government authorities, and asked her niece if she was going to go with her. The beauty was full of determination, and moreover, our hero's words clearly hurt her, so she abruptly declared that she would remain in this village until she found a new symbol. Having climbed into the carriage and risen into the air, the aunt shouted that it was time for her to go, but that she would be back soon. Realizing that Yun Yening was about to leave, the young man called out to her and asked where she was going alone, but the beauty did not consider it necessary to answer, demonstrating her superiority. Late in the evening, Sun Changming gathered all his friends and invited them to dinner at his home to celebrate the successful completion of his affairs and his appointment to the service. Hearing a familiar knock on the door, our hero's younger sister smiled happily and, running to the door, said that her brother had arrived. However, seeing not only Sun Changming but also other people at the threshold, the little girl looked at them in bewilderment, not daring to say anything. And the next moment, all the men, including our hero, were standing at the closed door, not understanding why the girl was behaving this way. Entering the house, the young man watched in surprise as his younger sister tried to climb as deep into the fireplace as possible, not understanding what was happening to her. Looking closely at her brother, the girl, with a smile in her eyes, informed him that they had run out of meat. Taking a closer look at the fireplace, Sun Changming saw something resembling meat sticking out from underneath it. And the very next second he took it out and demonstratively showed it to his little sister, asking with joy in his voice what it was. Having picked up the girl in his arms, he explained to her, firstly, that friends would be coming to him for dinner that day, and he would like to treat them, and secondly, that she should not be so greedy. And after a short time, the friends gathered at the table raised their glasses and drank to their shared success. One of his friends noted that Changmin is getting stronger every day, which is evident even from the fact that he can stay in the water for more than 2 hours, and jokingly added that he is turning into a mermaid. Another friend said that even though they failed to complete the task, they were still grateful to the guy because now they wouldn't have to go hungry for months. Scratching the back of his head and with modesty in his voice, the guy added that if they had not all taken care of him, he would hardly have lived to see this day, so the victory is the merit of everyone gathered. And then each of them in turn began to speak flattering words to our hero, noting that if he wanted, he would certainly build a brilliant career, and they would only bask in the rays of his glory. A little later, when everyone had left, the young man began to think about what his commander was doing at the moment. It was pouring rain outside and night had fallen on the village, which meant that the girl had come to the cave she had found. The beauty sat down and meditated, clearly wanting to achieve the results she had told our hero about the day before. It seemed like Yun Yening had tried to do something more than once, but she had failed, which she said out loud with irritation. With sadness in her eyes, the brunette admitted that she only had one step left on the path to her goal, but this step turned out to be the most difficult. The official noted to herself that she had been observing the monster for more than a day to understand its symbol, but it seemed that this was not enough, since she needed a more powerful monster. Realizing that nothing like this existed and was unlikely to appear anytime soon, the beauty settled back down comfortably and began to concentrate, realizing that she had no other choice. And in the next moment, energy streams began to glow around Yun Yening, indicating that the girl had finally managed to break out of the impasse. Within a minute, the glow became so strong that it seemed to envelop not only the beauty's body, but the entire cave. The official did not stop, realizing that this was not enough, and after a few minutes some kind of strange formation appeared in the chest area. The next moment, the brunette opened her eyes to look at him personally and make sure that her plan had succeeded. Despite the rain the day before, the next morning was beautiful and sunny. As usual, our hero got up early, but this time not to go to the river, but simply to stroll around the village and think about something. Sun Changming saw Yun Yening standing in front of him and coughing, clearly trying to attract the attention of our hero, who was looking in the opposite direction. However, the desired effect did not occur, because a minute later the young man walked past the beauty, pretending not to see her, although he understood that she was shouting his name very loudly. Involuntarily turning around and scratching the back of his head, the guy pretended to be a fool and, turning to the brunette, asked what she was doing here and why she had come. The girl proudly noted that the Dimbo house was cultivating the greatest talents, that she had recently made the greatest and most amazing discovery, and since this was so, she could now lead this guy. Hearing about the enormous progress, the young man's eyes widened in surprise and he demanded that the commander tell him everything in great detail. After a short pause, Yun Yening proudly declared that the more complex the symbol, the stronger and more powerful the person's hidden potential. The next minute, changing the direction of the conversation, the beauty told the young man not to be shy and to write down his symbol for her, and she would try to decipher its decoding. After considering his boss's proposal, the young man began to recall his signs, which included a dragon, gold, life, beginning, death, and a poisonous snake. Without saying a word, he sat down on the ground to draw or write something. The young man tried to do everything possible to ensure that everything went as well as possible, and that nothing was missed. After a short time, satisfied with the result, the young man announced that he was finished. Standing up and turning to the commander with some modesty, he said that she could appreciate his work. Then something unexpected happened to our hero. He saw the astonished eyes of his boss, not understanding what was happening to her, and why she was looking so intently at the drawn symbol. Yun Yening remained silent, but she thought to herself that this symbol was complex, and besides, it was clear that it was stronger than the ones she had previously appeared, so she could not appreciate it. And she said out loud that at such a young age it is very good to have such a symbol, since it is really strong, but she advised the guy not to become arrogant, and not to forget that he is her subordinate. While the young man smiled, thinking that he knew everything, the beauty, without explaining anything more, decided to leave, saying only that she had a lot to do. The girl was about to leave the village when she felt a young man's strong hand grab her wrist, and the young man asked the brunette to stay for a while. With a sheepish voice, our hero began to explain to the official that he knew very little about improving his skills, so he asked the beauty to give him a few lessons if it wouldn't be too much trouble. And if the brunette didn't like it in the first minutes, then after a while she changed her mind about it, and answered in a soft voice that if the guy was really interested, then she would, of course, tell him everything she knew. Without putting it off, the beauty began her explanation by saying that in their world, the monk level is divided into 9 great kingdoms. Most people spend their entire lives at the level of the spiritual body, which, in turn, is divided into 6 bodies: spiritual energy, spiritual channels, spiritual points, miraculous symbols, control of phenomena, and comprehension of the valuable. After thinking for a while, the young man noted that he had definitely reached the 5th level of the Great Realm, but he had not yet been able to figure out what the last level meant. Politely interrupting his boss, Sun Changming, with undisguised curiosity, asked the girl to tell him more about such a concept as understanding value. The brunette noted that at this stage, any of the chosen symbols can be materialized. With careful preparation, the magical artifact can be extracted and used at any time. Having finished her story, the girl heard the young man begin to thank her, but now she did not calm down, and asked him how it happened that he did not even know about it. Without deigning to answer the question about beauty, our hero hastened to ask the next question, concerning the spiritual side of the matter, or, more precisely, whether there can be only one such side. Yun Yening crossed her arms and added that once a spiritual point is reached, it cannot be changed. One point and one symbol lay the foundation for further cultivation. Sun Changming scratched his head and wondered why he only had a few of these dots, while there were so many symbols. Yes, this guy decided to ask out loud whether after mastering all 6 levels there really is a transition to the 2nd Great Kingdom. The beauty said that it was too early for the young man to think about it, but he decided that he should find a place and find out what level of understanding of values he had reached. The next day the weather was just as good and sunny, so our hero decided to go to the river. He discovered an area where there were a large number of different demonic entities and decided that this was exactly what he needed, since this was the only way he could conduct experiments. Concentrating, the young man began to create the symbol he needed on his body, or more precisely, a mark in the chest area. And then something impossible happened. The snake-shaped seal somehow materialized and appeared in the palm of our hero's hand. Having thrown it into the air, the boy did not know what would happen, but he was sure that this artifact itself knew everything and would show him the right path. Towering over the river, the object sparkled with such a golden color that it attracted monsters who could not resist the young man's gaze. He looked in amazement at the flock of birds rising above the surface of the water and heading towards the young man. True, all these animals did not want to harm the young man, but on the contrary, sought to help him, listening attentively to all his commands. Looking closely at the symbol, it seemed as if the monsters were enchanted, and our hero thought that he had hoped for the power of subjugation, but had no idea how powerful it would be. Yes, but the next moment something unexpected happened. Some powerful monster burst out of the water. A minute later it appeared before the young man in all its glory, and he thought with horror that it was a second-class monster, a meeting with which he clearly did not expect. Watching the mighty beast struggle to escape from the water, Sun Changming noticed that despite the strength and power of the subjugation seal, it was probably unable to affect a second-rank beast. True, after just a minute it became clear that our hero had some kind of plans, because, concentrating all his strength on the artifact, he did not take his eyes off the river monster. Throwing the object into the air again, the boy watched carefully as the golden light emanating from it seemed to begin to strike the monster. The young man began to act differently. He summoned the artifact to himself, took it in one hand and directed a stream of light at the monster, clearly counting on the maximum effect. The effect really didn't take long to appear, because after a few minutes the monster, frightened by something, disappeared into the water as quickly as it had appeared. The boy enjoyed his experiments, but he seemed in no hurry to stop. Taking out a bag of water and pouring it out, he turned to his friend and said it was time for him to go. Toothy, who was hiding inside, was clearly happy that our hero finally remembered him and decided to let him out. Jumping into the river, Bindweed spotted a pod of river monsters right in front of him. But this didn't frighten him. On the contrary, Toothy was filled with anticipation. The Bindweed's eyes lit up like never before. He clearly understood that in front of him was a whole herd of tasty, and, most importantly, nutritious food. Sitting on the river bank and carefully watching the morning glory begin its meal, the boy wondered, if his fish loved to eat so much and ate so much, wouldn't it soon turn into a piglet? While our heroes were enjoying themselves, some rather interesting events were unfolding at the other end of the village. One stranger turned to the other, and said that they had a gluttonous guest who ate with a huge appetite, and, moreover, had already ordered a hearty dish for the 7th time. The conversation turned to Yin Yenying, who was wolfing down one dish after another with gusto, looking around carefully and asking the staff where her next dish was. In a modest tone, the man turned to the girl and informed her that, unfortunately, their pantry was empty, so they could not bring her anything else. Realizing that the establishment's staff would hardly be able to solve this problem, the brunette said with melancholy in her voice that if this was so, then she did not need anything else. But the very next minute the beauty thought that such a refined girl like her could not eat so much just because her symbols were colors, smells and tastes. Yes, after a moment the brunette put her thoughts aside and decided that before finishing she should try dessert, so she asked what they could bring her. While the man was talking about how they had run out of sweets, another man suddenly ran into the room, wanting to call his boss. The out-of-breath officer stood in front of the girl and said that he had been looking for her for a very long time and had finally found her, clearly wanting to tell her something very important. Having caught his breath a little, the young man said that he had come to his boss with a report. After a short pause, Yin Yenying said that her subordinate could share the information he brought. The man said that there were rumors among the people that some evil deity was buried on the burnt hill. And catching his breath, he continued that people also say that the demon managed to reach the third great kingdom. Many have gone to these lands in search of the truth, but no one has yet returned. Not believing her ears, the girl decided to ask her subordinate again if he was really talking about the third kingdom, and upon hearing confirmation, she was very surprised. The confused young man continued his story, saying that a group of monks had decided to go to the burnt hill to find the treasures of the evil god. He paused for a moment, and continued to talk about how he had convinced these people not to go anywhere, warning them that they might simply not return, and now it was quite possible that they themselves would turn into evil spirits. The girl, having listened carefully to her subordinate, said that she understood everything and that she would definitely look into the matter. When several unknown travelers approached the burnout hill, it seemed that it was very close. The young man turned to his companion and asked her if the place in front of them was really where the treasure was supposed to be. However, after just a minute, without waiting for an answer, the stranger thought that there was someone in these places, and therefore, turning around, asked who was hiding here. The man looked around in horror, thinking that some evil spirit had taken up residence in the forest. Not wanting to test her companion's patience any further, the red-haired beauty said that these parts were full of scum who would gladly take this tasty morsel from her. But what struck me most was the fat man standing next to me, who, with mockery and anger in his voice, declared that this could well be the corpse of the one who was most interested in this. And the next moment the guy noticed how the one who had just threatened him raised a huge sword over his head. The fat man, addressing the girl as his wife, noted that it was now her turn, but did not specify in what way. Smiling, the red-haired stranger said in a calm and confident voice that she would be happy to solve the problem. And what happened a minute later cannot be described in words, because some monsters suddenly jumped out into the clearing and began to frighten people. The old man, who seemed to be the leader and stood in front, said in a quiet voice that they should go forward, since God's treasures were already waiting for them there. However, only 3 people set out on the journey, not counting the old man, the red-haired girl and the fat man. All the other men died. As they walked through the forest, the elder said that this was already the 4th group of people, but perhaps not the last, since they needed to get rid of anyone who could stand in the way of their goal. A few minutes later, as they approached the village, The elder added that the place they had shown him was full of strange things, but that was only half the problem, as it was saturated with harmful qi, and therefore it would be impossible to enter it without a reason. Taking out a board, the fat man said that it would be best to use soldiers who could first go on reconnaissance, and this idea pleased the old man, who himself wanted to see the dolls in action. And the next second, the man began giving them orders, carefully watching as the object in his hand turned greenish. However, what was surprising was not this, but the fact that a minute later a wooden army lined up in the clearing, which seemed to unquestioningly carry out all orders. And at that very time, our hero was lying calmly in his usual place on the riverbank, and Toothy was happily swimming, clearly pleased that he didn't have to complete any tasks. True, he was unable to rest, because, jumping up from his seat, Sun Changming became alert. He clearly heard something that aroused his suspicion. The young man heard a rumble coming from the forest, but what surprised him most was that it was getting closer. Coming closer, the young man couldn't believe his eyes when he saw robots heading towards his village. What was also astonishing was that these artificial beings, having noticed the sky, took crossbows, took aim and started shooting without any warning. The young man watched in horror as the arrows approached him at lightning speed, not understanding what to do in such a situation. Having grabbed his trophy armor and donned it, our hero wondered who could have arranged such an unpleasant ambush for him, since after the incident with the corpse, everyone in the village treated him well. Taking out his artifact, Sun Changming noted to himself that these robots were firing quite quickly. They clearly had bad intentions, and if they did, the young man was not going to stand on ceremony with them. Less than a couple of seconds later, a mysterious image of a snake froze above the dolls, which they noticed and temporarily stopped shooting. But the most interesting thing was yet to come, because the artifact, enlarged to incredible sizes, fell on the robots a minute later and crushed them. The fat man who controlled his robots began to cough, and his wife, who was watching this, did not understand what had happened to him. With anger in his eyes, the fat man explained that his dolls had poor vision, all he saw was a fall, after which the connection was very quickly broken. Addressing his interlocutor, the old man said that destroying 5 dolls at once was a very powerful act, something that at least an enemy of the second level of the Great Realm was capable of, and since this was so, he would take on this task. True, he was beaten to it by a red-haired girl who, holding a small pot in her hands, asked if it wouldn't be better for her to use her children, although she didn't explain what exactly she was talking about. Without waiting for the elder's answer, the stranger quickly brought her finger to her mouth and bit it so hard that it started bleeding. And the next moment she reached out with her wounded finger to the pot to write something on it. The young woman used some unknown symbol, clearly intended to awaken the entities of the lower world. Seeing the black energy bursting out from the vessel, the elder remarked to himself that Lady G standing before him was simply irresistible, and her strength was comparable to that of the king of evil spirits. Meanwhile, our hero, still not understanding anything, headed towards the pile of garbage, which until recently had been an entire army, to examine the strange artificial dolls. After carefully examining the soldiers, the young man thought that the mechanical puppets were made of wood, which meant that their owner was a beggar, since he could not afford to make metal products. After some deliberation, Sun Changming decided to keep the dolls for himself, intending to feed them to Toothy later and possibly obtain the blueprints as a result. At the same time, the young man was worried about who could have organized this entire ambush, since he had no obvious enemies. Quickly climbing a tree, the young man decided to hide in order to look around and carefully assess the situation. The most amazing thing is that Toothy, who listened attentively to his friend, also found a safe place for himself. As he hid, he heard the young man speaking to the Morning Glory, telling it to find a secluded place and not to worry about the boy. The red-haired beauty standing in the clearing noted to herself that they were facing a very smart opponent. Sun Changming, still lying on the tree, continued to look at the clearing in amazement and wait for the denouement of this story. The young man was so focused on the people he had already noticed that he didn't notice some kind of dark energy accumulating around him. The elder, turning to his comrades, ordered them to carefully remember this man and find out whether he acted alone or had accomplices. Without removing the clay vessel from her hands, the young woman calmly addressed Master Tu, asking him to remain completely calm, since everything was going according to plan. And placing her index finger on her chest, she was clearly about to perform some kind of ritual act. The very next moment, striking the pot with the blade, she said that she would help the poor fellow, that is, our hero, come to terms with death as quickly as possible. The young man looked at all these people with horror, but did not try to run away or hide, but on the contrary, waited to see what would happen next. Sun Changming already felt something strange coming over him, and wondered how these people managed to work so quickly without him even noticing. The young man felt himself becoming more and more constrained by the feeling of embarrassment with each passing minute, and it was difficult for him to resist it. A moment later, something strange began to happen. A stream of blue light enveloped our hero, trying to absorb him. Sun Chaiming, who was feeling increasingly dizzy, could only think that he was extremely cold and that this icy light was trying to make him unable to move. But he wouldn't be our hero if a moment later the symbol on the right side of his chest didn't begin to glow with a bright golden light. Concentrating, the boy realized how a bright flame had ignited in his chest, which flared up so strongly and powerfully that it successfully withstood the icy cold. Not even a few minutes had passed before the blue glow disappeared without a trace. The young man's fire had swallowed it up and illuminated the entire surrounding space with a bright yellow light. At that very moment, the red-haired girl's pot shattered into tiny pieces, and she herself began to choke from coughing, realizing that something was not going according to plan. The master looked at his companion in bewilderment, and she noticed that her opponent was much stronger than her, and asked Elder to use a technique called bearded roots. Stroking his beard, the old man added in a languid voice that he would do just that, to see how the young man could resist his strength. Just one movement, and within a minute the gray-haired man's beard began to quickly lengthen and spread across the ground. The red-haired woman, noticing how the old man's beard was getting longer and more like ropes, said that this was a second-level divine technique. At the same time, the young man, sitting as if enchanted, thought about the spirits he had encountered, as well as how his symbol had been able to destroy them so quickly. But our hero's thoughts were immediately interrupted by a thick white fog, which very quickly descended on the tree where he was. Before Sun Changming could even realize it, he encountered another problem. White eyelashes were writhing around him, trying to squeeze the boy's body as tightly as possible. Events unfolded so quickly that after just a couple of minutes the young man was no longer visible, as he was completely enveloped in a cocoon. The old man, holding his beard, continued to whisper something, clearly hoping to put an end to this matter. In fact, Master Tu was about to move this cocoon, but he noticed with horror that, despite all his strength and skill, he was unable to do so. And again, miracles began to happen above the tree. Suddenly, the artifact with the image of a snake rose to the place where the boy was lying and began to emit a golden light, which was instantly transmitted to the young man. The effect was not long in coming. Less than a minute passed, and our hero, safe and sound, stood in his place, threateningly declaring that whoever his opponents were, he would find them and take revenge. The black energy that had first enveloped our hero now began to spread around the roots of the beard, trying to consume them, or do something even more terrible. The elder understood this too. He watched everything that was happening attentively, and could not believe his eyes that this was happening. Moreover, he could not resist it. Master Tu realized that the situation had taken a dangerous turn, and so he decided to get rid of his beard before it destroyed him. Not a minute had passed before the old man began to be enveloped in darkness. He screamed that he couldn't do anything and that his beard had grown so thick that he couldn't trim it. However, the curse turned against not only the one who cast it, but also his comrades, who also wanted to deal with our hero. The darkness was taking hold of the ill-wishers more and more, and it was already clear to everyone that everything would end very sadly for them. Only Sun Changming was satisfied, as he had not only learned to tame this wild dark energy, but also easily controlled it for his own protection. The young man watched everything unfold, but he couldn't understand who these people were or why they had decided to harm him. However, he was glad of this turn of events, as he had learned to use other symbols. Looking around carefully and noticing a lot of bags on the floor, our hero wondered where these monks were from and what village they came from. The young man approached one of the bags and decided that he needed to find out what was in it. Opening the small blue backpack, he squinted to see what was inside, not daring to empty it out so quickly. But the very next moment, tears appeared on the young man's face, and he himself was extremely surprised, noting that even Toothy could not have eaten such a quantity of treasures in a few days. Sun Changming had already realized that these bags were not simple, so he picked up the next brown backpack and, after untying it a little, also began to carefully look inside. Looking into the bag, the boy couldn't believe his eyes. Inside were 16 first-rank artifacts, 10 second-rank artifacts, and 1 third-rank artifact, as well as 50 pieces of spiritual jade. Hearing about the jades possessing spiritual power, Toothy, who had already managed to escape from his hiding place, looked with enthusiasm at the young man who declared that these artifacts could not be eaten, since they were very expensive. At the same time, our hero advised his bindweed to taste the mechanical warriors that were still lying behind him. The fish did not seem at all encouraged by this prospect, and expressed dissatisfaction with its entire appearance, despite the young man shouting that in that case the morning glory would have to spit out everything it had already managed to eat. The next moment, the young man was lost in his thoughts, noting that he had managed to gather a very good harvest, although he was still worried about the fact that there had been a lot of strangers in their village lately. In the evening the wind descended again in the village. It was warm and calm, foreshadowing a similar night. The stranger looked closely at the three strangers sitting at the table and noticed that they had been talking for more than 5 hours, which clearly made him wary. True, the next moment these three, seeing the young man, addressed him as a teacher and with a joyful cry noted that he had finally appeared. The young man said with a satisfied look that haste in their matter was not important, since these people would die anyway. And they, agreeing with the ruler, said that he was always right, and that the treasures that were on the burnt hill should belong to him, and in the end it would be so. One of the guys began to report that a master, a professional in his field, and 2 more second-level monks had gone on a mission. After a short pause, he added that a third-level disciple of the Fire Jasper sect of the Second Great Realm also went with 6 disciples, with whom he was able to create divine fire family formations. The ruler, listening attentively to his assistant, thought about something, and then said that all this was very interesting. And the very next second, with determination in his voice, he noted that they urgently needed to hit the road to stop all these people. A moment later, the gentleman moved forward. He seemed not to have heard the words of his assistant, who was telling him that if all these people were going to die, why should they do anything at all? The second one also rebelled, trying to warn his boss that, firstly, it was very dangerous, and secondly, that a phantom zone had appeared in the area, in which certain death awaited everyone. Even though night had fallen on the city, the horsemen who had decided to prevent the monks from reaching their destination were clearly in a hurry and had no intention of stopping. The tired gentleman asked his charge how far it was to his destination, and he calmly replied that it was still a few kilometers to the Manjiang River. Less than half an hour had passed before the travelers stopped near the village, and the ruler was perplexed as to where such a prosperous settlement had come from in such a remote place. It was clear that the leader was going to leave, but one of the guys suggested spending the night right there, because the city gates might be closed, and that would mean problems. So the 3 of them turned around and headed back to find a place to spend the night. The night was beautiful and warm, and although the river was raging, everything was within normal limits. It was also quite common for our hero to feed Toothy with artifacts and spiritual pills under cover of night, telling him that he would eat with pleasure today. Having carefully examined the loach, the young man thought that this fish had never fed on precious treasures before, but now hunted only for them, and this made the young man very wary. The very next minute, Sun Changming decided to give his friend something new and immediately began to put some metal object into his mouth. It was hard to tell anything from Tootie's expression, although it was obvious that he was not particularly happy with what his friend had fed him. Although a moment later it became clear from the appearance of the bindweed, which was sweating and turning green, indicating that he was indeed feeling unwell. Vomiting also occurred quite quickly, which clearly indicated that the bindweed could not digest all objects quickly. The young man, looking at Tootie with some sympathy, noticed that he couldn't even digest the object, which, in his opinion, was the simplest, although the guy was just about to begin his experiment with it. Vianak clearly didn't like this guy's behavior, so he hit him in the face with his tail as hard as he could so that he wouldn't even think about laughing at him. And Sun Changming, caring for the fish that had escaped, did not understand why his friend was so rebellious, explaining it all as a transitional period and growing up. But Tootie didn't care much, since he was offended by the fact that the young man fed him with whatever came to hand. The bindweed was simply floating along, not knowing where it was going, and then suddenly decided to surface to take a look around, but when it did, it was surprised by what it saw. The ghost zone was all glowing with a greenish light, and it was inhabited by all sorts of creatures that our fish had never seen before. Bindweed listened attentively to the conversations of the strange creatures, one of which stated that it was expecting uninvited guests because it wanted to get food, and the second noted that daily consumption of meat was harmful to health. Despite Toothy's extreme caution, he was still noticed by the creatures, who began to shout that there was a huge monster in the river. One of the devil-like creatures turned to someone and told them to catch a bindweed to eat it later. And while some complained that they had only caught some fish and not a person, others turned to the butcher Zhang and asked him to slaughter the loaches as quickly as possible and make sure that everyone got their piece. Our river hero watched everything that was happening with horror, but despite this, for some reason, he was in no hurry to swim away, thereby saving his life. In turn, the butcher, crossing his arms over his chest, declared that he was a master of his craft, and therefore no living creature would escape his punishment. And just a minute later, Zhang deftly grabbed Toothy by the tail, not giving him a chance to escape. The fish was incredibly heavy, but despite this, the man still managed, albeit with difficulty, to pull it ashore. The butcher's eyes were filled with anger and hatred, and he wondered why the fish had grown to such a size. It was practically impossible, given its enormous weight. The next second, Zhong opened a large barrel and put Toothy in it. Finding itself in an unfamiliar container, the loach looked around carefully. Bewilderment and confusion were evident in its eyes. It was clear the fish had no idea what to do next. With a smile on his face, noticing that the morning glory had taken an interesting pose, the executioner happily declared that the fish had positioned itself in such a way that it would be much easier to kill it. Taking up his two-handed sword, Zhong headed towards our river hero, not noticing that the blade of the weapon had already begun to be enveloped in some kind of dark energy. The devils moved very quickly to the place where the butcher stood, and watching with satisfaction everything that was happening, they incited him, saying that a great feast awaited them today. Zhong clearly wanted to demonstrate his superiority in front of everyone gathered, so he forcefully raised the knife over the fish and was about to strike. But it wasn't all that simple, because Tooty, who had remained completely calm until then, the very next moment struck the weapon with all his might. And so that the butcher would not think that this was not enough, he decided to punish him in the same way by hitting this man too. Although Tooty was only trying to scare the butcher, he was thrown back with such force that it seemed as if he had been hit by someone very threatening and powerful. Sitting on the floor and looking at the loach in bewilderment, Zhong couldn't understand how this fish managed to break his butcher's knife so easily with one swing. And while Toothy smiled happily and rolled his eyes, his offender warned the fish not to dare come closer to him, since he intended to summon the Ghost Kings. And the next second, with hopelessness in his eyes, the man screamed, begging to be saved from this monster. A minute later, the ghost of the drowned concubine appeared before the man, who, turning to him as if nothing had happened, asked why he had called her, disturbing such sweet peace. With horror in his eyes, Zhong told the ghost that a real monster, the strongest of demons, had invaded their area and that it needed to be stopped immediately, clearly hinting to her about it. Realizing that this matter needed to be dealt with as quickly as possible, the drowned woman did not stand on ceremony and immediately got down to business, heading towards the bindweed. However, Toothy, who had already developed his strategy, did the same as last time. He hit the ghost in the face with his tail. Watching everything that was happening, the butcher loudly exclaimed in bewilderment how the concubine, who had so much experience and knowledge, could fall for this trick. But after just a minute, creepy skulls appeared from the river, making it clear that the battle was not over yet. The butcher watched what was happening carefully, with surprise in his eyes, waiting for further developments. A whole mountain of human bones and skulls appeared from the river. Zhong was shouting something very loudly, but it seemed that no one heard him or paid attention to him. However, the amazing events did not end there, as a fireball appeared in the sky, moving in an unknown direction. The next minute, one of the four ghosts, the ruler of the seas of bones, appeared before everyone gathered. But he was not the only one who came to visit, but also one of the four ghost kings, the corpse of the drought demon. The lord of the seas of bones turned to the butcher and said that he was lucky to be a ghost already, then added that he did not understand why he had been called for such a trifle, but since he was here, he would do his job. Looking closely into Toothy's eyes, the king of the seas was perplexed as to why such a strong chill ran down his spine when he looked at him. The ghost clearly didn't like this, and so, continuing to look questioningly at the fish, he seemed to be about to do something incredible. Seeing the raging and furious scene around him, Zhong noticed that the king intended to use all his strength to fight the river monster. It turned out that all the skulls and bones found in the river were used, although the purpose for using all these remains remained unclear. And while everyone watched this spectacle with bated breath, it seemed that Tooty had his own plan, because he, clearly having something in mind, was watching the king closely. Realizing that the fish was not so simple, the king thought about the morning glory that was looking closely at his bone, and realized with horror that if the fish got to it, he would no longer be able to fight. It seemed that our river hero either had the ability to read minds, or his mind had developed so well that he intuitively understood which bone he needed to grab, which he did the next minute. This jump of Toothy turned out to be fatal for one of the ghosts, who began to quickly disintegrate and lose control of the situation right before our eyes. The butcher, hoping for help, became enraged and shouted that he had never encountered anything like this before. True, the corpse of the drought demon did not consider it impossible to cope with any fish, and therefore called everyone weaklings, against whom they were incapable of anything. It seemed like Tooty didn't care who fought him because he was ready to fight anyone, which was obvious from his face. Raising his bony hand, the king triumphantly declared that he could easily sort everything out. But before the ghost could finish speaking, the bindweed joyfully began to absorb the fire emanating from the enemy. Not even a minute had passed before Tootie had already sucked in every last drop and was clearly pleased with how everything had gone. The eyes of the revived corpse opened, and he, having exalted himself to the heavens, seemed not to understand what had just happened. Deciding that it was not all over yet, he aimed 3 fireballs at the fish and shouted that he really wanted to see how the morning glory would cope with this task. Meanwhile, in the village of Jiahu, the civilians were sleeping, including Sun Changming, who could not even imagine the trouble his friend living on the river had gotten into. True, his sleep was disturbed by the energy that suddenly began to flow to the guy, and which was impossible not to feel even in deep sleep. Getting out of bed, the young man tried to feel all the sensations that the toothy beast was experiencing at that particular moment. With horror in his eyes, our hero exclaimed that the bindweed had grown stronger than usual, and was warming the young man even at such a late hour, and all because he had plowed like a horse. The next second, a bright light flashed in Sun Changming's chest, and beautiful symbols appeared. The young man noted to himself that he had discovered 2 new symbols, and therefore wished to express his gratitude to Toothy. However, a moment later the guy realized that something had gone wrong, because with each passing minute he was getting hotter and hotter, which had never happened before. Warmth spread throughout our hero's body, but it wasn't the pleasant warmth of eating a predator or a precious stone. It burned and scorched, and it seemed to have no limit. Realizing that the burning was so intense that he could not bear it, the young man began to scream obscenely, wanting to understand that this time it was the morning glory that had eaten him, which he would gladly have killed himself. Realizing that something urgently needed to be done, the young man decided to mentally contact the fish and ask it if its faithful river friend had really decided to burn the guy alive. Sun Changming realized that something strange was probably going on, so he decided to find out where the morning glory was and what unusual thing it had absorbed. And the very next moment, focusing on Toothy, our hero decided to perform his usual soul transfer in order to be closer to his river friend. Hearing the bindweed address the corpse, saying that it had eaten all the fire, the boy simultaneously addressed Toothy and said that with his actions he had almost burned down the entire house. The fish looked at its owner with sadness in its eyes, its whole appearance expressing sincere regret, because the morning glory did not want things to come to this. After Sun Changming came to his senses, he noticed that a ghost zone had appeared outside their village, Jiahu, and he couldn't figure out where it came from since it wasn't there before. However, the very next moment, our hero's attention was drawn to some creatures that were approaching very quickly. Suddenly, another huge ghost appeared from the fog, shouting that the more alive some creatures are, the weaker they are. And then he looked closely at the ghost of the concubine, who was floating along the river, but never came ashore. Then he turned his gaze to the ominous skull, which had not shown any signs of life until then. And finally, the ghost looked at the burning corpse, exhausted, which stood on the shore, and looked at its victim in confusion, unable to do anything. With hopelessness in his voice, the butcher began to explain to the new ghost that it all started with a fish that he caught and decided to slaughter to share among everyone. And with horror in his eyes he added that first this terrible predator attacked him, then he dealt with the concubine, then with the owner of the bones, and finally, the corpse of the drought demon got what it deserved. Sun Changming, who had been listening attentively to the story, smiled and, turning to Toothy, asked if everything the ghost had said was true. But the very next minute the demon spoke again, triumphantly declaring that since everyone was such weaklings, he would have to figure everything out himself. Spinning the black energy, the ghost began to say that whoever attacks the ghost zone will immediately go to hell, hinting at our river hero. As Sun Changming studied this villain closely, he thought that he had always known and felt that one day Toothy would get into some kind of unpleasant situation. The young man thought that the dragon's power was very similar to the power of the command mark, and that it was previously a magical artifact of a sealed ancient corpse, and to use it, all that was needed was to absorb the harmful chi. Realizing this, our hero decided to give it a try, since he had no other choice anyway, as he needed to act quite quickly. The next moment, the green area began to glow with a golden light that seemed to come from somewhere outside. One of the corpses spoke, surprisingly informing everyone that some foreign object had entered their ghost zone, something that had never happened before. With each passing minute this light grew brighter, and it seemed that it was about to tear this gloomy place apart. And the very next second, a symbol appeared, which the ghost noticed, loudly noting that its power had reached its maximum, and it was very difficult to resist it. Realizing that this golden glow was increasingly enveloping the corpses, he began to resist this unbearable pressure. Touching the artifact, it seemed as if the corpse was about to verify some of its suspicions. And so it happened, because within a second the ghost realized that all of his attributes and levels of the realm were easily suppressed, without fully understanding why this was happening. Looking with pleasure at the results of his work, the young man thought to himself that his sign of control was very strong, which meant that now he could easily cope with all inanimate beings. As for the ghosts, they continued to watch everything that was happening with bewilderment, not knowing what to expect next. Skull, standing on the ground and also not understanding the further development of events, asked if he needed help in this matter. He was joined by another ghost, who in a threatening voice told everyone that they could not give up, that they had to win at any cost and show their strength. The only one who seemed to disagree with him was the ghost witch, who screamed that they were suicidal because they couldn't accept how strong the power coming from the stranger was. The drowned woman, having emerged from the water and having heard everything that her comrade had said, could not believe her ears, thinking that she had mixed something up. Skull didn't want to believe it either, wondering again if the young man really did have such great power in the afterlife. The ghost, who just a few minutes ago called everyone weaklings and was confident that he could easily deal with the young man, repeated it this time. True, he was puzzled by how this force could choose as its master some incomprehensible, snotty fish that had only recently learned to swim properly. The young man watched everything that was happening carefully and could not pretend that he had not heard the last phrase, and therefore, with anger and an uncharacteristic voice, he asked the ghost who gave him the right to call him a brat. However, remembering that he was in this place not as himself, but as a soul, capable of observing everything, but communicating only with the morning glory, he decided to speak through his fish so that he could be heard. The ghost, looking closely at Toothy, asked with contempt in his voice whether it was true that the artifact belonged to His Excellency, wanting to humiliate our river friend as much as possible. The bindweed our hero spoke to, looking innocently at the corpses, said that there was nothing special here, and then asked if they really still intended to fight him. For a moment the two were silent, reflecting on how their ghost zone should have risen upstream, but they had a great opportunity, and the power of the afterlife was the source of their energy. And the next second, the burning corpse screamed, making it clear that they were unable to resist, faced with something much more terrible than they could have imagined. Another ghost standing nearby reported that he had some kind of countermeasure of his own. After a short pause, he added that bindweed had suddenly invaded their territory, and fell silent again. A moment later he began to descend the steps, clearly intending to do something, but our heroes did not understand what exactly. But what happened next shocked not only Sun Changming, but also Toothy, as the corpse, dropping to one knee and folding its arms, turned to the fish and said that it was handing over the ghost zone to it and swearing allegiance to the loach. The drowned woman, still in the water, turned to the Thousand-Soul King and asked him what he meant when he said he was giving the fish complete control of their entire ghost zone. In a calm voice he remarked that he had made this decision because Mr. Toothy deserved it completely and unequivocally. And then he added that if the owner endows the ghost zone with the great power of the afterlife, he will be able to create his own little kingdom of the dead, and will not fear invasion from the underworld. The king also further noted that the symbol of order came from outside the zone, and it was obvious that it was not the true incarnation of the Lord. Skull agreed with this reasoning, saying that if this incarnation possessed such immense power, then what could we say about the master's true strength? And interrupting him, the king again said that it would be wise to give this zone to the master. Scratching his head and smiling, Sun Changming thought that he was not as strong as all these ghosts thought. The next minute, the drowned woman spoke, but was unable to clearly formulate her thoughts, and therefore only hinted at something. Coming out of the water, the ghost decided to point out that the venerable gentleman couldn't handle everything alone. He would definitely need a right hand, and given that they both lived by the river, she offered herself as an assistant. Suddenly the skull intervened in the conversation and told the drowned woman that she was talking nonsense, since it was he who the honorable gentleman looked at as he looked at no one else, and therefore the role of the right hand should belong to him. This unnecessary conversation was interrupted by one of the most senior kings, who declared that none of them could yet claim anything, since none of them had properly proven their worth. The assembled kings and ghosts suddenly looked at Toothy, and decided to address him with some kind of statement. He, in turn, could not understand what was happening, and so he asked his new subordinates what they wanted to tell him. The King of 1,000 Souls stated that they all wanted to become his followers and hoped for his consent. Although they were Yin beings, they followed the Tao, which meant that their modest strength would allow him to cope with some tasks. Having illuminated his artifact, the bindweed asked everyone gathered if they truly intended to serve him only because of this seal. Bowing to the fish, the king added that this was the pure truth, since his power gave them hope for the future, and they were ready to deserve at least a small part of it, paying for it with hard work. Hearing this, our hero began to wonder if it was this command sign that was the source of energy of that ancient corpse that Toothy had absorbed, but the young man did not understand whether these ghosts were connected to him, although his body was much weaker. But the very next moment the young man decided that he would think about it a little later, and now he wanted to enjoy his genius and talent. The king, still bowing, did not understand why the gentleman was taking so long to answer, believing that he could have done quite well without the four of them. He was dissatisfied with this state of affairs, so he spoke again, asking Toothy to show mercy to the Ean creatures who find it difficult to cultivate, but who want this chance in exchange for faithful service. The man speaking through his fish remarked that ghosts could join him, but he also had his own special principles, and so asked if demons had ever made blood sacrifices. The Soul King shook his head and said that they had never acted so inhumanely before. Toothy looked at him carefully and began to wait for further instructions from his master, since he himself was unable to speak. Luckily, they didn't have to wait long, because the next second the Loach asked if they were really telling the truth and inquired if this walking corpse had ever drunk anyone's blood. The king, slightly stumbling, began to justify himself, saying that his flame did not need this at all, since, by absorbing the Ean flame, his internal Ean turns into yang. Then it was the skull's turn to give answers, which also revealed that all of its skulls were found during excavations on battlefields, and among other things, that generals had stronger head bones. Sun Changming found this explanation rather strange and decided to ask again. But the next moment his attention switched to the ghost of a woman, whom the young man asked why her lips were so red, whether it was because she drank human blood. Quickly wiping her mouth with a napkin, she began to justify herself, saying that, after all, she was a girl and should be beautiful, and it was just makeup. And sheepishly adding that she was an innocent drowned girl who enslaved other drowned people and made sure that no one came into contact with the living. Having looked closely at the ghosts, our hero cleared his throat and said that he understood everything about them. The ghosts, who had been closely watching the drowned woman's advances, could not believe their eyes and asked her directly if she had really decided to seduce their new master. Realizing that the conversation was dragging on, the bindweed quickly told everyone that since he was accepting them all, their job was to monitor the ghost zone, and above all, they were not allowed to harm anyone under any circumstances. Skull, who represented everyone's interests at the time, noted that they had vowed to develop this place and carry out all of their master's orders, entrusting him with the task that Sun Changming had already thought of. Without wasting any time, he announced that everyone would go into business, because wealth leads to the attainment of the Tao, and since ghosts are devoid of all humanity, they have no honesty or conscience, and this is exactly what is needed for doing business. Taking the artifact in his teeth and preparing to jump into the river, the bindweed informed his subordinates that he had a lot to do, and therefore needed to hit the road. A few minutes later, the ghosts watched as their new master disappeared into the depths of the water. They watched what was happening attentively and with a smile, but no one dared to say anything, because everything had already been decided in advance. Sun Changming, in his own body, stood on the riverbank, waiting for the morning glory to appear, knowing that it had already come to meet him. Having swum to the shore, Tooty realized that the meeting with the owner would be far from flattering, and he should prepare for the worst. And then the worst happened. Sun Changming became so enraged that it seemed nothing could calm him. He told the morning glory that she had abandoned him for a while, and almost turned her into sashimi. However, Tooty did not pay attention to this, and his appearance clearly expressed his dissatisfaction and disagreement with the young man. Grabbing the fish by the tail, the young man noticed that the fish had already begun to resist, which he did not expect from his river friend. And in order to know his place, he beat up Toothy a little, but only as a preventative measure. After sticking a plaster on the side of the fish and grabbing its tail, Sun Changming pulled it away, noting that it was already late, and they would have to get up early tomorrow. And only in the ghost zone nothing changed, because the four creatures sitting on the ship and exchanging glances continued to remain silent. With tears in her eyes, the drowned woman admitted that the honorable gentleman had left them so suddenly, and no one knew when he would return, which meant that their only hope had disappeared with him. The Soul King was more optimistic. He said that they should, no matter what, develop the ghost zone by doing business, because only then would the owner appreciate their work. Cherub, having listened attentively to everyone present, decided to add his own thought. He clarified where exactly the market development should begin. However, the very next moment, the drowned woman, who had been crying just a minute ago, announced to everyone gathered that she had a brilliant idea. All three of them fell silent and were surprised, and the king was the first to ask what she had come up with. After a short pause, the beauty added that they would take the labor market as an example and copy it, but in their own way. At that moment, somewhere in the forest, one of the strangers turned to Brother Chun and asked him to stop for the night, realizing that it was already very late. The men thought they would not be able to find a suitable place in these parts, but the next moment someone grabbed the two of them, and then a voice was heard asking if the travelers really needed an inn. a beauty appeared before the two young men and explained to them that she had simply overheard their conversation and therefore decided to offer them a place to stay for the night. Sitting on the floor, one of the young men again asked the stranger if she had mixed anything up and if there was a hotel in these parts, receiving an affirmative answer. Then the beauty told the travelers to follow her, and she would lead them to their destination. Looking at each other with frightened glances, one young man asked the other if this beauty could be a swindler luring them into some lair. But while the young people were whispering, the stranger, with joy in her voice, informed them that their journey had come to an end, because they had arrived at their destination. The boys looked closely at the city, shimmering in the light of the night lights, but watched all this in silence. A few minutes later, strolling through the bustling night market, the young people were struck by how vibrant life was in the mountains, something they had never imagined. As they approached the building, the beauty noticed that they had arrived at an inn and happily announced that luxurious rooms and interesting treats awaited the men, all for 1 liang of silver. The price didn't seem to bother the travelers at all, who, after paying, remarked that they would be happy to stay, having heard that for that amount they would be provided with a full range of services. Sitting at a table with a variety of dishes, the young people still could not believe how lucky they were and that they would dine like true gentlemen. As she left, the beauty heard the strangers eating with pleasure, noting to herself that they had not tasted anything so delicious for a long time. Running into the kitchen, the girl turned to the king and noticed that he turned out to be an excellent cook, although she modestly noted that during his life he had not been able to work as much as he would have liked. Returning to the guests, the employee led them to the bathing area, noting that the water temperature could be adjusted to the client's wishes. Sitting in the pool, one of the young men, turning to the beauty, asked to warm up the water a little, because they wanted to wash themselves as thoroughly as possible and have a good steam bath. Turning to the Fire King, whose job it was to look after the bathhouse, the brunette asked him to increase the water temperature a little, since the young people needed water at a higher temperature. Returning to the clients and asking how they now rate the service, both young men replied that everything was top-notch and they now feel completely comfortable. True, a little embarrassed, one of the young men asked in a timid voice where their beauties were, about whom they had been told at the very beginning. Smiling, the girl noted that they needed time to put on makeup, but she would hurry them up, considering that the workday was in full swing. Running into one of the rooms, the brunette began yelling at the sisters, demanding that they not waste a minute, and most importantly, tighten their skin, otherwise they would scare all the clients. It was good that they didn't have to warn them or ask them twice, and so a few minutes later, appearing in the bathhouse, they joyfully greeted their guests. The girls, appearing in all their glory, enthusiastically told the young men that they were inviting them to a massage parlor. While one of the companions sat to the side, hesitant to lie down on the couch, the second happily gave her a massage, noting that the beauty had very strong, but at the same time gentle hands. Stretching her neck as far as possible, and knowing that the guy couldn't see her, the girl said that she could give him an even more vigorous massage if he wanted. The Phantom Zone, which until recently was so gray and gloomy, frightening everyone around, has now turned into a real oasis of happiness, beauty and joy. The artifact with the eye, which had been watching what was happening all this time, looked closely and seemed not to believe its eyes. But our hero, who could observe everything through this artifact, was very pleased and noticed that the business had finally begun to flourish and, therefore, generate income. True, the very next minute the guy's thoughts were interrupted by a call from his superiors, although he didn't understand what they wanted from him at such a late hour. It was Yun Yinying, who, without entering into formalities or even greeting the young man, sternly stated that they had a task, and therefore he should wait for her at the outskirts of the village at 6 o'clock in the morning. The next morning, at the appointed time, our hero was already there where he was instructed to meet, and joyfully greeted his boss. Entering the room and wondering what had happened, the guy noticed that the beauty had no face at all, which meant that something was bothering her. Clutching her head in her hands, the brunette said with a hint of resignation in her voice that a huge number of problems had accumulated at work. After a short pause, the beauty explained that the Chaotian department had appointed a new boss, whom she couldn't stand. Disiatnitsa said that their families are close friends, and that is why she is constantly compared to this girl, which our heroine does not like at all. Yun added sadly that this girl only came to show off because she has been working a little longer than Yun Yenying. This conversation could have gone on for a long time, but the next second, Ding Kailing, the eldest daughter of the Ding family and a centurion of the Chaotian department, walked through the door. After looking closely at the young man, the girl turned to our heroine and said that her new subordinate looked as if he hadn't eaten anything for a very long time. However, this guy clearly didn't like this remark, and so he thought that a very rude woman had come to them. Considering that our hero is not one to remain silent, he decided to prove his worth this time too, so, turning to Ding Kailan, he said that he had not actually eaten anything and offered to treat her to something. Yun Yining quickly intervened in the conversation. The girl noted that her boss should not worry, because both she and the guy, as soon as they start eating properly, quickly gain weight, unlike herself. Ding Kaylin looked at our heroes carefully and critically, but seemed in no hurry to respond in her own defense. True, the very next moment the new boss approached the girl and quietly informed her that all she had managed to achieve in all this time was to grow breasts, so there was nothing to be particularly proud of. Then a verbal altercation ensued between them about what symbols they had managed to discover, and what their value was in this world. Realizing that things had gone too far, Ding Xiling, with a dissatisfied expression on her face, wanted to have the last word, and declared that she did not want to stoop to our heroine's level and therefore would not say anything more. Quickly changing the subject, she began to explain in a businesslike tone to her subordinates that the number of victims on the burnt mountain had increased in recent months, and her job was to find out what was going on. After some thought, the young man decided that it was in the company's best interest to stop all this, and to do it fairly quickly. With a stern voice, Ding Kaling continued to address Yun Yining and told her that from now on, her subordinates must ensure that no one goes to the scorched mountain, and if this happens, they must immediately report to her. Sun Chaming remarked with disgust in his voice that this was the job of the guards, and added that the task was not easy, but was there any additional reward for completing it? Holding the bags in her hands, the boss said with a smile that she was very devoted to her subordinates, and therefore thanked them once a month, and quite generously. Our hero immediately perked up and said that he would do his job in a way that no one had ever done before, and therefore she could be absolutely calm. As he walked through the forest, the young man thought that the farmers who had gone to the hill had very unusual methods, which meant that he, too, should prepare carefully. The young man himself did not know how long he had to walk, but after some time the scorched mountain was practically in front of him. Having waited until evening, the young man sat down in a secluded place and laid out all the items he had, a torch, a book, and also some kind of incomprehensible object wrapped in cloth. For a while, Sun Chaming looked at all this with obvious bewilderment and confusion, not understanding where and how he could apply this. But the next moment, with a smile on his face, the guy remembered that he had forgotten the processing tools. Taking a closer look at Tootie, the boy was clearly hinting that his faithful river friend was the very instrument that the loach itself clearly did not like. Grabbing the fish with his hand, the young man tried to pull it towards himself, but Tootie didn't like it at all. A minute later, while stuffing something into the fish's mouth, the boy explained that he needed to express his dissatisfaction because in the ghost zone he had eaten everything that came into his sight without choosing, and had almost burned the young man himself. Feeding Tootie one piece at a time, the young man hugged him and said that he believed in his river friend, who was supposed to help him. It seemed the result was not long in coming, because a moment later Tootie spat out something that looked like small spears. Taking one of them, our hero happily declared that this was already a good result, which he really liked. Without wasting any time, Sun Chaming decided that this spear needed to be carefully polished, since only then would it be able to shoot as he wanted. Tootie, who had been dissatisfied just a couple of minutes ago, changed his mind and now looked closely at the guy, begging him to bring a new batch of goods. Having collected all his weapons, our hero promised his faithful assistant that he would feed him again soon. But that would be later, and for now the young man would take care of that chain, which he hadn't noticed right away and which Tootie had also spat out, but it was covered by spears, so this thing was not visible. Without wasting any time, Sun Chaming extended his hand, knowing that the chain would also come in handy, otherwise his fish would not have told him such an interesting detail. The young man carefully felt the object, and it turned out that he had never seen anything like it, or simply did not know what to expect from it. However, after just a minute, this part began to lengthen, grow, and spin uncontrollably in the air. What was interesting was that in the next few seconds this chain turned into a bracelet that adorned our hero's hand, and he, looking at the fish, did not understand why he needed such a detail if he didn't wear jewelry anyway. Tootie, listening attentively to his friend, waved his fin, making it clear that he himself did not know what this thing was for, since he did not control the process of turning something into something. But it seemed that the gaze of the morning glory had somehow influenced our boy, or rather, given him an idea, because, looking at his friend from the river, the young man asked if he was really hinting that he should invest his spiritual energy in this chain. Without waiting for an answer, the very next minute, having launched the process of golden energy, the young man began to work on transferring its power to the desired object. And this method actually worked, because in less than a few seconds the chain began to rapidly increase in size. Realizing that the process had begun, the guy shouted that the chain was stretching so easily that he was practically not putting any effort into it. Concentrating, Sun Changming thought that he had obtained something incredible that would allow him to capture not only cultivators, but also spirits, or demons. Realizing that the chain needed to be studied thoroughly, the guy ordered it to be reduced to the required size. The next moment, such a large and massive chain turned into a small gold ornament, which the young man did not really like because it was more intended for women. Realizing that all this is good, but something more powerful is needed to fight the enemy, our hero decided to create something more terrifying and effective. Sun Changming thought about something, and then joyfully and loudly announced that he had completely forgotten about the puppets he had managed to defeat, and that they could still be useful. However, while the young man was lost in his thoughts, he noticed a tail slip past him, clearly indicating that the bindweed wanted to run away. Clutching the fish tightly in his hands, the boy told his friend who lived on the river that it was too early for him to run away, as they needed to continue processing. In the rays of the sun, the hill was much more beautiful and attractive than at sunset and at night. Somewhere nearby, representatives of the Fire Jasper sect, the third great sect of the Dingbua Monastery, whose disciples used the power of true fire, were training. Among all the guys, their leader, Xiao Fan, clearly stood out, wanting to at least slightly demonstrate his superiority. He knew how to kindle a fire of such power that it could burn down more than one settlement, or even more than one forest, and he looked extremely terrifying. Addressing his subordinates, the young man shouted to them to be extremely careful, because ahead was that same burnout hill. The young man noted that a very long time had passed since he had reached the stage of fire points, and now he needed to reach the hill to make a breakthrough, otherwise he would lose his position as leader. Before he could finish speaking, he noticed someone ahead and told his companions to stop and wait a little. Looking carefully into the distance, Xiao Fong wondered who this man was and where he came from. It was our Sun Changming, who calmly declared that he was from the Chaotian department, and forbade anyone from climbing the scorched mountain, despite the insults and threats directed at him by his comrades. Calmly and sensibly, the young man tried to explain to the boys that the government was looking after the citizens of the state, and considering that all sorts of evil spirits inhabited this cursed place, it would be best for the boys to turn around and go back. The boys' words didn't seem to affect Xiao Fan at all, and so, turning to his friends, he suggested that they deal with this worthless guard, who was nothing special, as quickly as possible. Taking his chain and beginning to fill it with energy, our hero turned to the boys and said that they had chosen the wrong tactics in which human life was of absolutely no value. Xiao Fong didn't want to listen to what Sun Changming was saying, but only mocked him, saying that there were more of them and they were much stronger, so they would easily defeat him. And in an instant, our hero set his chain into action, all his strength and power, to defend justice. Swinging the chain, he finally grabbed one of the young men and began to spin him around so that he would forever lose all hope of resistance. Realizing that things were going badly, the second traveler intervened in the fight, lit his fire and said that it was now his turn to try to fight. Sun Changming, full of determination and pride in himself, decided to implement the already proven and effective chain. It seemed that the result would not be long in coming, because the air was filled with the cries of the one who had recently planned to defeat everyone. Having carefully assessed everything that was happening, the leader came to the conclusion that our hero was at the level of the miraculous symbols of the first great kingdom. And so he decided to challenge his comrades to fight this man at the same time in order to achieve maximum effect. The boys didn't need to be told twice, and a minute later, grabbing their weapons, they began to attack the boy. Sun Changming, still clutching the chain tightly, was completely oblivious to the fact that the boys had changed their attack tactics. Having enlarged the object to incredible dimensions, the young man threw the chain right at the feet of his enemies, wanting to cut them off from where he was. However, it turned out that something did not go according to plan, because, looking into the distance with horror, the young man noticed to himself that something had changed. And the very next moment, some kind of bluish energy appeared in front of him, reminiscent of a flame in its strength, which threw our hero off balance. Standing in a small field, Sun Changming carefully observed what was happening in the air. It turned out that it was Xiao Fan, covered from head to toe in blue light, who had appeared a few minutes ago. Looking at the guy with hatred, he turned to him and said that he never thought that he would have to personally fight with some worthless security guard. These words did not frighten Sun Changming at all, who, clutching the chain even tighter, remarked that he did not believe in the enormous strength of this man. But he, with joy on his face, insisted that the boy he considered our hero would definitely pay for his arrogance. Looking angrily at our hero, the leader continued to tell him that he would soon meet death, clearly convinced of his victory. The next minute, the young man launched his chain again to neutralize the attacker. But he seemed to easily resist our hero thanks to the stream of blue light that enveloped the chain and protected the man himself. Sun Changming, confident of the success of his products, now watched what was happening with amazement. It seemed that with each passing minute the blue glow became denser and stronger, trying to engulf everything in its path. And just a minute later, the attacker turned to this stream and ordered it to do something, but did not specify what exactly. The blue stream began to change slightly as small arrows were thrust into it, cutting through it quickly and easily. The young man became wary, but was not about to give in, clearly defending his position and intending to use his powerful chain. However, the enemy was not deterred. In a sarcastic tone, he began ordering the blue energy to connect something and demanded that our hero confess to him. Sun Changming knew that the blue stream arrows were most likely heading towards his chain to cut it into pieces. True, this did not upset the guy at all. On the contrary, it even inspired him, because he thought that he was tired of all these cheap and simple tricks. Taking in his hands a bottle in which bindweed once grew, the young man thought that this vessel could serve as an object for absorbing fire. Opening the vessel, he commanded the fire to gather inside, which seemed to begin to happen the very next second. The enemy, already prepared for victory, did not expect such a turn of events, and could not believe his eyes how our hero managed to do all this. Not even a minute had passed before the young man was already holding a bottle filled with fire in his hands, and he himself was saying that his opponents needed to get ready, because he had prepared an interesting surprise. Without wasting a minute, the guy threw the bottle into the air with all his might, clearly hinting that something new would follow. The next second, the bottle, having increased in size, was in the hands of our hero, but not for long. The very next moment, what burst out of it was not flame, but some kind of fiery monster, ready to devour all who intended to harm its owner. This monster resembled a dragon, but unlike it, it did not breathe fire, but was itself a dragon, which in itself inspired maximum fear and horror. The enemy, who was closely watching everything that was happening, was not prepared for such a development of events, and did not know what to do. All he could do was direct a stream of blue air at the fire monster to suppress the heat with cold, and eliminate the danger. For a moment it seemed as if time stood still, as nothing significant happened and nothing fundamentally changed on the battlefield. But this lasted only a moment, until the defeated enemy found himself on the ground, fleeing from the flames that he clearly could not withstand. Watching the young man closely and everything that was happening around him, the man could not understand how an ordinary security guard could possess such strength and power, as well as such incredible knowledge. True, despite this, the man was not going to give up, hoping that everything was still ahead, and therefore, smiling, he said that our hero was just a braggart playing his childish games. To prove his point, the commander turned to his comrades and ordered them not to hesitate, but to quickly engage in battle and fight back against the boy. Holding 6 small balls in his hands, Sun Changming said that since the enemy was going to win by sheer numbers, he had his own scenario for how the battle would unfold. Releasing these small puffs of smoke, which turned into something like a cloud, our hero began to cast a spell, intending to affect everyone. And just a minute later, where there had been empty space before, someone's powerful leg appeared, striding heavily along the ground. And this is not surprising, since the young man managed to resurrect the puppets that he recently defeated, so, remembering his previous thought, the young man added that he will not fight either. He didn't need it, because the next second his faithful assistants took their bows, loaded them with arrows and were about to shoot at the enemy. The ill-wishers, who had recently been so cheerful and ready to destroy Sun Changming with a single glance, realized that things were now very bad. They knew they had nowhere to hide, and it was true, because the next moment numerous arrows flew in their direction. Many of the opponents were wounded, but despite this, they still tried to pull out their spears to save themselves. The chief, looking at his defeated assistants, thought that the young man had not only mastered the art of the 5 elements, but also the art of weapon processing, which meant that he was most likely a descendant of noble families. Clearly not wanting to repeat the fate of his charges, the young man decided to immediately run and hide. It seemed as if either Sun Changming could read minds or his chain could, but in an instant, it wrapped around the opponent's legs. As for this guy, he pulled the chain with such force that he knocked the attacker down as quickly as possible. He succeeded brilliantly, because less than a minute had passed, and the young man was already lying on the ground, not understanding what to do next. However, despite this, Xiao Feng was in no hurry to give up and decided that not all was lost and he could fight. So, activating his blue energy, he began to pull the chain with such force that it broke. But before he could finish what he had started, he heard the voice of our hero, who, turning his attention to the dolls, said that from now on his enemy would be not only himself, but also his assistants. Xiao Fan, looking in horror at the approaching powerful, threatening doll, realized that he had lost this battle because he had miscalculated. A moment later, the wooden warrior raised his sword over the villain to deal with him. Sun Changming carefully looked at the dead people lying on the ground in the middle of the forest. After carefully examining the bodies, the young man came to the conclusion that they, too, were planning to climb the hill, not understanding why they were risking their lives. As the puppet soldier watched him lift one of the corpses by the legs and search its pockets, the boy remarked to himself that controlling such warriors with the power of thought was a pleasure. Toothy, who was nearby, eagerly watched the objects falling to the floor, clearly hoping that he would get something tasty too. However, as it turned out, the young man had completely different plans on this matter, as he sarcastically addressed his bindweed, saying that while he was struggling with her, she did not even come out of hiding to help. Taking the small green ring in his hand, the boy turned to Tooty and said that he was not very good at recycling and that he was of little use in that regard. Throwing the jewelry into the loach's mouth, he added that eating jewelry was what the fish did best. While Tooty was busy with his own affairs, Sun Changming took out an object from a small brown backpack that looked like either a flute or a smoking pipe. He then picked up the book, which he studied carefully, deciding to get to know its contents in more detail. The manual stated that the fire jasper sect specialized in flame processing, and the young man silently added that his bottle was much more useful than this book. So, after throwing the instructions as far away as possible, the guy said it was the most useless thing he had ever come across. A minute later, the young man began to think that he needed to put everything in order as quickly as possible, because he would have to report to his superiors. Less than a few seconds later, the young man received a message from the oracle about the need for a guard change. Yun Yenying also inquired if the young man was alright. He honestly said that he had met a group of monks, and therefore it would be better for the girl to come and see everything in person. Approaching the young man and looking around carefully, the beauty asked how Sun Changming was feeling. After saying he was fine, the young man began to explain that a group of monks were secretly planning to enter the burned hill, and he decided to follow them before reporting it to the authorities. Ding Xiling, addressing her subordinates in a stern voice, ordered them to carefully examine the bodies. One of the officers recognized the young man and told everyone that he was Xiao Fan, a senior disciple of the Fire Jade sect. Hearing this, the headmistress was shocked and made it clear to everyone gathered that this person was at the level of the second great kingdom. As for our hero, he considered this sect worthless because their disciples were worthless, but Chao Tian attached great importance to them. With horror in her voice, Ding Xiling turned to the young man and asked if it was true that he had killed all those people. Turning to the actor, the guy said that he wanted to stop these people, but then a man in armor with a large sword appeared and fired all his arrows at them, killing them with one blow. To make the story even more interesting, he added that at the very end, this unknown man hacked the poor man to death with a sword. It's a good thing Sun Changming himself managed to escape, otherwise he would have suffered too. In response to the chief's question about whether the young man had seen this warrior, he only replied that he was wearing armor and a mask, so it was impossible. A puzzled Ding Kalin said she didn't think the hill would attract the real killer, and if it did, their task would become much more difficult. And turning to our heroine, she added that the situation was rather dubious, and therefore they should consult, but the young man could still be free. Having bowed to those gathered, the young man said that everything was completely clear to him, and he was leaving. Our hero thought to himself that it was time to feed Toothy, otherwise he would be offended by him. Yun Yining, standing in the middle of the forest, asked Ding Kaling if this turn of events was so important that it might be necessary to organize an evacuation. The boss said out loud that this was not allowed, but she thought to herself that she had become a centurion for a reason, and therefore she needed to complete this task flawlessly to strengthen her status. Yun Yining didn't give up. She said that innocent people might get hurt, but the boss didn't even listen to her. Pointing to someone, the woman said that they should give orders for the 1,000 people she wanted to see to arrive. The officers, talking among themselves, asked if it was true that they were talking about the great Cui Qinghe from the Dingboi residence, since he was one of the few who at such a young age reached the third great kingdom. With a smile in her voice, the headmistress confirmed this, adding that as long as 1,000 people were in these parts, any evil spirits would be punished. Hearing all this, our heroine thought that everything would get better and people would finally get rid of their misfortune. Meanwhile, Sun Changming was already quite far away, climbing higher and higher up the mountain to the place where he left his friend living by the river. Tooty looked closely at the guy with a huge bag on his shoulder, clearly anticipating something interesting for himself. Turning the bag inside out, the young man told his loach not to hurry, as he was already in a hurry, knowing that the fish needed to eat. It wasn't even a few minutes before Tooty had eaten so much that he couldn't even sit in his usual position. Watching the fish tumble across the water, Sun Changming said in a calm voice that he didn't understand how anyone could eat so much. Before he could finish his sentence, the young man realized that he was beginning to be blinded by a bright yellow glow. He didn't understand what was happening because Tootie began to fill with fiery energy, which had never happened before. At that moment, the guy stood and tried to understand what caused this effect, but no clear solution came to his mind. The very next moment this radiance was somehow transmitted to our hero. With each passing minute, the light in the solar plexus area became brighter and brighter, but the young man did not understand what this would lead to. For a moment it seemed as if the light had turned into a small petal, continuing to envelop him in radiance. Sun Changming finally realized what was happening when he noticed a certain second great realm and the light of flames. Concentrating, the young man remembered that the light of the flame is divided into 6 levels: fiery points, fiery channels, fiery soul, enlightened points, enlightened channels, sanctified soul. At the level of spiritual points, energy is transformed into fire. To break through to the level of fire channels, it is necessary to ignite at least 108 points. Some, in addition to the main points, are able to light hidden points thanks to accumulated symbols. The more points you manage to light, the more spiritual power you will have in the future, and the stronger your foundation. The young man sat and meditated, unaware that the fire erupting from his chest was so powerful that it could set the entire valley on fire. A minute later, the young man was already holding his snake-shaped artifact in his hands. Sun Changming felt his spiritual power increase, and his control over spiritual energy became much clearer. This guy thought he could now produce more energy while emitting less energy. But the very next second the young man froze in place, noticing something unusual and unfamiliar. Looking at the grown and stronger Toothy, our hero noticed that his fish had also changed for the better, for which they both deserved congratulations. Carefully picking up the bindweed, Sun Changming noted with joy that since he had now become stronger, Toothy would not deny himself anything. So, having opened his bottle with a pumpkin, he decided to feed his favorite assistant with the very fiery energy that he lacked. Having spat out the remains of the fire, the bindweed was very glad that it was able to refresh itself with such a tasty delicacy. But our hero was surprised by the fact that the remains of the fire that Tootie spat out ended up in the hands of the young man, and it seemed that the flame obeyed him. Not understanding what it was, the young man turned to the fish and asked if this was really a new trick it had learned. Toothy, rolling around merrily on the ground, made it clear to the young man that he was absolutely right about his new abilities. Delighted by this, Sun Changming suggested that they go to the river to test their new skills and see what they were capable of. While swimming in a pond, the Morning Glory encountered a very rare river dweller, an evil lizard with superpowers. But by swinging his sword and cutting the predator into pieces, the young man showed that these superpowers were insignificant compared to what he and the bindweed had learned. And before our hero had time to deal with one animal, another one attacked Toothy, clearly not intending to stand on ceremony with the fish. Realizing that the situation was taking a dangerous turn, the young man ordered his friend to use his new technique to fight the monster. A second later, a stream of cold air was directed towards the enemy, although the fish itself did not know what effect to expect. The people sailing on the ship along the river noticed that a strong current had suddenly risen ahead, and therefore the commander had better go to his cabin. It turned out that the commander was the same 1,000-man woman who had been sent to the village at the centurion's request. In a stern voice, he remarked that the current was nothing to worry about. It was a common occurrence on a large river. Continuing to scold his assistants for their shameful attitude towards their own improvement, the boss could not imagine that everything was not as simple as it seemed to him. Sui didn't know that at that very moment, next to their ship, Toothy, having finished with the current, switched to fire breathing and thus destroyed his river opponent. Meanwhile, the man did not stop and continued to teach the officers how they should act, hesitating for a moment. The next moment it seemed as if the 1,000 people had completely forgotten their remarks, because something interesting had caught his attention. He watched intently as the stern began to fill with water, wondering how the weather could have changed so abruptly. Cui Qinghe, who had been calm and unperturbed just a few minutes ago, now seemed restless and extremely frightened. He was frightened by the eyes of the monster that appeared in the water, but he could not see the beast itself. The chief, shouting furiously, was indignant and continued to wonder who dared to attack the government ship so suddenly. Sun Changming didn't understand what had happened, so he surfaced a little to see what was happening on the surface. After carefully examining the flag, the young man realized that it was the kingdom's fleet, and a second later, cursing everything in his path, he realized that they had come across the ship they had attacked. Looking closely into the water, the referee tried to spot his opponent. Noticing our hero, the commander shouted sternly, threatening the young man that he would not be able to hide from the government, and would be punished for his actions. Realizing that his situation was hopeless, Sun Changming loudly ordered Toothy to swim home and under no circumstances stick his head out to avoid being seen. However, it seems he was mistaken, because standing at the stern, the thousand man declared with anger in his voice that he remembered the young man and would definitely find him. After a hard day, the young man returned home, opened the door wide and told his younger sister that he had already arrived. Holding chopsticks in her hands, the little girl said with joy in her voice that it was time to sit down at the table because the food was ready. True, our hero did not even have time to enter the house, as the oracle sent him a message, ordering him to go as quickly as possible to the Vienna gate, since they had to meet 1,000 people. The young man turned to Sun Changyen and said that he had urgent business, so the girl should eat, and he would come soon and we would have dinner. After some time, all the leaders, including Yun Yening and Cui Qinghe, were already standing at the outskirts of the village, waiting for the arrival of 1,000 people. The unceremonious Cui Qinghe, without greeting anyone, immediately began to talk about a mysterious man in golden armor, who held the post of head of the third great kingdom and appeared on the scorched mountain. The centurion, to whom the question was evidently addressed, said that the gentleman was very astute and had written everything down correctly. And paying no attention to anyone, the official began to ask if anything strange or unusual had happened recently. Suddenly, Yun Yening intervened in the conversation, addressing the same 1,000 people and explaining that a villager, Sun Changming, had recently taken up the position of guard and knew the area better than anyone else. Cui Qinghe, with a hint of malice in his voice, remarked that he knew that this was the girl's subordinate, and then added with a smirk that he didn't understand what some ill-mannered country bumpkin could know. Hearing this remark, Yun Yening was deeply indignant and began to contradict her boss. But he didn't stop and continued to point out in an icy tone that the centurion had rushed to recruit a completely unknown person into their department. The girl noted to herself that this was her aunt's ex-husband, which meant that he did not like all those she hired, but out loud she said that Sun Changming was a wonderful person and did his job well. Continuing the conversation, the boss asked the young man about his success and self-improvement. In his defense, Cui Qinghe said that he must have some miraculous gift, and Chief Yun said that he had some unusual gift. And again, with disdain in his voice, the man remarked that at this youth's age, he was able to reach the level of the second realm's fire points, and moreover, he had lit 150 points. Smiling, the centurion began to flatter the chieftain, saying how this boy could compare with such a great man. Yun Yening didn't like this behavior. She wondered how someone from a wealthy family could compare themselves to an ordinary guy living in a poor village. But the next moment, everyone gathered fell silent, hearing a man approaching. It was Sun Changming, who, as always, was smiling and looking questioningly at everyone gathered. 1,000 people looked closely at our hero and thought to themselves that this was the same guy who was in the river and because of whom he spilled his tea. Looking at the official with horror, the young man realized that standing in front of him was the very same man whose ship he and Tooty had attacked a couple of hours ago. Realizing that the pause had dragged on, Ding Kaling coughed slightly and announced Sun Changming's arrival. Asked again who this young man was, 1,000 people wanted to know where he had obtained the opportunity to improve himself, noting that he had most likely taken the wrong path. Yun Yening sighed and mentally asked her friend to answer well and correctly, otherwise the boss would think that our heroine was some kind of evil spirit. After a short pause, the young man said that he had recently met an old man heading towards the burnout hill, and, in exchange for showing him the way, had given him some things. Sun Changming added that the package contained a book and 3 bottles of pills. The man ordered our hero to take 1 pill every day and perform all the exercises, as this was the only way to protect the village. Cui Qinghe sarcastically asked the young man if this world was really full of such amazing opportunities. Sun Changming thought that the official was probably taking revenge on him for the previous incident, but he still couldn't understand why this man was treating the guards so pettily. The next minute the forewoman spoke and asked our hero what the unknown man's name was. Sun Changming said with a serious expression that he didn't know the man's exact name, but he knew his surname was Dongfang. Immediately, everyone gathered heard the centurion announce that he was talking about the famous treasure king, whose name was Dongfang Hua. At this point, Yun Yening also joined the conversation, adding that a few months ago, the head of the 5th Great Kingdom disappeared after visiting the scorched mountain, and nothing had been heard from him since then. With admiration in his eyes, the young man asked again if this man was really that cool, and thought to himself that he never expected to meet such an outstanding person. This remark apparently did not please Ding Xiling, who stated that the master had many valuable artifacts, and then, without hesitation, asked out loud why such a nobleman chose a local boy as a victim. Apparently, the foreman didn't hear these words at all and continued telling the story about how Dongfang always wanted to find his dead brother to help him be reborn, which is most likely why he went to the hill. Cui Qinghe, who loved being the center of attention, abruptly interrupted everyone, declaring that the guard needed to be thoroughly checked. The next moment, the official's assistants headed towards our hero, in front of whom stood Yun Yening, shouting and asking the 1,000 people what he was going to do. The chieftain said with anger in his voice that the village was full of harmful qi, so the young man might be infected, and the official could not allow evil spirits to operate in Xiaotian. With a smile on his face, he asked again if anyone had any comments on the official's decision. The young man, with a gleam in his eye, noted that he had no objections, but thought to himself that this man was very vindictive. And the next second, turning to Assistant Zhao Wei, 1,000 people ordered him to deal with the young man's problem. With devotion in his eyes, the assistant proudly declared that he would do everything in the best possible way. Not even a minute had passed before Zhao Weiyu had so skillfully twisted the energy in his palms that chains appeared, directed towards Sun Changming. Realizing that the shackles were wrapped around his body and the chain was beginning to strangle his neck, the young man did not understand what was happening and how events would develop further. It was obvious that Zhao Wei enjoyed his work and had no intention of relaxing his grip for a second. As for our hero, he looked questioningly at everyone gathered, but understood that he could not show his true strength, otherwise he would quickly be exposed. Once again, Yun Yening intervened in the conflict, turning to her assistant and asking how he could harm his colleague, who, firstly, was not a criminal, and secondly, also worked in the Chaotian department. The girl's words seemed to leave the assistant completely unmoved. On the contrary, he told her that if it turned out that the boy was communicating with evil spirits, then all responsibility for it would fall on her shoulders. The next second, Sun Changming himself spoke up, noting that he was fine, but that Zhao Wei should step aside. Holding some red object in his hands, the assistant noticed that the young man had a very strong character. The same artifact as our hero appeared in the palm of the enemy, but with a different monster. And it was true, because a minute later some red, devilish hands reached out to the young man, trying to strangle him and cause him as much serious harm as possible. Realizing that something was wrong, the brunette screamed loudly, declaring that in the Chaotian department, the predator seal could only be used against especially dangerous criminals, which the young man did not belong to. It was obvious that Sun Changming was struggling to hold on, but despite this, he had no intention of doing anything. Cui Qinghe, who had been watching the whole thing closely, said that the young man had lived in the village all his life and could be an evil spirit, so they had every reason to put a seal on him. True, what happened next most likely came as a complete surprise to the young man, as a very bright light flashed in the area of his forehead. Our hero, to his great joy, thought that he would find an old lantern that would serve him faithfully. Seeing the changes happening to Sun Changming, the girl remarked that he showed no signs of evil, so he should be released immediately. And so the 1,000-man himself took his artifact into his hands, angrily declaring that perhaps the young man was not one of the evil spirits, but in any case he would not behave differently. Opening a small box, the official showed very thin needles that looked like sewing kits. Ding Kailing noticed with horror that her boss had taken out the needles of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, which were used to punish demons, which expel the evil energy from the channel and make the monster suffer. Realizing that the situation was taking a rather dangerous turn, Yun Yening grabbed her sword and quickly began to draw it from its sheath. Pointing a pistol at 1,000 people, the beauty screamed that she was abusing her official position and did not want to find out the truth, but simply to kill the young man. The brunette's voice was filled with anger, and she added that if her boss committed such an act, she would definitely report it to a higher government official, who would punish this 1,000th person. Looking at the girl with a cunning gaze, Cui Qinghe thought that he had long heard about her difficult character. Realizing that the beauty was not joking, the 1,000 people turned to Sun Changming and said that he would either pass the test of needles or finally figure out what was happening on the scorched mountain. It turned out that this state of affairs did not suit Yun Yening, who yelled at her boss, declaring that the young man would face mortal danger in any case, without understanding why he was leading him to this. Cui Qinghe shouted and pointed out that the girl was mistaken and that Sun Changming was actually a security guard, but why would they need a security guard who couldn't solve any problem? The young man seemed to be indifferent to everything, and so the boy agreed with the 1,000 people and said in a calm voice that he agreed. Standing bound, the young man continued to repeat that he was ready to go to the burnt hill and do whatever was required of him. Rubbing his numb hands, the boy glared at all the authorities, but there were no thoughts in his head. The very next minute, 1,000 people gave our hero some kind of symbol, informing him that they would watch him around the clock so as not to miss anything important. As the boy looked closely at the symbol, he thought that he would be given a unique opportunity to fight to the death, something he could never have dreamed of. Not much time passed, and the young man was already heading towards the hill, where an important task awaited him. Having broken through some kind of fiery stream, the young man remained silent, realizing that he was being closely watched. Having thrown his bottle with pumpkin into the air, the boy remarked to himself that now was the time to demonstrate his acting skills. In turn, 1,000 people, carefully watching everything that was happening in the area of the hill, thought that the young man was still hiding something from them. But our hero seemed completely unfazed. Continuing to run up and down the hill with the bottle, he extinguished the fire he had lit earlier. A moment later, Sun Changming, hearing strange sounds, froze in place and asked who was there. There was no answer, but something unexpected happened. Looking down at his feet, the boy realized a powerful flame had erupted around them. A moment later the fire flared up even more intensely, and our hero found himself in smoke, not understanding the reason for what was happening. Ahead, shrouded in smoke, appeared an unknown man in golden armor, a strong and serious opponent. Looking at the mighty sword on the stranger's back, Sun Changming noted to himself that this was the assassin in golden armor, the very one he had recently invented and told everyone about. Ding Xiaoling, hearing the 1,000th man's remark that this was the murderer everyone knew about, remarked that this man might have the power of a great realm, and if so, their security would be doomed to fail. After carefully examining the man in golden armor, Cui Qinghe said that there was a real killer operating on the scorched mountain, and thought to himself how many amazing treasures this man was hiding. A serious and menacing knight in armor, and a mask swung his sword as if he was about to strike our hero. Realizing that he was being followed, the young man made a pitiful face, grabbed his opponent by the leg and told him not to harm him, because he was a security guard from the Chaotian department, and wanted to protect everyone who came to these places. Having bowed to the warrior, the young man began to wait, although he understood that nothing serious would happen. Squinting one eye, the young man decided that for the sake of decency he should still watch what happened next. Ding Xiaolin, who had been watching the boy closely, also wanted to understand what would happen next, and so she froze in amazement. Indeed, the very next moment the knight in armor, turning to the boy, said that those who disturb the order on the burnt hill must die. Bowing to the warrior, the young man said that he simply wanted to know why people were dying in these places and to put an end to this injustice. It turned out that the knight either did not hear the guy, or was waiting, but the answer had to wait some time. Realizing that there would be no answer and that the performance must continue, Sun Changming turned to the warrior again and asked him whether he was the guardian of the scorched mountain or not. Laughing, he asked our hero rhetorical questions about who calls them the guardians of these places, because they are only guests, although they may soon become their owners. At that very moment, the 1,000 people thought that there were several such knights, and therefore a lot of treasure. As for the centurion, they were glad of the opportunity to enter into dialogue with this warrior. And a moment later, the man in armor began to rain fire down on the young man, warning him not to come any closer, otherwise it would be his last act. After raising clouds of smoke to intimidate his opponent, the knight said that next time this guy would not come out alive, but now he must take his chance and return to where he came from. Continuing to play the fool, Sun Changming turned to the 1,000 men and asked his superior what he should do next. In a cold and indifferent tone, he told the boy to return to the village and forget about his recklessness. Meanwhile, very interesting events were taking place in the village of Jiahu, which the guy didn't even suspect. The centurion asked his assistant if the metal tablet against evil spirits was ready, having learned that he would deliver it only the next day. Looking into the distance, Cui Qinghe calmly announced that tomorrow he would be able to personally meet the assassin in the golden mask. Hearing all this, Yin Yining intervened again, reminding the chief that no one ordered them to guard the hill. Their job was to stop people who were thirsty for treasure and prevent this place from changing. However, the official, as usual, noted that there was no need to tie their hands. If they had an opportunity to resolve the situation, they should take it. After a short pause, he added that the burnt hill had a special meaning for him, and therefore, until he solved this problem, he would not rest. And the official thought to himself that if he succeeded in killing the killer in the golden mask, he would receive armor, as well as crossbows, and this would be an excellent reward. The next day, preparations began in the village to meet the mysterious killer. Cui Qinghe stood confidently and unwaveringly, showing with his whole appearance that he would emerge victorious from this battle. Looking carefully at the 1,000 people, Sun Changming thought that he had actually managed to get this man interested in the masked killer. Addressing our hero in a stern voice, the official ordered him to show him the way and take him to the place where he had met the mysterious man the day before. Watching the army leave, the locals were perplexed as to why some teenager was commanding an entire army. At the same time, interesting events began to unfold outside the burned hill, with our hero once again finding himself at the center of them. Cui Qinghe called Sun Changming to him and ordered him to speak with the knight in the golden mask and tell him to go meet the 1,000 men. Crouching down and folding his hands in agreement, the young man said that everything would be done in a minute. The next second, the boy screamed so loudly it seemed he could be heard even on the other side of the forest. The young man declared that his superiors wanted to see the masked warrior and speak with him. However, before anyone could take a step, a voice came from out of nowhere, announcing that he had warned them the day before not to disturb his peace, otherwise anyone who did so would pay with their life. Realizing that the masked killer was somewhere nearby, the 1,000 people decided to get rid of Yun Yenying and her worthless assistant, that is, their guard. Cui Qinghe pointed out in a businesslike manner that it was dangerous for the captain and the young man to be in these parts, and therefore it would be better for them to return to the village, something the young man had already assumed, realizing what a scoundrel the 1,000 captain was. The brunette screamed and wanted to say something to her boss about a particularly important matter, but she didn't do it. In an icy tone, the commander noted that this was an order, which meant the girl could not disobey him. It seemed that the brunette did not fully understand the official's plans and therefore began to object, muttering some unintelligible words under her breath. Placing his hand on his friend's shoulder, Sun Changming said that they had better set out without delay or unnecessary questions. Without waiting for the beauty to deign to turn around, the young man grabbed her by the collar and abruptly dragged her towards the village, hearing her cry that she would definitely return to these places again. Moving as far away as possible, Yun Yenying asked the guy why he dragged her away, because she was absolutely right in understanding that Cui Qinghe wanted to take all the credit for himself. The girl, with a capricious look, declared that, in her opinion, she came from a noble family, so this insult meant nothing to her, and success could greatly help the young man in the future. With a surprised expression on his face, our hero asked the girl in a theatrical tone if she really was the same as everyone else in their family. Pulling the young man by the nose, the brunette sarcastically asked if he really thought she was that stupid. In a calm voice, Sun Changming noted that, firstly, he did not think so, and secondly, he had quite reasonable grounds for such actions. Raising her hand and with a smile on her face, the beauty declared that she had long been waiting for the moment when 1,000 people would ruin everything. Walking further, enjoying nature and the beautiful sky, the young man added once again that she would definitely learn something interesting soon. At this very moment, on the scorched hill, Cui Qinghe thought that the golden-masked assassin should prepare for death, since he was not going to spare him. And just a second later, turning to his valiant warriors, he ordered them to go on the offensive. Lined up and hiding behind their shields, the soldiers were in no hurry to take any action, clearly waiting for further developments. And this is what it led to. Not even a minute had passed before a hail of sharp arrows fell upon them. The soldiers were so frightened that they were stunned by what was happening, and could do nothing to defend themselves. The arrows flew with filigree precision, because they struck the opponents not in the legs, but in the heads. The soldiers had no chance of escape, as arrows struck anyone who stood in the masked knight's way. The battle ended so quickly that no one had time to realize anything, as the warriors lay on the ground, riddled with arrows. Looking closely at the fallen people, 1,000 people, gritting their teeth, began to scream in indignation and anger. However, all this did not bother our heroes at all, who continued to enjoy the silence and the birds soaring above the forest. Sun Changming was well aware of what awaited the officials, so he was in no hurry and had no intention of doing anything. The young man thought with satisfaction that the god-killer he had created with the help of Toothy was indeed very powerful. Cui Qinghe's eyes were filled with rage, and he silently noted that he hated the knight who dared to wipe out most of his guards in one fell swoop. And then he ordered his assistant to immediately deal with all this injustice. A minute later, Zhao Huai began sticking several symbolic cards onto his leader's clothes. These were the Vajra talismans that the assistant tirelessly continued to stick on, because they emit the radiance of spirits, and can repel the power of the second world. With a smug smile in his eyes, the captain turned to the centurion and said that she would also go with him on this journey. Frightened, the girl began to justify herself, saying that she had a very low rank, which meant she had no right to take on such a difficult task. Cui Qinghe glared at the girl and declared that he had no intention of sparing such a worthless person as she, and besides, there was not a single centurion nearby, so she was the one who should go to the next world. As the soldiers not involved in the battle approached her from all sides, the centurion heard the voice of his commander asking if the girl was really going to disobey the order. Realizing she was trapped, she said with horror in her eyes that she was not going to do it. Bursting into loud laughter, the official noted that together with the centurion they could easily defeat the enemy, clearly wanting to send his assistant into battle first. After some time, new preparations began on the Burnout Hill for the next stage of the difficult battle. Under the protection of the blue energy, the soldiers and officials approached the Red Dome, where the border began, beyond which they were not allowed to cross. Having crossed this line, Ding Xiling realized that something strange and irreparable might happen in the next moment, so she held her breath in anticipation. She was right, because a second later a hail of arrows rained down on her, but only large and powerful ones. Watching in horror as it happened, the centurion could only scream, unable to stop what was about to happen. And then the girl leaned over slightly and covered her head with her hands, protecting herself from the crushing blow. A moment later, realizing that the arrows had not penetrated her defense, Ding Xiling thought to herself that the Vajra talismans possessed immense power. But this did not stop the warrior in armor, who was determined to see things through to the end and therefore planned something very insidious. Realizing this, the commander of 1,000 men shouted to all his men to be careful and to duck if possible. A minute later, a fiery spear flew towards the warriors, which, as it turned out, was able to reach its target. This happened because Ding Xiling, after calculating the trajectory, realized that the weapon was flying straight at her, and began to think about defense. This time the Vajra talismans proved completely useless as the spear instantly struck down 100. Realizing that the odds were becoming more and more unequal with each passing minute, 1,000 people began to shout, pointing into the distance, making it clear that their killer was right there. It seemed that the man in armor had no intention of hiding, because not even a minute had passed, and he had already appeared before Cui Qinghe in all his glory. Realizing that this man could pose a danger to the master, one of the warriors, grabbing a sword, rushed towards the knight in armor. Armed with several crossbows, the warrior could control them as quickly as possible, which is what he wanted. A few seconds later, those who so wanted to protect 1,000 people died on the spot, without even having time to do anything. The knight looked carefully at the visitors who had come to see him, and, reaching for one of his weapons, made it clear that he was about to do something unexpected. Looking at everything that was happening, Cui Qinghe turned away and realized that he had nothing left but the bomb thrower, and thought that he was in a very difficult situation. By directing fire at the warrior, who had only a sword, the knight was warming up for the upcoming battle. This became obvious because the man was putting pressure on the official using his strength, and the latter resisted with great difficulty, realizing that the enemy's forces were unequal. One of the officers standing behind was telling his comrades that all 4 centurions who had reached the level of understanding of value were killed, and yet they were the strongest in defense. The 1,000 man, looking menacingly at the warriors, thought that because of the murderer he was losing his best men, which meant that he himself would have to enter the battle if he really wanted to achieve his goal. Suddenly one of the warriors cried out, asking the chief what they should do, but he, realizing that it was useless anyway, decided not to bother them with an answer, but to concentrate on himself. Seeing Cui Qinghe swirling the energy, one of the officers said that this was a signature weapon of the 1,000th century, and it was very powerful. Having concentrated and remembered some symbols, the chief ordered all his subordinates to move as far away as possible so that nothing would distract him. With all their strength and power on display, the 1,000 men turned to face the knight, and saw that it was their turn to receive the powerful rebuff they were prepared for. Cui Qinghe suddenly rose from the ground, wanting to show off his full power to frighten the enemy. But the very next moment, arrows flew at him from all sides at great speed. Covering herself with her hand and deflecting the arrows with her battle sign, the 1,000 people noted to themselves that this was too easy for them, meaning they had every chance of winning. The official continued to defend himself until he was sure that he had managed to deflect all the arrows flying in his direction. The 1,000 warriors realized that this was not enough for complete victory, and so began to create a kind of whirlwind to strike the enemy. And he succeeded, because a minute later the knight in golden armor found himself engulfed in a stream of fire. And at that very moment, at the other end of the clearing, our heroes were still there, and, apparently, were not going to return home. Yun Yening walked up to the young man and touched his cheek with her finger. Realizing that the young man was sleeping so soundly that it was impossible to wake him, the beauty suggested out loud that, most likely, the guy had not slept all night and therefore, having relaxed, decided to get a good rest. Meanwhile, Sun Changming, who had assumed the form of a knight in golden armor, thought that he had exhausted all the magical weapons left for him by Dongfang, but Cui Qinghe was still slightly stronger. The young man saw how his electrical currents grew stronger with each passing minute, and yet his strength did not run out. And just a minute later, gathering all his energy into a fist, he again began to attack the warrior in the golden mask, not wanting to stop there. It was obvious that 1,000 people were pleased with the results, enjoying them and bragging about them to everyone gathered. The judge continued to shoot at the horse, realizing that it had probably run out of interesting moves and was therefore finding it very difficult to fight back. One of the officers shouted that the commander of 1,000 was very strong and should not stop there, but was obliged to finish off the murderer from the scorched mountain. But it was not that simple, and it was difficult to even guess how long the battle would last, and how long it could continue. Our hero noticed that the climate in these parts was not the most pleasant. He suddenly felt himself getting hot, and this despite the fact that they had gone only a short distance. Realizing that Cui Qinghe was also feeling unwell, the young man in the knight's body shouted to the official that he would not last long. Indeed, 1,000 people noticed to themselves that the temperature was rising sharply, which meant that a little more and he could lose consciousness, so he needed to leave this place as soon as possible. Standing in the fire, the warrior in golden armor could barely contain his resistance, as the conditions for the battle were extremely difficult. One of the elders, observing what was happening, noted to himself that the golden-faced one was also having a hard time, although, in theory, he was on his own territory. However, 1,000 people did not calm down and shouted that since events had taken such a turn, it was better not to delay and quickly take the treasures before it was too late. But the next minute something completely unexpected happened. The knight suddenly jumped into a nearby river. He was followed by Cui Qinghe, who was no longer interested in victory, but in mere gain. While underwater, he followed closely behind his opponent, realizing that he could not let him get away, otherwise everything would be in vain. However, the next moment, Cui Qinghe came up with the idea that it would be best to set up an ambush and then suddenly attack the warrior. Finding a secluded place, the 1,000 people grouped themselves together to remain unnoticed and stopped emitting the golden light that helped them fight and defend themselves. And that was the biggest mistake, because suddenly a huge third-class monster appeared in the river. Sun Changming watched with curiosity as the 1,000 men escaped this situation, knowing that he would have to sacrifice one of his most powerful puppets for such a monster. At that moment, the official realized that the enemy had managed to deceive him and lure him into a pre-prepared trap. But he was not going to give up, and so, even while underwater, he began to regain his strength to resist the monster. The next moment, the monster opened its mouth so wide that it seemed as if it could swallow 1,000 people in an instant. Those who stood on the shore and watched the water rush into the water with maximum force did not understand what was happening below. One of the officers thought to himself that such power belonged to the fourth great kingdom. Suddenly, Cui Qinghe appeared on the surface of the water, the monster hot on his heels. In disbelief, one of the soldiers turned to face the 1,000-man crowd. And he, realizing that salvation was already near, extended his hand to his people and ordered them to pull him out of the water as quickly as possible. But the next moment, a huge toothy suddenly appeared behind the man, chasing the enemy of his best friend. It was no longer the same small fish as before, so the loach, without ceremony, grabbed Cui Qinghe in one movement. The officers who stood on the bank and watched Tooty disappear into the river declared that, firstly, the mystery of the hill remained unsolved, and secondly, 1,000 people had also been killed. The young soldier, realizing that something had to be done, turned to Elder Wang and asked if they would be brought to trial, and then inquired what they should do next. Stroking his beard, the elder said that first of all they needed to report everything that had happened to their superiors. Meanwhile, the leadership, represented by Yun Yening, was busy with something completely different. The brunette, just like a few hours ago, sat next to Sun Changming and waited for him to fall asleep. Seeing the young man suddenly open his eyes, the beauty announced that he had finally woken up. Stretching, the young man calmly replied that it was time for them to move on, since all the important business had already been completed. The guy realized that Yun Yening was not aware of what was happening, and said that she would definitely find out about it soon. After walking a very short distance, our heroes saw approaching soldiers who were walking in a small group. The first to speak was the elder, who addressed the commander of the 10 warriors several times and immediately informed her that both the centurion and the 1,000 had been killed by the golden-faced warrior. The girl seemed to be at a loss to understand how this could happen and said that Cui Qinghe was not only a warrior of the third great kingdom, but also one of the top 10 in the Dingbo residence. After thinking for a bit, the brunette came to the conclusion that she now occupied the highest position among everyone around her. After a short pause, Wang turned back to the foreman and informed her that he and his men were not only loyal to her, but also trusted her completely, and therefore wanted her to lead them. The beauty wanted to say something, but because of the positive emotions that overwhelmed her, caused by the old man's words, she was unable to utter a word. In turn, the officers looked at Yun Yening with hope and pleading in their eyes, wanting her to accept their proposal. With a serious expression on her face, the older sister informed everyone gathered that first of all they needed to explain the situation to their superiors to avoid any misunderstandings. But after a minute the old man spoke and told the lady that this could not be done under any circumstances, because they would all be dismembered, and therefore he began to beg the lady to spare them and not tell the truth. Yun Yening, not knowing what to do in this situation, tried to say something, but saw one kneeling down, begging the girl to save them and spare them. The girl might have stood there for a long time and watched everything that was happening, but a second later someone's strong hand grabbed her wrist. Not understanding where the young man was dragging her, she suddenly protested and began asking what he was allowing himself to do and what he was going to do next. The beauty looked intently at the guy, but it seemed he was not going to answer her questions. Suddenly our hero froze in place, and this was completely incomprehensible, especially considering that he had not uttered a word during the entire journey. Pressing the girl against the wall, the young man placed his hands on either side of her, clearly intending to settle the conflict. This state of affairs did not suit the foreman, who began to ask the young man what he was doing, and in response heard that she should not interfere in all this matter. Yun Yining said with irritation in her voice that she understood that Cui Qinghe had died, and that all 400 people had died, but no one wanted to take responsibility, so everyone was trying to blame it on her. Having listened carefully to his boss, the young man thought that she was not as naive as he had previously thought. Watching the 10 women closely, Sun Changming became curious about what further action was expected of her. Looking down, the brunette said that she couldn't leave things as they were because she was a responsible person. After a short pause, the girl continued, noting that if she did not intervene, then all the officers who had placed great hopes in her would suffer a sad fate. And just a minute later, with joy in her eyes, she announced that she had managed to contact her aunt, who said that she should wait a little longer because she would be promoted to centurion. Our hero thought to himself that there were about 300 people from the Chaotian department in their village, and in a few days his acquaintance could easily get a promotion, which was not a very good sign. Standing in the middle of the forest, the young people did not dare to start a conversation. It seemed that each of them was immersed in his own thoughts. Sun Changming was the first to break the silence, asking the girl if she was shaken by the death of the 1000th. The brunette said with some indifference that she had never treated him well, just as he had never treated her well. This guy was just a boss who would soon be replaced. She added that until that happens, they should continue to operate on their own. Smiling, the young man said he wished his boss all the best in her future endeavors. But before he could finish speaking, he saw his older sister glance at him sideways and asked why she was looking at him so strangely. Embarrassed and blushing, the brunette said that difficult events awaited her in the near future, and she really hoped for Sun Changming's help. And then the girl, turning on her feminine charm and taking out a box of strawberry cookies from somewhere, said that if he stayed with her until the end, she would treat him to his favorite treat. The boy noticed that his mind and emotions were fighting within him. He wanted to agree with his boss's proposal, but he realized that he couldn't give in so easily. However, no matter how much reason tried to impose its ideas, feelings prevailed. Taking the cookie, the young man said his boss could count on him and call at any time. As he approached the river, the young man noticed from afar a bindweed that was clearly hurrying towards its friend. Having joyfully greeted him, Sun Changming turned to Toothy and said that he could not believe his eyes when he saw him, because he had become huge and very strong. After looking closely into the fish's eyes, the young man placed a small bag in front of it, explaining that it had once belonged to 1,000 people and hinting that there might be something interesting inside. The young man noted that he had no idea what was inside, but the smell coming from the bag was not the most pleasant. Proudly raising the bag, the man said it was time to see what was inside. Our hero, having assumed the lotus position, turned to the ruler and asked that the bag contain everything he needed. Squinting and carefully untying the rope, Sun Changming turned to Toothy and remarked that it was time to examine the contents. The next moment, ribbons and small pieces of fabric began to fly out of the bag on their own. Snatching one of them out of the air, the boy turned around and asked what kind of silk scarves they were, and why Cui Qinghe needed them. Not finding an answer to his question, the young man decided to continue examining the backpack in the hope of finding something more interesting there. And it was found, because the next second the young man was holding a 4th-rank treasure in his hands, noting to himself that it was truly an interesting and useful thing. However, our hero soon got hold of something very strange, stranger than the handkerchiefs he had seen before. The conversation turned to the phoenix pendant that the girls always wore as jewelry, and this was extremely strange, unless 1,000 people were hiding their love for women's things. But what surprised Sun Changming most was the small whip, which was an ordinary rope that had nothing to do with the world of magic. This man pondered for a long time why such a quality would be necessary for such a great man as Cui Qinghe. He had never even lived in the countryside, so he had no need for such things. To make the rope at least somewhat useful, the young man decided to tie it to his gold bracelet. And just a minute later, the young man made a leash for a loach out of it, deciding to experiment so as not to throw such a thing away, although, it seems, the experimental fish did not like the experiment at all. Seeing Toothy's shining eyes, the boy immediately realized that his tame friend was carefully examining the golden bracelet with the intention of eating it. Understanding this, our hero tried to explain to the bindweed that this was not Chinese cabbage, but a fourth-rank decoration, necessary for the guy to protect himself from dangerous people. Then, with a quiet cry, he noticed that even without this decoration the fish would still not remain hungry. And in a calmer voice he added that first the young man would completely unpack his backpack and then think about what to feed Toothy. Looking carefully into the bag, the guy noticed that 1,000 people had both spiritual jade and pills, which could already be considered a miraculous harvest. And just a minute later, the young man realized that he could not only feed his river friend with all of this, but also forge a very powerful weapon. However, suddenly our hero's attention was drawn to something interesting, from which he could not take his eyes off. It turned out that it was not something, but someone, or more precisely, a bindweed, which, realizing that it had something to eat, did not understand why it had not yet been fed. Realizing that Toothy was looking at him with more than just hungry eyes, a minute later the guy began feeding him, telling the fish to eat and not deny himself anything. It seemed as if the bindweed was about to burst from all it had absorbed, but this did not bother it at all. He happily rolled over onto his back, showing that he had eaten his fill and the process of digestion, accompanied by the accumulation of energy, had begun. The young man realized that he had once again entered a state of flow that he had not experienced for quite some time. Moreover, the guy noticed to himself that he was now able to absorb true chi 3 times faster than before. He also believed that he had managed to light 124 points and achieve an excellent result, and now the next level awaited him, the fire channels. This was very important, because after this, the true chi would be greatly strengthened, and the speed would increase several times. Our hero reflected that, despite the great mastery he had achieved, the hill still remained a dangerous place for him, and it would be difficult for him if the new leadership decided to send him there again. Sun Changming knew his life was worth little, and he wondered what would happen to his little sister if something happened to him, since it wouldn't be Toothy who would be taking care of her. The young man's gaze became serious. He realized that he needed to train even harder and more intensely in order to leave the village at the first opportunity. At this time, a young man was walking along Jehu Street, casually throwing a backpack over his back. Turning to Zhang and Uncle Yaoshe, the boy warned them that he was going in search of pearls. The boys wished him luck, but told him to hurry because the sun would soon set. Zhang, watching the man leave, said that the new villager Mao was very good, but he knew nothing about pearl diving, and Uncle Yaoshe expressed the hope that everything would come with experience. While the villagers were gossiping, Mao approached the river and, looking around carefully, noticed that there was no one there. True, just a minute later something happened that the newcomer clearly did not expect. Some kind of huge monster appeared from the river. Perhaps another would have disappeared right there, but not this guy, who immediately jumped into the pond. Somehow he managed to defeat the monster, and Mao realized that he was no longer in any danger. As he floated in the water, the man seemed to draw energy towards himself, but for some reason it was black. With a sly smile, Mao remarked that the more harmful chi he could absorb, the stronger and more powerful he would become. Remembering how he had lost 2 of his bodies last time by creating a dead warrior from an ancient corpse, he thought for a moment. Then he noticed to himself that now he needed a lot of negative energy to restore his strength and become even more powerful. Plunging into the darkness, the man decided that when he succeeded, he would be able to find the monster that had swallowed all his bodies. A whole month has passed since then, which brought with it many new, interesting and even frightening things. The river where Sun Changming spent a lot of time was now inhabited by a large number of third-rank monsters. But for Toothy this didn't seem to be a problem, and he, as before, happily hunted them. This is what happened this time when the bindweed chose several small victims for itself, and ate them with pleasure. Realizing that the digestion process would be long, he learned to spit out unnecessary bones. On the river bank, enjoying the warm rays of the sun, Toothy was clearly pleased that he had managed to eat well, as evidenced by the skeletons lying nearby. Looking closely at his fish, our hero thought about how, within a month, the loach had become the king of the local waters, its abilities had become more diverse, and the young man had been able to strengthen his control over true chi. Addressing the now grown-up Toothy, the young man said that their business for the day was finished, and it was time to return home. As he walked through the village, the young man noticed Mao, who stood with his back to him and seemed to be ignoring him, or pretending not to see him. The young man looked into the distance, lost in his thoughts or expecting something. Our hero noticed to himself that he had already seen this guy who had appeared among them not long ago. But the next moment the young man's thoughts were interrupted by a female voice calling out to him. Seeing Yin Yening, the boy asked how she and her officers managed to get into the village. Holding a small object in her hand, the girl noticed that they now had a sign against evil influences, and they could come to the village whenever they wanted. Addressing her subordinates in an authoritative tone, the beauty stated that she needed to visit Officer San's house for personal reasons, and that they should go on patrol until she gave further instructions. With a businesslike air, the brunette turned to our hero and asked him to show her the way to his house. Scratching his head and staring into the distance, the young man replied that there was nothing to see in his house because he lived in poverty. Grabbing the young man by the hand, the girl ran forward, saying that she didn't care what she saw there, she just wanted to look at her friend's house. Opening the door of his house, Sun Changming said that they had arrived and could come in. At that very moment, his younger sister ran up to the boy with a loud scream, as always happy to see him. Yun Yening seemed to be embarrassed about something, but the guy grabbed her shoulders, as if preparing her for what was about to happen next. The guest looked with wide eyes at the girl who was waving her arms and legs like a grown man. The little girl kept screaming for the return of her older and beloved brother, pushing away everything in her path, including a 10-year-old boy. Rubbing her bruised forehead, the girl noted to herself that the child had incredible strength, without understanding where it came from. True, a minute later the girl, having carefully examined the official, told her brother that she did not know the sister who had come to their home. Realizing his mistake, the young man quickly corrected himself by introducing his sister, Sun Changyan, to his boss and his sister to Foreman Yun Yening. The girl greeted the little girl affectionately, but she could not shake the thought that such a small child, and especially a girl, could deal such a strong blow. However, the very next moment all the official's thoughts disappeared, because she heard a compliment from the girl that the Desertnitsa was very beautiful. Yun Yening walked up to the boy's sister with a smile and handed her a gift. Gently stroking Changyan's head, the girl said that she had not come empty-handed and had prepared something for the little one. While the young people were chatting and discussing the child, the girl, happily eating candy, asked the guys if they had come on a date. The brunette was the first to be embarrassed, saying that who would go on a date with such a young man, and he, in order not to look stupid, said the same thing, looking at his friend. Having cleared her throat, the girl abruptly changed the subject, informing everyone gathered that she had come on very important business. Knowing that it would be better for his younger sister not to be present at such a conversation, Sun Changming, knowing the girl's weakness for food, told her to go out to have lunch. And then, the next minute, the official informed them that during a recent patrol, they had discovered a fluctuation in the true chi of an outsider, and she wanted that person to help sort out the situation. Sun Changming guessed that perhaps some of the cultivators had gone to the scorched hill again because it attracted them like moths to a flame. The brunette noted that it was difficult to say for sure, but in recent weeks there had been rumors that there were very rare treasures on the hill, and now it seemed like the hunt for them had begun. The young man thought to himself that if there really was treasure there, then there was no place for weaklings there, firstly, and secondly, Uncle Dongfang did not look like a man who was trying to get rich. Suddenly, the boys' conversation was interrupted by officers who, turning to Commander Yun, said that just a couple of minutes ago they had noticed someone's tracks again, and they needed help. Getting up from the table, the young man declared in a commanding voice that he would go with his colleagues, but it would be better for the girl to stay in his house until all the circumstances of the case were clarified. The beauty agreed with the guy, but asked him not to forget to contact her, because it was very important, and having received a positive answer, she calmed down. Although the police had left only a couple of minutes ago, someone knocked on the door again. Looking around the doorway, the girl said out loud that the guy had probably returned. Approaching the door and taking hold of the handle, the beauty was sure that Sun Changming was behind it, and on the way she asked him what he had forgotten, and what made him come back. But it was not our hero who appeared on the threshold, but a complete stranger who was carefully examining the 10-year-old boy. It seemed that the girl not only recognized him, but also knew him well, since she addressed him in an informal setting. At that very moment, our hero and his fellow officers were walking towards the burnout hill, wanting to find out what had been happening in these parts recently. Right in front of them stood a young man who seemed to hear no one and nothing of what was happening behind him. However, the next moment, Sun Changming's hand fell on the stranger's shoulder, and our hero said that this territory was under the protection of the Chaotian administration, and if this was so, then this guy should leave these places immediately. But as the young man continued walking, his appearance suggested that he either had not heard what was said or had no intention of stopping. And this was indeed so, because, turning and running, the young man shouted that everything was clear to him, but he also wanted to warn the traveler something about himself. Gathering blue energy around himself and waving his fan, the guy shouted at our hero to mind his own business. Sun Changming paused for a moment, carefully assessing his opponent and considering his next move. Looking at his cut hand, our hero noticed to himself that this stranger was quite a strong man. As the boy continued to think, he noticed that he couldn't join the fight because if the enemy tore his clothes, he would have to buy new ones, so it would be better if the puppet went on the attack instead of him. One movement was enough, and the powerful warrior doll was ready not only to protect the young man, but also to carry out combat missions. Pointing his stick at the armored knight, the stranger said he would force him to show his true face. Two friends, who were in collusion with the unknown man, shouted at him not to hesitate and to deal with the warrior as quickly as possible. However, our knight in golden armor was in no hurry, knowing that in such matters there is no need for haste, and therefore, after a short pause, he headed towards the enemies. Less than a minute had passed, and the two opponents, defeated and lifeless, were already lying on the ground. Watching everything that was happening, the stranger thought that he was in a very interesting situation. But he was not going to give up, and so, drawing his sword, he declared that he would fight and was convinced that he would win thanks to his special weapon. It seemed as if the sword was being controlled by a phoenix, which not only held the hilt, but also flew towards our warrior. The knight led by Sun Changming knew that this battle would not be easy, as he was facing a worthy opponent. Although it was difficult to tell that it was a real opponent, since the same bird continued to wield the sword. And she did it with the utmost confidence and professionalism, because the next moment the sword pierced the warrior in golden armor. Without taking his eyes off what was happening, our hero thought that he simply had to get his hands on such an amazing sword somewhere. While the young man was lost in his thoughts, the enemy shouted at Sun Changming to not be shy and reveal all his tricks. A minute later, without waiting for any action, he noted with a laugh that, most likely, the young man was simply paralyzed by fear and could not do anything. He waved his sword and continued that he would not stand on ceremony because they were not playing games, but fighting. Sun Changming saw a sharp sword flying towards him at incredible speed. The young man assessed the blade, noting to himself that he had never seen such a sharp weapon. Raising his hand to his mouth and carefully examining the gold bracelet, the guy thought that now he would finally be able to give his opponent a worthy rebuff. And indeed, just a minute later, our hero's chain not only lengthened, but also flew towards the stranger. However, he pointed the sword at Sun Changming again and shouted about some kind of hawk attack, carefully watching how the sword changed its flight path. It didn't seem to matter at all, because in the blink of an eye the chain began to wrap around the bird. Realizing that everything was going according to plan, our hero smiled, but did not threaten or claim that he always succeeded in carrying out all his plans. Without giving his opponent a chance to catch his breath, Sun Changming took a running start and ran towards the stranger at breakneck speed. As for the latter, he looked in amazement at the approaching young man, thinking with horror about what would happen next. The stranger shouted and cursed, showing that he was truly stunned by this sudden turn of events. However, after taking out his pumpkin-shaped bottle and blowing fire from it, our hero cried out that it was too late to rejoice and do anything. He should have taken care of this earlier. And the very next second the villain found himself completely engulfed in flames that consumed him. After some time, Sun Changming approached the body, but only to take the sword that he had been thinking about since the very beginning of his meeting with this stranger. Holding such an unusual weapon in his hands, he thought that it was really very beautiful and at the same time unusual. The young man waved his sword and shouted that he had won another trophy, and deservedly so. However, less than a couple of minutes later, the young man's joy died down because he heard footsteps behind him. Afraid to turn around, the young man tried in horror to imagine who he might meet on the road. Sun Changming, frozen in place, shouted loudly, wondering who was next to him. Having regained his strength, our hero was relieved to discover that his colleagues, who had recently been on patrol, had arrived at the scene. He asked one of them what had happened. But instead of an answer, what the young man least expected happened. The next second the officer pounced on him. The strangest thing about it all was that the man's hands had turned into inhuman paws that were about to tear him apart. Looking closely at the officer, one of whose eyes was glowing red, the young man did not understand what had happened to him, and turned again and again to his colleague. Having been wounded, Sun Changming realized that the officer was no longer the same as he had been a few hours ago, and therefore something needed to be done urgently. And the very next moment, one of the signs on the right side of our hero's chest began to glow. But there was no need for that, because a strange black energy suddenly started to emanate from that person, and the young man thought that the same thing had happened to Zhang Zihu, which was most likely not a coincidence. The boy, still not believing his eyes, began to ask the officer who he really was and what had happened in the village. The man's red eyes continued to stare intently at our hero, and it seemed that the officer himself did not react in any way to the young man's words. The young man, in turn, was wondering what he should do, since he did not understand what was happening and how things were in his village. But the next moment the officer spoke, asking our hero why the dead man needed to know everything that had interested him before. The reason for all this was that all this happened only half a day before Sun Changming reached the scorched mountain. Just after our heroes left their home, Mao arrived there, announcing that he was hosting a dinner for everyone and therefore invited Yun Yening. The beauty said shyly that she would definitely accept the young man's invitation. And then, with a smile in her eyes, she added that the people of this village are so hospitable, and that makes me very happy. The girl didn't have time to finish speaking because one of her subordinates informed her of Chi's arrival. The head cook knew that she had a lot of work to do, so after asking Sun Changyan if she wanted to go to Uncle Mao's house for dinner, and hearing that the girl thought she was the best cook, Yun Yening said that she and her brother would be back soon. As they left the building, Yun Yening once again told the girl to be sure to wait for them after work, as they would be in a hurry to finish as quickly as possible. Evening was quickly falling in the village, which meant that dinner time was in full swing. Having laid out on the table a variety of dishes that even a gourmet would envy, Mao began his speech. Taking the cup in his hands, he addressed the guests, and said that his life had not been easy, but after arriving in the village everything had changed, and this had only become possible thanks to the local residents, to whom he wanted to drink. The owner of the house then noted that everyone should help themselves and not be shy, because he cooks with great love. The guests clinked glasses and said that they were very happy because such a wonderful person as Mao was among them. Suddenly the owner made a rather strange toast, saying that if all the villagers had not killed demons and ensured the safety of the village, he would not be among them now. Not understanding anything and taking all this as flattering compliments, one of the officers stood up and declared that this was their duty, and that they simply could not do otherwise. But then Mao, turning to the guests, added with a laugh that he had a small request for everyone gathered, and he hoped that no one would refuse him. And changing his expression, the man continued, noting that he needed the bodies of everyone present in the room. The officers, having finished their drinks, began to clutch their throats and mouths, realizing that they had been cleverly deceived. Realizing that everything was going according to plan, Mao laughed and said that from now on all these people would become his pawns. Meanwhile, an unsuspecting Yun Yening greeted the newly appointed 1000th man at the other end of the village. Having jumped off his horse, the young man politely approached the girl, affectionately took her hand and asked her to get up from the knee on which she was sitting in front of him. With undisguised admiration, the official noted that in the most difficult moments, the foreman was not afraid to take responsibility for everything that happened, and he was very proud of this act. The embarrassed brunette said that her new boss praised her too much, but privately she thought that this man was definitely sent by her family. The commander then inquired about the affairs in the village and, upon learning that patrols had been formed to monitor the burned hill, said that he wanted to find out what was happening in the village. But before he could say or do anything, his attention was drawn to the harmful chi energy that seemed to be coming from everywhere. The next second, one of the officers, looking towards the road, warned that it was no longer visible, as the path was shrouded in some kind of darkness. In a calm voice, 1000 people noted that, firstly, they needed to pull themselves together and not panic, and secondly, to create a protective circle so that this energy would not touch them. Yun Yening started to run back and forth and fidget, and the boss told her to calm down because her fidgeting was preventing him from concentrating and doing anything useful. Realizing they had to hurry, the 1000 people closed their eyes and began to concentrate carefully. Drawing his sword, the man stated that there might be demons in the village, and if so, they should be prepared for battle. Not understanding what the official was talking about or where demons could have come from in the village, the girl began to look for answers to her questions. It didn't take Yun Yening a minute to realize that Sun Changyan was home alone at that moment. But before she could think about it, she heard 1000 people ordering everyone to immediately activate their anti-evil influence tablets. Realizing that the matter was taking a dangerous turn, all those gathered immediately carried out their master's order. Looking around, the officers noticed several glowing eyes around them that clearly did not belong to people. Assessing the situation, Yun Yening realized that numerous evil spirits had infiltrated the village, meaning it was dangerous to leave the circle. Meanwhile, her friend's younger sister was left completely alone, with no one to protect her. Realizing that time was running out, Yun Yening suddenly started running. 1000 people shouted after the fleeing girl that the village was very dangerous, and she should not risk her life, but the beauty noticed that she had one very important task that she must complete. Meanwhile, the former officers, now looking like werewolves, were walking around Mao's house. Yun Yening stopped in front of the house, considering her next steps. The girl said with anger in her voice that there were many converts to Christianity in the village, which she did not expect at all. Gathering her strength, the brunette thought that first she would have to deal with all these zombies. And the zombies were getting closer and closer to our heroine with every minute, wanting to destroy her. The converted, as if enchanted, lined up in a circle so as not to miss their victim. Suddenly, one of them pulled out a knife, wanting to be the first to deal with the beauty, who still couldn't believe everything that was happening. Despite this, the senior manager held herself very courageously. She understood that she had to stand firm, since the fate of her friend's sister depended on it. The next moment, Yun cast a spell aimed at restricting the opponent's movements. And it worked, because a moment later the zombie was tightly wrapped in light ropes that prevented him from even moving. But the brunette didn't stop there. She understood that she had to finish the job, so she swung her sword, looking menacingly at the zombie. Not even a few minutes had passed, and our heroine was already looking at the converted she had defeated and thinking that she was not as weak as she might seem. A few minutes later, the beauty said that if it weren't for her mental state, she would have quickly gained the necessary strength and would not have fallen behind Sun Changming. But the next second, the girl scolded herself for such thoughts, because instead of saving Chang Yan, she just stood there and bragged to herself. Without wasting a moment, Yun immediately quickened her pace and ran towards her subordinate's house. Opening the door with horror in her eyes, our heroine began calling the girl from the threshold, but she did not answer. Instead of the baby, the girl noticed another zombie, who was walking around someone else's house as if it were his own. Realizing that danger was very close, the official began to redirect energy flows again in order to cope with the transformed flow more easily and quickly. Filling her sword with energy, the girl did not stop and did everything possible to finish off the zombie, which she succeeded in doing. After a short pause, Yun began to call out to Chang Yan in a low voice, so that only she could hear, and not those who might be outside. The senior manager repeated several times that she had come for the girl, but she, unfortunately, did not answer, which gave our heroine some rather unpleasant thoughts. Not even a minute had passed when the girl heard a rather strange sound, muffled, but she knew for sure that she could not be mistaken. Turning her head, the brunette noticed to herself that there was definitely someone in the kitchen. Realizing that anything could happen, the brunette raised her sword and asked if it was true that Chang Yan was hiding in this part of the house. Unfortunately, the beauty did not hear the answer, but she saw a hand sticking out of the old fireplace. Clutching his sword tighter and stepping back, the brigadier had a hard time collecting his thoughts and realizing who this limb belonged to. However, the next moment, a girl emerged from her hiding place and turned to Sister Yun with sad eyes. Chang Yan bowed her head and wept bitterly. She explained that the boys hadn't returned for dinner on time, and that she was worried about them. Looking at the child, the older sister did not know what to say, because she had never been in such a situation before. Running up to the girl and hugging her, Yun told her not to be afraid, as she would immediately take her away not only from here but also from the village. Taking the girl's hand happily, the headmistress said that it was time for them to go, hearing the little girl wondering why her brother had not come, and where he was now. The official calmly noted that everything was fine with Sun Changming, but first the girl needed to take her sister to the army, and then the search for the young man himself would begin. Knowing that there was no time to waste, Yun reached for the door and opened it, wanting to leave the house as quickly as possible. But what awaited her outside did not please the brunette, because real horror was frozen in her eyes. When she went out into the courtyard, the girl noticed an army of zombies waiting for them outside and realized that not everything was as simple as she thought. Grabbing his sword, the foreman turned to the girl and ordered her to lower her head and stand behind while she dealt with all the new converts. During the battle, our heroine thought that such a large number of people could not have turned into zombies in just one evening, succumbing to the influence of harmful qi. Therefore, someone was behind this. At that moment, just 10 meters from where the brunette was, plates were scattered throughout the house. It was Mao's house, who, holding a skull in his hand, said that the Chaotian warriors were very worthy puppets. But the very next minute, throwing the skull on the floor, the man shouted that this was still not enough for him. He needed to convert as many people as possible to his faith. Looking at the walking zombies, Mao, clearly pleased with this turn of events, noted that they would all become his victims that evening. Less than a minute later, the man turned his attention to the people strolling through the village. He understood that not everyone was under his influence, but he was convinced that, being so powerful and strong, he could change the situation. 1,000 men, holding a sign in their hands, ordered their subordinates not to think about hiding it anywhere, and to move forward in the same formation. Mao watched everything that was happening attentively, smiling slyly and already thinking about some new plan. Holding the skull in his hands, the man addressed himself, saying that the story was taking an interesting turn, which meant that it was his time to act. Stopping for a few minutes, the 1,000 people thought that their intuition was telling them something very bad about the approaching danger. And this was true, because after a few minutes, the official began to be enveloped in harmful chi from all sides. Focusing his energy and covering himself with a special board, the leader tried his best to repel the negativity that tried to break through his defense. Under the pressure of the blackness, it seemed that the stone of the tablet would not withstand it, since cracks had already begun to appear on it. Less than a few minutes later, what thousands of people had feared happened. The harmful chi managed to crack the protective tablet. Realizing that time was running out, the official summoned a golden protective flow in which he and his people were to remain as if in a vacuum. The leader was able to achieve the desired effect because the positive energy perfectly reflected the negative one. But there was one important and unpleasant detail in all of this. The airflow was using up too much chi, and so the 1,000 people realized that they needed to act as quickly as possible. He began to connect his signs and streams to fight the power of evil and put an end to all the darkness that reigned in the village. Grabbing the sword, the official ordered his soldiers to move as far away from him as possible and not to stick their heads out, because this place was very dangerous. Mao, looking at the officers, thought that they were expendable material, so if he converted all these people to his faith, he would become even stronger and be able to kill the one who took his body. Realizing that he couldn't do without the skull, the man turned to his faithful assistant with a request to perform another ritual. The next moment, something incredible began to happen. The black energy suddenly turned into a green stream. He seemed to be spinning everyone on the battlefield, leaving them no chance of winning. One of the soldiers shouted that something incredible was happening, and that whoever was in control of all this was stronger than the Third Great Kingdom. Mao, standing on the porch of his house, continued to laugh and noted to himself that he had managed to make another doll. At the same time, some unknown person directed a stream of black-green energy somewhere forward. It turned out that all this negativity was intended for Yun Yenying and Chang Yen, who had gone outside to escape a few minutes earlier. Having installed the board as protection, the older sister realized that she would not be able to resist the harmful chi energy for long, but she did not know how to save herself and the girl. With horror in her eyes, the beauty watched as new gaps appeared in the defense with each passing minute. Yun Yenying hugged the girl, hoping that some external force would help or protect them from the harmful influence. Realizing that life was becoming more difficult with every second, the brunette could not believe that her life could end in this village. However, the next moment something incredible happened. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a powerful stream of golden light flashed. Squinting, the older sister tried to see where the light was coming from, but, not understanding it, asked who was in charge of all this. With a smile on his face and the artifact in his hands, Sun Changming appeared before the girls in all his glory, apologizing for being a little late. While the baby was sitting in the young man's arms, Yun Yenying asked him what had happened to him, and where he had been all this time. Squatting down and taking out his gold chain, the boy quickly said that he did not have time to tell his long story. But a minute later he noticed that near the river he met a security guard who was behaving rather strangely, and later the young man realized that he was beside himself with negative influence. After a short pause, he added that after just a couple of minutes, he noticed that the entire village was enveloped in harmful chi energy, so he dropped everything he was doing and ran home. The young man thought for a moment, and then asked the girls what could have happened to their village. With sadness in her eyes, the centurion noted that she had learned from 1,000 people that the area was overwhelmed by a wave of demonic energy, corroding all living things, and when she tried to defend herself, some strange threads destroyed her tablet. In a stern voice, our hero declared that they had every chance of surviving, but they should leave this place as soon as possible. Grabbing his sword, Sun Changming ordered the girls to stay close to the lamp while he dealt with the new converts. Yun Yenying decided to offer him her help, but he refused, saying that the brunette should keep a closer eye on his sister. And the next moment, rushing forward, the guy heard his boss shouting after him to be careful. The young man quickly began to fight the zombies, realizing that his life and the lives of his loved ones were at stake. While killing the converted, our hero told them to rest in peace and promised all the dead to deal with those who turned them into spineless zombies. But before Sun Changming could deal with one side, other converts began to attack him from all sides. Having picked up his artifact, our hero clearly intended to connect it to his body to make his task easier. Directing a stream of fiery energy at his opponents, the young man saw how they all tried to protect themselves from this light. One of the zombies screamed that something was happening to his brain, not understanding what had happened. Wielding an artifact capable of influencing the will of any being, the young man ordered all the converted to kneel. Not even a minute had passed before all the zombies lined up and awaited further orders from their master. But they didn't follow his example. Sun Changming realized that these people could no longer be returned to normal life, and therefore the only way to save himself and all the survivors was to destroy the converted, which he began to do. The young man was clearly uncomfortable with what he had to do, but he had no other choice. Directing a stream of fiery light at all the zombies, the young man decided to deal with them all at once. After a short time, everything was over, and leaving the bodies, our hero headed home. Mao watched closely as the young man handled the dolls, but said it didn't bother him at all. With a hint of malice in his voice, the man said that this guy was really brave to have dealt with his army of demons so easily. But a moment later Mao's expression changed, and he added, speaking to himself, that he would be very interested to see how this young man would deal with a real warrior. As Sun Changming approached his house, he shouted to Yun Yening that it was all over and that both the girl and his sister could come out of hiding. Having not walked even a meter, our hero heard the scream of the foreman, who warned the guy that there was a stream of dangerous energy right behind him. The boy closed his eyes and grabbed the sword, preparing for another hard battle, realizing that the fight was not over yet. Yun Yening, who was standing a little further away, couldn't understand where this white curtain came from, which was unlike anything that had happened before. Looking at the figure in front, it seemed that the girl recognized this man, which she tried to convey to our hero. He was a truly formidable warrior, clad in chains and armor that testified to his strength and endurance. But what caught the foreman's attention most was the badge sticking out of the stranger's breast pocket. With horror in her eyes, the brunette screamed that a new thousandaire had appeared in front of them, whom she recognized by his ID. Mao, who was standing nearby, noticed that he had indeed succeeded in turning the official of the Third Great Kingdom into a skilled warrior killer who could easily deal with our hero. And then, turning to Sun Changming's bound friends and fellow villagers, the villain announced that everything was ready for the sacrifice, and since this was so, he could set out. The very next moment, Mao summoned an evil spirit, who immediately rushed to respond to his call. They were terrifying monsters, and judging by their appearance, they were of different ranks and levels of training. The man crossed his arms over his chest and ordered the terrifying creatures to take him to the burnt hill. At this time, Sun Changming, faced with 1,000 converts, was pondering how to deal with this situation. The young man realized that the zombie was staring at him, and would not spare this guy under any circumstances. Not a minute had passed before the convert to Christianity headed towards where our hero stood. Holding his new sword in his hands, the young man noticed to himself that this blade was not as simple as it seemed, as it emitted a powerful stream of wind that he found quite difficult to cope with. The young man noted to himself that, despite all the difficulties, he still would not give up, since the people closest to him were in the village. Pointing his sword at the enemy, the young man hoped to quickly achieve his goal and destroy the werewolf. But in the next moment, the phoenix that was closely connected to the sword was suddenly enveloped in green threads of negative energy. Watching everything that was happening carefully, the young man noticed to himself that he had not thought about how powerful the chi energy was right in front of him. Realizing that he needed to act differently, the young man began to concentrate energy in the area of the right side of his chest. With each passing minute, this light became brighter, indicating that our hero was gaining new powers and abilities. And this became obvious from the guy's behavior, who after a short time began to radiate powerful energy from head to toe. Realizing that 1,000 people were not going to wait, and seeing how he was approaching the young man, he also decided to act. Holding his artifact in his hands, Sun Changming finally realized that there was nothing magical about his sword, it was all about the special wind blade. It seems our hero was trying to find the right rhythms to use to his advantage. The very next second, the young man, addressing someone or something, said that the time had come. The young man looked into the astonished face of the zombie, who clearly did not understand the changes taking place. Grabbing the sword with his hands and pointing it somewhere forward, the guy said that right now he would do what he had to do. The idea was to pierce the enemy with the tip of the blade, but it wasn't that easy since he was wearing enchanted wind spirit armor. With disappointment in his eyes, Sun Changming turned to himself and noticed that his sword had failed to pierce the newly converted's body. Once again, a fight broke out between the opponents, which seemed like it could last a very long time. Dodging the blows, our hero thought about how to deal with the zombie if he couldn't even hurt it. Not even a minute had passed before the young man was in for another unpleasant surprise in the form of a new object in the hands of the newly converted. Realizing this, Yin Yening quickly warned the young man, informing him that he would have to face the superior weapon that the Thousand Man was famous for. By unfolding his fan, the former official clearly wanted to demonstrate his superiority over the man standing in front of him. Although the young man himself understood that the zombie wanted to fight with the help of the silk fan of heavenly chaos. But it seemed to be to Sun Changming's advantage, as the boy noticed to himself that the fan was, in one way or another, the basis of all his opponent's techniques. And since this was so, the young man decided to use this detail for his own purposes, clearly coming up with something interesting. Ignoring the zombie's actions, the young man concentrated, deciding to try something new. Opening his pumpkin bottle, our hero commanded it to absorb all the energy emanating from the former Thousand Man. Sun Changming didn't show his joy, but he knew that the filling was being used up as quickly as he needed it to be. Heaving a heavy bottle onto his shoulders, the man noticed that the wind drew its power exclusively from fire. Having opened the container, the young man pointed it at the fireball, which the villain, in turn, sent towards our hero. Realizing that everything was going according to plan, Sun Changming suddenly grabbed his sword and headed towards the Christian convert. The very next moment, the young man, approaching the enemy, pierced not only his armor, but also the zombie itself.